You could say I live in the middle of nowhere. I prefer to call it the middle of the wilderness, though. And after living alone out here long enough, I thought I'd become familiar with the land out here and even get comfortable. But I've never gotten comfortable. Maybe used to this place, but never comfortable. I'm pretty sure I can hold my own out here for the time being. But even so, lots of weird shit happens out here. I'm glad to finally have a way to tell strangers who probably won't judge or call me crazy, though. Back to the topic at hand. Weird stuff. I'll start with the first odd experience I had here. When I first purchased this land, I was really excited. There was already a house on the property that was the perfect size for me. Not only that, but it seemed pretty new. Like the former owners didn't stay around very long. Yeah, red flags, but how was I supposed to know how messed up this place was? Anyway, I move in without any issues, and within a week, I'm out on some of the trails that were already there, looking for deer tracks and other game trails. I'm actually having a pretty relaxing time until I swear I hear a baby say, "Mama," in the most stereotypical voice I've ever heard off in the distance. Now, like I said, I'm here in the middle of nowhere, so there shouldn't be anyone for miles. I just shook it off as me hearing things. 20 minutes later, though, I heard the same voice say "Mama" again. Only this time it's 40 yards away on the other side of some trees and brush. It didn't even sound like a real baby. It just sounded like some disturbed dude. Of course, at this point, he's definitely on my property as well. I start making my way through the undergrowth, and then when I'm sure I'm about to hit where he was, and the brush opens up to a clearing, I finally get a glimpse of the guy. He was butt naked and halfway behind a tree, and flaunting a huge smile with his eyes staying kind of squinty. He was also pretty skinny as I could see his ribs. Now, usually you hear people say that, at this moment my blood ran cold, but honestly, mine didn't. I was looking at some butt-naked crackhead trespassing on my property. He decided to let out another "mama" during the silence when I was trying to figure out my next move. So I promptly responded with a hearty, "What the actual hell are you doing?" And that's when he decided my next move for me. He started running at me, and I might have run away if he hadn't been so scrawny. So when he reached me with that big smile, and looked like he was about to grab me, I punched him in the throat. It was a good punch. I was proud of it, honestly. It would have kept any normal man on the ground for at least a minute. And this is when I got the first hint that this wasn't a normal man. While I was standing there, proud of my Mike Tyson-level haymaker, the guy immediately got back to his feet, and before I had time to hit him again, he dive-tackled me to the ground. It hurt something awful. He somehow pinned my shoulders to the ground, and no matter how hard I kicked and punched him, he wouldn't let up. So I was forced to use Plan B. I pulled out my trusty Bear Grylls survival knife and stabbed him in the gut twice. This finally got his attention, and he hopped back to his feet, slinging blood all over me in the process. I got back to my feet, knife in hand, and waited for him to do something else. All he did was stick a finger in his wound, then lick the blood off, and then cartwheel into the woods crying like an actual newborn baby this time. Now, by this point, I was pretty on edge, and right as he got far enough away, I could no longer hear him. I turned and walked home. I know, I should have run, but running through the woods is so tiring and I just didn't feel like it. When I got home, all was normal again. For a while, at least. Another story that comes to mind when I think about odd things happening around the area is the event that led me to no longer camp in my woods. By the time that the events in this story took place, I had already experienced quite a few things on this property, and this was easily the third freakiest thing to happen up to that point, right behind the naked stab victim that cried like a newborn baby and cartwheeled into the woods. This time I decided that I wanted to go camping. Despite all the stuff that had happened, I had never been seriously injured in those woods, so why not go sleep in them? Bad choice, I know. Anyways, the first few hours when I got into the woods went fine. I set up camp, built a fire, burned myself trying to cook a hot dog, then pissed on the fire that burned me. And then I started to realize camping's pretty boring when you're all alone, so I decided to go to sleep. Next thing I know, I wake up to the sound of a young girl's voice down in the creek. It sounds like she's college-age type. She's saying, "Help! I need some help down here. I'm lost. Dad, help!" And I can hear her down in the creek from my tent. Now, this isn't the first time I've been lured into the woods by a voice pleading for help, but this voice was a lot more convincing than the others. Nonetheless, I still brought my newly purchased .45 caliber handgun that I had bought for dealing with the things on the land. I made my way into the creek, a flashlight in hand, and headed down to the voice. Soon I found the source. Now, I didn't put the flashlight beam on her right away because I didn't want to blind her, but I could clearly see the outline of a small girl sitting on the bank of the creek. I got about 15 feet away, and she stopped me, stating that, "You don't really need that flashlight with the moon out like this." It wasn't even close to a full moon, so that confused me a little. So I replied with, "I don't know about you, but I can't see a thing out here. Let me help you though. Are you hurt?" And then I started to shine the flashlight on her, but she screamed "stop" before I got to her face. This time the voice wasn't as convincing. I could tell she wasn't human. Now, what you guys need to realize is that I'm not a badass, and I'm not trying to sound cool or tough. But ever since something happened 3 years ago, the same event that caused me to move out here, I don't respond to situations the same anymore. I don't know, maybe I'm not as scared of death, maybe I'm mentally unstable, maybe I'm weird. But when I established that this thing wasn't human, I started to smile. It fooled me, got me out here in the woods, in its domain, and was probably going to make an attempt on my life. But I might as well piss it off a little. So I flicked my flashlight up and revealed its face. It actually was a girl, sort of. She was super pale and had abnormally large eyes that were completely black. When the light hit her face, her head snapped forward and made eye contact with me, and her jaw dropped open 3 times larger than any humans could. And then she screamed. And it was loud. Like inhuman loud. It sounded like a girl's scream, but as if it were being played through a massive speaker to make it ear-splitting. Then I felt something closing around my neck. She hadn't moved, but was somehow choking me, still screaming. I've realized while living out here that the entities can hurt you, but can also get hurt themselves. Now, most of them are tough as nails, but they can be hurt. This memory went through my head just as I felt something warm dripping onto my neck and my left ear went quiet. Busted eardrum. I aggressively threw my flashlight at the bitch and it connected with what I assume was her eye. I couldn't tell for sure because I didn't have a flashlight. And yeah, I forgot to use the gun. It was new, and in this current life or death situation, I forgot I had it. Luckily, this girl wasn't one of the tough ones, and I felt the grip on my neck loosen and her scream stopped. No sooner had I taken my first breath when she bent over backwards possession style and sprinted into the woods in reverse. When I finally caught my breath, I slowly walked by to my campsite and went to sleep in the tent. Now, you may be asking why I didn't go back home after that, but it was a 20-minute hike, and my flashlight was broken, so I had to wait till morning. Slept pretty good, though. No noises woke me up. I then woke up the next morning expecting my ear to be killing me, but miraculously, it was completely back to normal. I later figured out that it was the lady in the tree who fixed my ear, but that's a story for another time. That morning, I just packed up everything and headed back home. One thing that got messed up was my flashlight, so I wasn't even that disappointed in the trip. The only thing that got messed up was my flashlight, so I didn't even really care. I still don't camp out there anymore because no matter how weirdly wired I am, that girl really did freak me out a good bit, and I'm sure she's still out there. What you'll notice so far is that these entities aren't really effective killers, but that doesn't go for everything out here. I can't tell you all about the property without mentioning Skinny. Ugh, screw Skinny. I understand that skinwalkers are a common topic on the horror scene at the moment, and from what I can tell, I think that's the creature I'm dealing with. But I could also be wrong, because if this is a skinwalker, it's advanced to another level. Not only does it imitate voice, it imitates appearance, and it really wants me dead or gone. I like to call it Skinny. I think it pisses him off, though. And when I say his name, I say it loud. Because especially at night, I know he's listening. I've lived here for about 3 years now, and he's been harassing me for about a year. And he's good. One of the smartest things to come after me so far. The only one that can seem to almost get in my head. He tries to lure me out not by pretending to be someone in trouble like the other imitators that I've dealt with before. He's aware that that stuff doesn't work on me now. No, he tries to piss me off. He wants me to try to kill him. The problem is, we both know I probably can't. One time he got me, though. I was watching a documentary about veterans suicide. It's a terrible topic, and I'm a supporter of our armed forces, and I think it's terrible that our government doesn't take better care of the vets that risk everything overseas so we don't have to. They were doing a slideshow of men who had unfortunately lost the struggle with their own demons. I had to look away for a second, because this one guy that appeared on the screen looked too young and happy to have gone to this dark of a place. He was mixed from what I could tell, athletic looking, and had a big dimpled smile on his face. When I look away, I'm suddenly staring at the same kid, outside my window. The same smile, same build, same uniform. One difference. Across his forehead was the word, failure. I instantly knew it was Skinny. He wasn't trying to imitate this kid. He was insulting him, and he finally struck a nerve. I had seen him imitate so many other people and try so many other tactics, but this was the one that finally broke me. I was going to end this creature. I exploded out of my chair and bolted from my bedroom, grabbed my .45 caliber handgun again, and proceeded to walk towards the same window where the young soldier was still staring through. I got within 5 feet and saw that the word had changed. It now spelled out, I deserved it. And after reading this, I didn't hesitate to raise my gun and fire 2 shots, but I think he ducked them. Bastard's fast. I stormed outside to try to find him, but he wasn't anywhere that I could see. That's when I heard, "Gotcha," whispered into my ear, and it was flung against the wall of my home. The gun flew out of my hand in the process, broke 2 ribs and dislocated my right shoulder. I was a dead man, and he knew it, but he let me go. Ever since the incident that led me to buy a house by myself out in the middle of the woods, I don't think I've ever felt fear again. Something's wrong with my head, but I did feel defeat. I fell for his trap, and now he's going to kill me. As these thoughts passed through my brain, I passed out from the pain. Then, for some reason that I still don't understand, I woke up. It was bright outside, and I was covered in blood and in more pain than I'd ever been in my entire life. But I was alive. But how and why was I alive? I struggled to stand up with my right arm hanging loosely at my side, and I noticed the words carved into the outside wall of my house. Next time. Screw Skinny. Ever since I got back from the hospital, I told the doctors I fell off a roof. I've been trying to find ways to deal with or kill a skinwalker, if there even is a way, or if he's even a skinwalker. He beat me. I'm usually pretty lighthearted with most of my experiences, no matter how intense they are. But I just can't with this one, because if I lose to Skinny again, I guess I'll be signing off for good. Be careful out there, and don't be fooled like me. There isn't always a next time. But hey, not dead yet, so maybe there will be a next time. I plan on writing down more of my experiences in the future, so keep your eyes peeled and those ears listening. Until next time, Cole, signing off. I'm happy to see that my experiences have garnered some attention. Wasn't expecting this stuff to actually get any traction. I'm mainly here to vent and have a place to catalog the stuff that happens around my home. And people also seem to enjoy the part where the naked dude attacked me, then cartwheeled into the woods crying like a baby when I stabbed him. I'm still not sure if he was human. Now, I feel obliged to tell you more of my experiences. Also, please feel free to leave any questions you have, and I'll try to answer them in the next post. That being said, if you haven't listened to part 1, I suggest you go back now and listen. I'm going to tell the following experiences as if you already know about the other ones. This place isn't normal after all, and it takes some getting used to. Alright. Now that the intro is out of the way, I think we can start with Camo. And Camo is a fucking nuisance. The first time I came into contact with him was during the first white-tailed deer season I had on my property. I'm a hunter, but the program that is helping me after the incident said I wasn't allowed to have guns because the noise draws too much attention. Bullshit. I live in the middle of nowhere, and there isn't anybody else for miles, unless you count the Chosen, but I'm pretty sure that the program is worried about them. Luckily, the lady in the tree hooked me up with a .45 caliber I now have in my possession, but I didn't have it upon first meeting Camo, unfortunately. Alright, back to the story. I first saw him when I was walking towards a ladder stand I'd set up on a tree to watch a deer, since I could no longer kill him. And yeah, I could have had a bow, but I'm shit with a bow and I'd risk hurting the animal. I don't like the idea of an animal suffering. Because I couldn't make a shot that would kill it instantly. Now, as I approached my stand, I noticed a figure already sitting in it. It's about the size of a regular human. He was dressed in full camouflage, pants, jacket, boots, hat, face mask, and backpack. He actually seemed like a regular person, and I hadn't seen any of those in the woods for the entirety of the 4 months I've been living there. The things that live on this property are generally more extreme, but no matter how relieved I was to see a proper human face for once, he was deep in my property and hunted in my stand. I had to get him to leave. I reluctantly shouted over to him, "Hey, you ain't supposed to be here. Time to go, dude." Now, I was about 75 yards away and to his left, but I yelled plenty loud for him to hear me clearly. He didn't flinch. He stayed facing straight forward like a statue. What a prick. Look, try to be creepy all you want, but ignoring someone else like that is just rude. I know he hears me. I have reason to believe he was just trying to freak me out because I've made him break character before. So after I yell and he ignores me, I start getting impatient. I yelled the same thing at him again, a little louder, and still ended up with the same response. What a dick. Now I'm livid, because he's making me ruin all my chances of seeing deer this afternoon by making me yell at him. So naturally, I start a brisk stroll over to tell him off to his face, or maybe even kick his ass. I already noticed he didn't have a rifle, so I just assumed that he was watching deer like I was planning on doing. Of course, he could have had a concealed handgun, but I'm a dumbass, so I didn't consider that. And then I heard the crunch of something under my foot, and then the sudden sound of ropes sliding across the surface at high speed. I froze for a fraction of a second, and before I could squeak out an "oh shit," I'm hanging upside down from my ankle. There was a loop around my leg that held me suspended 7 feet off the ground like a damn cartoon. I was like a frickin' Looney Tunes character. I couldn't help but roll my eyes. I immediately knew it was Camo, and when I look up, or down, shit, I was upside down so I don't really know where I had to look, but I saw him slowly climbing down the ladder. Like, really slowly. What a dramatic guy. If he wasn't so obsessed with appearances, he probably could have killed me. That's what I think he wanted to do anyways. There was a machete on his hip that I could now see, and the blade was chipped out in a way that made it look serrated. Wouldn't have been a very useful tool unless you wanted to use it to inflict pain. I think the biggest flaw with Camo's trap, though, was that he didn't account for the single fact that 99% of people who live alone in the woods learn that carrying a large knife at all times is a necessary thing if you want to stay alive. I wish I could tell you I did a flip after I cut myself down and landed on my feet like some sort of badass. But I didn't. I landed on the back of my neck, and my vision went dark for about 15 seconds, which I guess was enough time for a Tweedle dumbass to finally get to the bottom of my ladder stand. As I stood up, I saw that he was standing completely still at the base of the stand, still 50 yards away from me. Staring at me, I could hear his thoughts from here. Damn, why did he get out? Shit. Then he turned and bolted. This dude was booking. I lost sight of him in less than 30 seconds into my chase and had to give up. I gotta jog some more. And after all that, it started to get dark, and I didn't even get to watch any deer. I've seen Camo on multiple other occasions as well, but I figured him out. He got me the first time, but his traps really aren't that sneaky. They're elaborate, but not sneaky. He always appears in an area that I plan on hunting in, and I don't know how he knows where I'm going, but I stopped questioning stuff on this land a long time ago, and I always notice him long before I get to the location. Again, I have no idea how he plans this shit out. And secondly, there's always a trap set somewhere directly between when I first spot him and his actual location. Like, if I were to draw a line from him to where I see him from, the trap will always be on that line. Also, another important thing to realize is that none of his traps are fatal. They're all meant to keep me from escaping, but not kill me. Shit, they do hurt though. One time I almost stepped in a bear trap he had set out, and it for sure would have broken my leg had it got me. This non-fatal part was his downfall. I figured out that he didn't want me to die in a trap. He probably wanted to do the deed himself, or maybe do something else, but he didn't really want me dead in a trap. So all I had to do to get him riled up was die in a trap, right? After the lady in the tree hooked me up with a pistol a little over 1.5 years ago, one of the first problems I wanted to solve with it was the creator of the various nets, ankle snares, and holes that attempted to contain me many times before. And I knew exactly how I was going to do it. One of Camo's recurring traps was just a large, 11-foot deep hole covered by a large amount of suspiciously patterned sticks and leaves that could literally be seen 100 yards away. I just had to wait until he used this trap again. After swinging a log that I think was supposed to knock me out, and another net that was meant to land on top of me, I might add that it was made of wire so I couldn't cut through it, but it also had a glare from the sunlight that made it impossible not to see, I finally came across the trap I was looking for. 4 weeks after I got the gun, I find myself walking towards an 11-foot hole, trying to pretend I don't see it, and suddenly, I start falling. I was ready for the fall, and let out a loud yell as I traveled downwards, and as I hit the ground, I stayed as quiet as possible, which was hard considering the broken toe and dislocated knee I had just received. Screw Camo for making me do this. I army crawled over to the side of the hole and laid my head against the side to make it look like I had broken my neck. Then I waited. It took 15 minutes for that little prick to dramatically make his way over to me, but I heard him walk up to the edge of the hole. I obviously had to close my eyes to appear dead because I couldn't run the risk of blinking, but I almost smiled when I heard Camo mutter to himself, "Oh shit, no. Oh, they're gonna be so pissed." I took advantage of the moment and quickly opened my eyes and whipped out the pistol, firing 3 shots at him as quickly as I could. I missed with all but one, and the bullet that met its mark put a hole in Camo's shoulder, and he let out a garbled scream of nonsense and gibberish, something along the lines of, "Oh, you piece of shit. Oh, I can't believe that ass. Ah." He did end up running away, but as he ran, I heard him say, "Fuck this dude. I'm fucking done." I was laughing my ass off until I realized I was severely injured and had to climb out of this damn hole. Good thing it was daytime, though, or I might not have noticed the black rope that Camo had lowered into the hole while he was cursing himself for killing me. I somehow managed to pop my knee back in joint based on shit I had seen earlier in life, and climbed out to limp my way back to my home. That was a good day. Broken toes are expensive to get treated, though. The best part is that I haven't seen camo since that day. It actually worked. Wish I could pull something off like that with Skinny. Another thing I guess I need to explain to all you readers is the lady in the tree. I've mentioned her a few times now, and at least some of you are probably wondering about her. I honestly don't know much about her myself, but she is hands down the best thing on this property. My first experience with her was when she healed a broken eardrum that I suffered when meeting what I think was a banshee down in my creek. I was busted when she screeched really loud, and when I went to sleep, I woke up perfectly fine the next morning. I almost thought it was all a dream until I saw the blood still on my pillow and the broken flashlight that I had used in my personal defense. Well, I guess this was the first time she affected me directly, but not the first time she had helped me out. The true first time I didn't realize was until her last night. It was the gun. The gun I talked about purchasing in part 1 wasn't really purchased. I just wasn't willing to admit that I looted it off an old corpse that I'd found in an abandoned log cabin back in the property. This is an example of how sneaky she is. I only started to wonder if it was her doing while I was recording the first set of these stories, and I started thinking about how good of a shape this gun was in. Of course, it was a little dirty when I found it, but it was in almost perfect operating condition, and I figured that the skeleton that was clutching it didn't really need it anymore. But hell, at this point, I wouldn't be surprised if he came to life each night. Either way, I left the cabin with a new sidearm and 2 boxes of ammo. I really didn't think about it too much because finding a gun in a body is pretty mild considering the events that go down here on a week-to-week basis. But yesterday, I started questioning the real origins of this gun. It was so well maintained and feeling new when I got it, but the skeleton looked like it had been there forever. Not to mention the fact that the gun was loaded and the boxes of ammo were unopened, but the skeleton looked like it had died holding the gun like he was intending to use it. It didn't add up, so I headed back to the cabin and I found my answer. Everything was the same when I got there as it had been over a year ago. I mean, nothing had changed, especially not the body, the exact same as before. I was nervous at first, not because the body scared me, but because the joke about the skeleton coming back to life from earlier wasn't really that far-fetched in this place. I've never seen an undead skeleton, but I have seen other forms of undead. Maybe I'll tell y'all about those experiences sometime. Nervous or not, though, I had to confirm my suspicions. I approached the body and started examining the clothes. Just like I expected, the flannel shirt and brown jeans had no tags. Not like they had been ripped out, but like they were never there to begin with. Now there was only one thing left to check. I took out my knife and scraped the blade down the skeleton's exposed arm bone. Sure enough, a shaving fell off. It was wood. The entire skeleton was made of wood and painted a lightest brown among other discolorations to look like the real deal. The lady in the tree was very talented when it comes to wood, but she can do so much more. I've only seen her in person 2 times. Once when I caught a glimpse of her smiling as she walked into an opening into a tree, only to close the opening with a door that fit so perfectly I couldn't see the edges when I walked up to it. It just looked like a normal tree. And a second time 2 days after I encountered the screeching banshee in the creek. I saw her outside the window of my front door, smiling in. She winked at me and ducked out of view. I ran to the door to try to see her fully, but by the time I swung the door open, she was gone in the night, nowhere to be seen, which is really annoying. I would almost consider us friends by now, and she still won't show herself to me fully. Now when I saw her for the second time, I didn't know what or who she was. But when I looked at the ground in defeat, I noticed a small sheet of what looked like homemade paper. On it was a short message that read, "I wish to congratulate you on killing Keeloot. He was bringing an evil over the land that was distressing the forest. I don't know how you actually ended him, but I am happy all the same. I've seen you, Roman, and I'm certain that you have seen me. We work towards the same goal, cleansing this land. My vows as a medicine woman keeping me from directly interfering with the creatures of this land, but I wish you luck on your mission and will support you from the shadows as best I can. I hope your ear feels better." So I think the key loot she was talking to me about killing was a rabid coyote I killed a few days before the creek incident. It was hairless and just stared at me through some trees. I think it was trying to intimidate me to leave its territory, so I shot it between the eyes and left. My territory, bitch. But this was the first time I realized that I fully had someone on my side on this land, and that was a relief. She was actually really helpful. Once I got bit by a rattlesnake, and when I got home, there was a bottle labeled anti-venom sitting on my kitchen table. Another time I got bit by one of the shadow children while I was hiking, and when I got home, there was a bottle of purple liquid in a glass vial in the same place on the table. I honestly expected it to heal the wound or something, but it just made me really drunk. Guess she couldn't help me much that time. She's done other stuff too, but now I'm kind of worried about her. I haven't heard or experienced any help from her in 8 months. I'm worried that something got to her. Or even worse, what if she's mad at me? I mean, Skinny almost killed me 6 months ago and she didn't do shit. I've grown to like her and even depend on her a bit. But she's just gone. I think I'll call it quits for this post, but hopefully I can stay live long enough to post more. The hunt for Skinny continues. And if you don't know who that is, shame on you for not listening to the first post. And if you do know who that is, I appreciate any suggestions you have for killing them. See y'all next time. Cole, signing off. Hey guys, I'm back. I know it's been a few days since my last post. One of the pails chewed through the wires of my generator, and since civilians aren't allowed out here by the organization, I had to wait 3 days for one of their electricians to get out here. The only reason I knew it was a pail that chewed through the main cable was because I watched it do it. I was hoping it would electrocute itself, but I forgot the part where that's the only source of power for my house since the Chosen have stolen my backup. This is probably a good time to say, if you haven't listened to the first 2 installments of this series, you should, because I highly doubt any of this will make any sense. They aren't long, and I'll link them at the bottom of this post. Now, back to the regularly scheduled programming. I realized while I was stuck in the dark for the past 3 days reading books hiking out of pure boredom, that I hadn't told y'all about the pails yet. They suck, but they are kind of funny once you figure them out. I've seen them on quite a few occasions on the property. The pails are white humanoids that crawl on the ground on all fours, usually dragging their belly and using the same motion that Spider-Man uses to climb a wall. They can move at about a jogging pace, and their faces are usually stuck in distorted expressions of pain or anger. And boy, are they stupid as all hell. Let me tell you about the first one I saw. I had already been living here for about 7 months, I think, so I was becoming familiar with the weird shit that calls this place home. I was out hiking some of my trails, and kinda halfway looking for weird shit, halfway minding my own business, and I suddenly can hear what sounds like a baseball player sliding through the leaves of the forest trying to reach home plate ahead of me. Only the sliding didn't stop, and it was coming straight towards me. I prepare myself by taking out my trusty Bear Grylls survival knife and entering what I would describe as an aggressive stance. It felt pretty badass, I'm not gonna lie. Expecting some creature to come barreling out of the bushes in front of me, I was a little shocked to see a butt-naked man with super pale skin drag itself out from under the brush on its stomach. What is with fucking naked dudes on my land? Can't I get a pretty woman at least once? Anyways, after I got done being flabbergasted and became aware of my surroundings again, I noticed that the dude was almost on me and was reaching out for my leg. So I jumped on his back, and it worked like a fucking charm. This little bastard didn't have superhuman strength like some of the other things out here, so when I laid it on its back, it couldn't do anything but sit there and flop its legs and arms around like a fish. At this point, I'm on the verge of tears. It hears me laughing and tries to turn its head to spit on me, which it can't do, and that made me actually start crying laughing. I fell off of it at this point, and the creature quickly turned around and locked its teeth onto the toe of my left boot. I like to wear steel-toe boots around the property because even though they're heavy, I know that in a scuffle, being able to kick with the boot and not having to worry about breaking a toe is a nice little advantage. This is what leads me to realize that even though the creature didn't have super strength, it did have a super bite. And when it first latched onto my boot, I wasn't worried and started trying to shake the thing off without much urgency. I already knew it wasn't a man by this point because it didn't possess an asshole or other genitals. But I got a little worried when I noticed the end of my boot changing shapes as the steel in the end started to bend. I then said out loud, "If you don't stop right now, I'm going to stab your head, you little shit." It paused, as if debating on the decision, and then slowly started biting down again, while its eyes looked up at me as if to try and call my bluff. I wasn't bluffing. A few seconds later, the thing is frantically clawing its way back into the forest with my favorite damn knife still in the back of its stupid fucking head. Nobody likes a thief. Got back home fine, but I had to replace my favorite knife and get a new pair of boots, so it was a pretty shitty hike. It was the next time I saw one when I figured out their biggest fear. And it's so stupid. I was down in my creek playing with a new toy I got in town earlier that week. It was this net that was designed to catch little minnows, and shit, it was a blast. I don't really have any use for minnows or whatever other little fish I was catching, because I can't go to the only pond on the property that had a big fish in it since I made a deal with the crocodile man. So I was just catching them and letting them go. I'm suddenly greeted by the somewhat familiar sound of a grown man sliding across the ground on their belly. It had been almost 2 months since that last incident I had with the pail, but I immediately recognized the sound. This was the dunce that had stolen my knife, and I really value that Bear Grylls survival knife that can be purchased at your local Walmart. It really is a good product. Unfortunately, the pail that emerged this time wasn't the same one. It had a different face and was more of a light pink than original white than was on the first pail. It was still the same type of creature though, and this time, things went down different. As it tore into the clearing that I was in about 30 feet from me, it froze, with its eyes wide. As it tore through the brush, I was already facing its direction, holding the net spread out to my side the same way as a bullfighter holds a red cape. The pail's eyes were switching between looking at the net and looking at me, so I looked at the net and back to him. Then it clicked. No way! I giggled to myself as I started to catch on to what was happening. I took advantage of my suspicions and started running and flailing the net around at the pail, and it freaked the hell out. It actually rolled over trying to turn too fast as it spun around and took off into the woods. I then started wheezing, laughing as I fell to the ground with tears running down my face. This thing can bite through steel, but it's terrified of a nylon net. I know that might not be funny to some because I may have a twisted sense of humor, but it made me weak. Long story short, I keep the little net in my hiking bag every time I go out now, and every pail I've come across is utterly mind-fucked at the sight of it. Good times, man. Wish all the things around here were that easy to deal with. On another note, I got an email from an organization asking me about the key loot that the lady in the tree claimed that I had killed in the last post. They wanted to know if I had disposed of the body, and if they could come and retrieve the remains from the woods if I had just left it. Then they said something that caught me off guard. When I said something about having to check with the program that put me out here, they responded with, "We are the parent organization of that program," and proceeded to give me my own address, as well as details about my former life that only the program should have known about. In all seriousness, I have a dark past and haven't always been a great man. But I'm done with that shit, and it pissed me off that they would even bring it up. I responded with a simple, "Fine, but don't bring that shit up again," and blocked the emailer. No one's shown up yet, but I guess we'll see what happens. On a good note, I haven't seen Skinny in a couple of weeks, so that's nice. See y'all next time, and feel free to leave your questions in the comments. And if you have any ideas what these pails actually are, or what a keylute is, please tell me. If any of you are good with research stuff, I'd appreciate it. And talk to y'all again soon. Cole, signing off. Well, I'm back, guys. Welcome to part 4 of this documentary? Catalog? Diary? I honestly don't know what this is anymore, because I thought I would only be using this platform to tell the stories of the stuff that has happened in the past on this property. But now I'm being forced to bring this journal to the present. You see, those people from the organization did come to see about the key loot, and now there's this guy named Mark living in my house and sleeping on my couch. Well, not really sleeping, more unconscious, but we'll get to that part later. After a few days of this organization that wouldn't tell me their name, not showing up, I figured it was just a troll who managed to figure out my email account and hack into my personal info. But alas, on the 3rd day, he rose. Nah, not really, but 4 guys did end up knocking on my front door. They were all dressed pretty normally except for the matching gray combat boots that told me that these men were men of action. Which also means that they're going to try their hardest to push me around and play badass. My suspicions were confirmed when the guy in the lead identified himself as Mark and immediately asked me where I claimed to have actually killed a keylute. What a prick. Look, I still don't know what the fuck a keylute is, and I don't claim to have killed one. The lady in the tree said I killed one. I only assume she's talking about the hairless coyote I killed down near the creek. At the mention of the lady in the tree, they all looked at each other with an expression of, this dude is a waste of time. The feeling was mutual. I was getting a little impatient by now, so I chimed in with if you guys are done being superior to me, I can take you to where I killed the coyote. The one behind Mark, whose name I don't remember, said, sure, let's get this over with. 30 minutes later, we're standing in front of where I killed the thing that I now know wasn't a coyote. Look, I know I may not have clarified it yet, but I killed this thing well over a year ago. Shit, maybe 2 years. And the only reason that the organization knew that I had killed it was because of the post I had made earlier this week. A lot of decomposing and feeding can happen to a body in the woods over that long of a time. On top of that, I hadn't been to this part of the property in a very long time because there aren't any trails or interesting locations here. But I was taken aback when I saw what had happened to the body over the course of the 2 years it had been here. Absolutely nothing. The body looked like I had shot it yesterday. The only evidence that it was older was that all the blood had seeped out of the head wound and had long since dried up. But the skin and face and the fur in his paws were completely preserved. It only had fur in his paws, which was odd. When we got to the body, the snickering crew of 4 went dead silent. Right, you said this was killed around 2 years ago, didn't you? Asked Mark. Yeah, but I haven't been down here since. Why is the thing still preserved like that? What the hell is happening? One of the guys who hadn't said a word up until this point chimed in. Keylutes are so unnatural and dark that nothing occurs in nature will have anything to do with an authentic one. This includes bacteria, fungi, and scavenger animals. Then he muttered something about a level 107 beast. Mark looked at me with a serious face and said, right, so if this keylute story is true, does that mean that all the shit you said in those posts about this place was true? Before I could answer with what do you think, asshole? A low, raspy laughter started to surround us and began closing in. It was coming from all directions. We looked up from the body to see at least 50 hooded figures surrounding us, laughing menacingly. All 4 of the military men pulled their concealed pistols and took aim, but before they could fire a shot, I called out over the laughing. Hector, I told you the next time you and your little chosen crew sneak up on me, I'm kicking your asses again. Everyone paused. The chosen, the 4 organization men, and the pail that had just crested a hill 30 yards behind one of the cult members. A few seconds later, one of the hooded figures took off his hood to reveal a chubby, jolly-looking face with rosy cheeks and wide-rimmed prescription glasses. "Aw, man, we didn't know they were with you, Cole. We thought they were trespassers. We're sorry," Hector said with a downcast gaze. "Why do you even need them to begin with?" I retorted. Hector hesitated for a moment and said, "Our god wants a real sacrifice, and those white crawly humanoid thingies just aren't doing it for him anymore." At this moment, the pail that I could see frozen on top of the hill turned and bolted back into the woods. Hector then proceeded to call to the other hooded figures. "They're with Cole. We can't have them." There was a collective sigh as all the chosen looked at the ground and walked away into the woods. I didn't notice until they were all gone that the 4 organization men hadn't lowered their weapons the entire time. "All right, you pussies ready to head back to the house? It gets dark in 45 minutes, and if those guys got you on edge, then you won't last long at night." Mark shot me a look that explained in detail how much he hated me, without the need for words, while his 3 partners put on thick rubber gloves and put the key loot into a sort of body bag. As we're walking back towards my house with the 3 stooges carrying the corpse of the dog demon, Mark starts questioning me. "What was that group back there?" "Some cult, I guess. They told me they worship Cult Hulu or something." He seems kind of taken aback for a second and then asked, "Why did they seem wary of you, but not flinch when we had guns trained on them?" "Simple. They don't fear death, but they do crack when exposed to severe pain for long enough." Again, Mark seemed surprised by my answer. He's starting to strike me as simple-minded. "Right, so how did you inflict this pain on him?" "I don't want to answer any more of these questions." I really didn't. This was the kind of shit that I don't like to dwell on. That was a different life, and I don't like when it seeps back into the present. Sure, it's nice to have the local murder cult leave you alone, but I use methods that I regret to get that luxury. The last thing Mark said to me on our hike back to the woods was, "Look, dude, my mind is telling me you are batshit crazy, but my instincts are telling me that you're a threat. Which one are you?" I looked him dead in the eyes and mumbled, "That's up to you." And let me tell you, the look on his face was priceless. I love mind games. A few minutes later, we reached the house and all 4 of the goons walked up to the big, black van they had arrived in. They start loading up the body, and as I reach my doorknob to go inside, I hear Mark start raising his voice while talking on his phone. "What? This guy isn't even right in the head. I know there's stuff here, okay, but why with... Look, let me get a team to... Okay, yeah, he does have experience, but... Wait, what did you just say?" He then stares at me with a mixture of confusion and disbelief. They told him where I came from. I could tell by the way he looked at me. He hung up the phone without arguing anymore and began to walk over to me. As he reaches me, he says, "All right, my higher-ups have told me that I need to stay with you for a while and keep an eye on the activity around here." I responded with, "You can't be serious." "Hey, mate, I wish I wasn't," he said back, then added, "They also want me to remind you that you didn't pay for this house or this property." With that, I opened the door with my best butler impression and gestured for him to enter my home. As he walked through the door and dropped what I assumed to be his emergency bug-out bag on the floor, he froze. Can I just say one thing real quick? Fuck Skinny. I didn't hear how heavily he was breathing at first, because the van was making noise as it was driving away, but as those sounds faded, I noticed that Mark was breathing like he had just sprinted a marathon. His eyes were trained on the window with his body completely rigid, with his hand on his hip ready to draw his gun. I followed his gaze to the window where I had confronted Skinny many times before, and sure enough, there he was. Only this time he wasn't someone I recognized. This time he was a fairly attractive, tall, and athletically blonde woman. She was smiling and holding a heart-shaped balloon. Upon closer inspection, I could tell that the balloon read, "It's a girl." I rushed in front of Mark to try to snap him out of whatever trance he was in, but I soon saw there were tears welling up in his eyes. By this I gathered that this woman was no longer with us, and the girl most likely wasn't either. "Fuck you, Skinny." I calmly started explaining what Skinny was to Mark, but soon after I started, he stopped me. "I've read the stories, Cole. I know that you talked about this thing before, but I'm trained to handle these kinds of things, so don't worry about me, because I'm gonna fucking kill it." With that, he made a mad dash to the back door in an effort to get outside and confront Skinny. I managed to block him and push him to the ground, saying that he won't come inside, so just keep your shit together and we live. Mark wasn't in a listening mood, though. He jumped back to his feet straight into a fighting stance. Ugh, great. After a second, he threw a fast left hook straight for my face, but he wasn't fast enough. I ducked under the swing and connected my elbow to the inner side of his chin. He went out like a light, and by the time the scuffle was over, Skinny was gone. I put Mark on the couch, and now I'm typing this out, thinking about going through his computer before he wakes up. But anyways, that's it for today. Please, if anyone knows what a key loot is, let me know. What did I kill? And what did Mark mean by he was trained to deal with this kind of stuff? What is he, a monster hunter or something? I'll try to get some answers before my next post. See y'all soon. Cole, signing off. I usually try to do some kind of intro to these posts, but today, I'm too excited to take the time to do that. If you haven't listened to my previous postings, you should though. They are quite a bit more action-packed and explain all the events that lead to where I am now. If you haven't listened to them, you won't have any idea what I'm talking about. Do y'all remember that last post when I joked about Mark being some kind of monster hunter or something? Well, I went through his computer, and I'll be damned if he isn't. He's got files on files and even more files about all these different tangibles, which I think just means monsters. I even managed to find a file on the key loot. No wonder they didn't believe I killed one. Apparently, a key loot is a creature in Native American mythology that's described as a furless dog-like thing. It does have fur on its paws, though, which supposedly makes it impossible to hear or track in the wild. Pretty tame so far, right? Don't worry, it gets better. Apparently, looking at them is supposed to immediately fry your brain and disorient you, making you an easy kill for the thing. But that didn't happen to me. The only reason I can think of for the mind cooker effect not happening to me is because I don't process things the same anymore. Not after the events that led me to live out here. Or maybe it wasn't even a key loot. There were a few more details I didn't get to read, because before I could finish, I felt cold steel on my neck. Mark had woken up and was now pressing a knife to my throat. "What do you think you're doing with my computer? The fuck does it look like? I'm trying to figure out who the man that was passed out on my couch is." Mark thought for a second, still not moving the knife from my neck. Then he asked, "Why? No, how did you knock me out? I know you have a dodgy history, but close quarter combat fighting is my specialty. But all I can remember is going to hit you, and then it went dark." Careful not to move and slit my throat, I said. "You got desperate and went for a one-hit knockout. Frankly, your left hook is too slow to hit your opponent when you clearly telegraphed exactly what you were planning on doing with your hips. I dropped under the blow and threw an elbow to the bottom of your jaw." The knife loosened a little. "You seem to know your stuff. Why pretend to be a dumbass then?" Excuse me. First of all, I'm not pretending to be anything. Second of all, screw you." The knife fell away completely now. I took the opportunity to turn and start asking my own questions. "So you're an actual monster hunter, huh?" He paused for a moment before replying. "Yeah, well, I guess I am." So, why is an organization that employs monster hunters also the owner of the organization that's helping me escape my past? Mark winced this time. Not a good sign. Cole, the organization that's claiming to help you escape your past probably doesn't exist. My organization has many false companies that it uses to gather intelligence and run experiments. I have reason to believe that they put you out here, knowing about your past, in an effort to see if anyone could survive in an area that's known for having extremely high levels of tangible activity. They also knew that if you were to die, they wouldn't have to worry about people looking for you. However, I also think that you have probably far surpassed their expectations. The higher-ups haven't actually told me so, but they can't possibly expect anyone to kill a Keylute on their own, or have fun with a creature like a Fleshgate. Holy shit, that was a lot to take in. I took a deep breath, then cautiously asked, "What the hell is a Fleshgate?" Mark put both of his hands on his head and let out a "Ugh." Seriously, dude, does anything even faze you? Fleshgates are those things that you call pails. They're only a level 4, but still too much for most people to handle, let alone fuck with on a regular basis like you claim to do. There goes that level thing again. I had seen various levels ranging from 2s and 3s, all the way up into the hundreds on the reports that I read while browsing Mark's computer, but I still had no clue what they meant. What's all this level shit about? All the monsters on your computer have one, but I don't know what they mean. Mark shot me an angry look. I guess he was still mad that I had gone through his shit. Right, well, we base a beast's strength on how many unarmed adult men we predict it could take down before being overwhelmed. 1 man is equal to 1 level. Just then, I remembered the level beside the Keylute was 107. So, hold up. You're telling me that the Keylute I killed was rated at... Before I could finish, he interrupted me. 107. No way. I knew about the mind-baking stuff, but that thing was no larger than a golden retriever. No way in hell could it kill 107. Your people predict that the dog thing could kill 107 people? No, dumbass. They predict it could kill 106, then lose at the 107th. I had trouble believing them. Look, Mark, I read about how they can cook your brain when you look at them, but I stared at the thing in the eyes, and it had no effect on me at all. Why? This puzzled him. Well, I don't know, and that's why I didn't believe it when I first heard that some dude claimed to have shot a Keylute to death on Reddit. What really confused me is why the higher-ups decided it was worth getting a team to go investigate. Now I know that they were fully aware of the caliber of the shit that happens here. Speaking of caliber, can I see the gun that you use on the Keylute? Damn it, I knew this was going to happen as soon as I mentioned the gun in my posts. The organization had a no-gun rule for me, which is why it was a pretty big deal that the lady in the tree had helped me get my hands on one. But now they knew, and they weren't going to let me keep it. Fuck off, dude. I'm keeping the gun whether your bosses want me to or not. And to my surprise, Mark looked genuinely confused by my sudden response. I don't want to take your fucking gun. I just want to see it. A normal pistol shouldn't be able to kill a Keylute with 1 shot, no matter how perfect the aim is. I need to see what makes this gun different, and bring the bullets too. They're what I'm really interested in. He really didn't know about the rule I'd been given about no guns. Weird. I reluctantly went into my room and retrieved my trusty .45 caliber thunderstick and the only box of ammo I had left. I started off with 2 large boxes of bullets, but over time my supply was whittled down to just half a box. As soon as I dropped the weapon and ammo onto the coffee table, Mark immediately started inspecting one of my bullets. Well, I knew it. Did you even know what these are, Cole? 45 caliber? I responded somewhat slowly. Without looking up from the bullet, Mark began to explain. These are NAT rounds, specifically designed to deal with unholy creatures of chaos. They're created when the metals used to make the bullets are blessed by Native American shaman and medicine men. You can tell what they are by the slight warmth they give off and the small vibrations you can feel when you squeeze them between your fingers. However, these are the most active rounds I've ever come in contact with. They're much warmer and vibrate much more than the rounds that I'm issued. If the lady in that tree gave you these, she's likely more powerful than you realize. Mark looked up, maybe expecting some type of awe at this revelation. Well, that's neat, I responded. I guess it was cool to have enchanted bullets and all, but it didn't change much in the grand scheme of things. Kind of like how your car's speedometer goes up to 120 miles an hour. Most people won't ever drive that fast, but it's cool to know that when the time comes you might be able to. Then again, I guess the magic bullets came in handy when I shot the key loot, as well as a few other things, so maybe I should be more grateful. Before Mark could scold me again for my lack of reaction to his astounding observations, we were interrupted by a knocking on the door. We looked over to see one of the 3 guys Mark had been working with when he first arrived. Through the window in my door, we could see him frantically beating on the wood and looking over his shoulder. Mark, it attacked the van. Holy shit, Jack is dead and Phillips is hurt bad. Come help me carry him, please. Mark started to jump up and then caught himself. Oh, cool, this thing is good. It almost got me a second time. Shit. And it almost got me with the fucking help me technique as well. I started to smile. At least Mark wasn't a complete dumbass. I watched Skinny as he began that stupid grin he always did when he got figured out. Then he darted off. Not much has happened over the past few days, and I'm starting to get used to my new roommate. I'll still keep you all posted though. Something wild is bound to happen sooner or later, especially with the patrols Mark keeps making us go on. Cole signing off. For now. Well, last post I said something wild was bound to happen sooner or later, and I wasn't disappointed. Mark's been living here for about a week now, and he finally got what he was looking for. Action. It wasn't really in his favor, though. I mentioned the patrols he keeps taking me on last post, and I didn't really want to go into detail. He calls them patrols, but it's honestly more of a scavenger hunt. He even gave me a damn list, like a little kid or something. On the list were specific signs and objects that are indicative of tangible activity. Intangible is fancy talk for monsters. I asked him what an intangible was as a joke, and he nonchalantly said, ghosts and other shit you can't touch. After I realized he was serious, I popped the question. Why not just say monsters and ghosts and shit? He thought for a moment. Because the people who name this stuff are Neds. Fair enough, I guess. I'm off on a tangent again. Back to the scavenger hunt. The list he gave me had a lot of stuff on it, and as I was walking through the woods for the second time that day, one thing on the list kept catching my eye. Stairs. Why the fuck would stairs even be on his list? That's not paranormal at all. Also, if there had been stairs in these woods, I would have already found them. That ain't something you miss. I mean, I thought this whole search around for stuff idea was stupid from the beginning anyways. I never searched for the hellspawn on this property. It always found me all by itself. The only reason I even participated in Mark's patrols were to humor him so he wouldn't be as crabby, and because I like to get outside anyways. Even so, stairs? I was looking at the list, eyeing down the word stairs for the millionth time, when it suddenly got dark. I'm confused. I looked up to see that it hasn't actually gotten dark. I was just in a shadow. A shadow that was being cast by a tall, skinny wooden wall. I had been to this exact spot a few days earlier, and there had been no such object. The wall was about 5 feet wide and 10 feet tall, and I somehow almost walked directly into it without realizing. I began to walk around it, and quickly realized it wasn't a wall. Yep, You probably already guessed. It was the back of a fucking flight of stairs. I was honestly shook. It was like I had summoned them after thinking about them too much. I immediately called Mark on the radio he had given me for situations just like this and yell, "Dude, I actually found stairs. Like, real friggin' stairs out here." I hadn't been this excited about something in a long time, and I had no idea why I was excited now. I think it had something to do with me thinking the stairs were such a stupid thing to look for, only to end up finding some when I never expected to. Either way, I barely heard Mark respond with, all right, just stay put for a minute. I'll be there soon, and please stop screaming. You're scaring away all the things out here." He said something else, but I wasn't listening. I was far too engrossed in these stairs. I had to go up them. It wasn't like they were calling to me or anything. It was more the fact that I was pretty sure I'd be able to see my house from the top. So with Mark still saying unintelligible commands on the radio, I began to ascend. As I walked up the stairs, the woods around me started to quiet down, which is weird in retrospect, but I really didn't pay any attention to that. Another thing I noticed was that there wasn't any leaves or dirt or anything on the steps. And anyone who has experience in the woods knows that it only takes a few hours for Mother Nature to spread her shit all over any given object that's left in her care. The real anomaly happened when I hit the top step, though. You see, the second my heel hit the top step, I heard Mark let out a, "What in the son of a bitch?" I froze. I started weighing my options. If I let whatever was out there kill Mark, I wouldn't have to deal with him anymore. I also told myself I wasn't going to kill anyone anymore. Does it really count as killing him if I just let him die, though? They'd probably just replace him anyways. Guess I'll go help. And with that thought, I went to go help him. I honestly expected there to be a pail clamped onto his foot or for him to have fallen into one of Camo's traps. But alas, all I found was Mark, without shoes on, just socks, and clenching the toes of each of his feet in his hands. And before I could even ask him what was going on, he stuttered, You went on the damn stairs, didn't you?" "Yeah, and why does that matter?" "I'm telling you, if looks could castrate." "Bad shit happens when you go up the stairs, you dick. I told you over the radio not to go up them." I must have missed that part. What happened to you anyways?" Now, this part's kinda nasty. Mark let go of the end of one of his socks to reveal that the toe area was covered in blood. He then removed the sock, and I shit you not, all of his toenails were gone. "Damn, how'd you manage that?" "Are you daft, Cole? You did this when you went up those stairs." Yeah, sounds stupid, I know, but I kinda believe him, because I know for a fact that those stairs weren't normal. I'm certain of this, because when I went back to where they were to show Mark, who was limping something awful, they weren't there anymore. Just disappeared. Mark wasn't surprised by this either, and in case you were wondering, I could not see my house from the top, which was a bummer. That's about it for the stairs, but something else did happen yesterday, the day after the stair incident. I actually met a brand new monster. At least, new to me anyway. I think Mark knew what it was, but he won't tell me. It gives him the spooks. As you may have already gathered, it happened on one of Mark's patrols. He was actually adjusting to life without toenails pretty good, I'll give him that. The night before, he took a large amount of bandages and some rubbing alcohol from my bathroom. I guess he did a good job on himself because he was walking pretty close to normal now. I did hear a lot of groaning and heavy breathing that night in my living room, though. I hope it was him patching himself up and not him having fun on his laptop, if you know what I'm saying. Anyways, we were walking through an area of the woods that stays somewhat dark during the day due to the dense tree cover blocking out most of the sun. Other than the lack of light, everything seemed pretty docile. That was until Mark started complaining about a noise. "Cole, do you hear that, I think it's like static or something." "What? No, I don't hear a thing." Mark put a hand on my chest and stopped me mid-sentence. I look over at him to see what's up, and he's staring at me with extremely wide eyes. "We need to get to that house, now." I'd never seen him get this flustered, so I knew things were serious. I nodded, and we both turned to run to the house, but the tall man was already blocking the way. Now, when I say tall man, I mean really tall man. I'm also fairly certain he wasn't even a man. Tall man just makes a good name. He was between 10 and 12 feet tall, and was wearing clothes made of what looked like dirty, brown and tan rags stitched together. These rags covered his whole body, including his hands, feet, and face. He was also thin, but something deep in my gut told me that he held some kind of unnatural strength. As his image sank into my brain, I heard Mark whisper, "Holy shit, it's one of them." Off to my left, there was complete silence for a while, not actually sure how long. The only thing that I could hear was a slight static buzzing sound. No one moved in the silence. Not Mark, not me, not the pail that was about to bite into Mark's legs while he was distracted. "Wait. Holy shit, Mark, look out! Pail on your right!" With surprising speed, Mark pulled out his Glock and put 2 shots in the pail's head. It didn't move after that, but the tall man did. The sudden scuffle seemed to set the tall bastard off into a rage, and the once subtle static sound grew into a roar. It was like no sound I'd ever heard before. Maybe something like the sound of metal being ground up by other metal, but the sound was the least of our worries. It started sprinting at us. It was about 30 yards away, but it seemed to cover the distance in the blink of an eye. He was on us before we could react. He went for Mark first and reached out for him with one of those long, skinny arms. His fingers seemed to stretch out just so that they could reach all the way around Mark's torso. As Mark was lifted off the ground, kicking and yelling, he emptied the rest of its clip into the tall man's head. It did nothing. That's about the time when the big black tentacles ruptured out from the creature's back, 6 new weapons, now ripping holes in the rags. This thing must be terrible at making its own clothes. Like, how hard would it be to just make tentacle holes so you don't end up ripping your shirts? Anyhow, I really didn't want this big fellow ripping up Mark, so I had to figure something out. Before it managed to obliterate old Marky, I drew my gun and emptied my own clip into various parts of the monster in an effort to find a weak spot. No luck. In fact, the bullets bounced off of him. One of them whizzed right by my ear. It was like under those rags he was made of steel, but I'm no quitter. I now had his attention, and I'm pretty sure Mark was going unconscious at this point, because he couldn't breathe due to the thing's death grip. I drew my brand new Bear Grylls survival knife and lunged with all my strength at its leg. If bullets couldn't get past this thing's skin, my knife didn't have a chance. But I had a plan. I got behind it, only to get snatched into the air by one of its tentacles. I was immediately faced to, rags with this thing. Its tentacle was wrapped tightly around my stomach, and it now had Mark and I both exactly where it wanted. I swear I could hear deep, demonic laughter within the still roaring static that filled my brain. But it stopped laughing when I started. I began scream laughing. Not really sure why. Sometimes I think I might actually be insane. The tall man cocked his head to the right as if saying, "You do know you lost, right?" And the only thing I was able to say before the last of my air was squeezed out of me was, "I really hope this fucking works." And with that, I took the knife that was still in my hand and sliced at the tentacle as hard as I could. My hope was that since the tentacle could move fluidly, the skin would have to be softer and weaker, otherwise it would be stiff and not flexible. Oh, how right that theory was. I was met with a spray of hot black liquid, and the static sound morphing into the sound of nails on a chalkboard. I fell 7 or 8 feet to the ground and landed flat on my back. That shit hurt, but adrenaline is a hell of a chemical, so I was back on my feet almost immediately. 2 things I noticed off the bat. It was still holding a now unconscious Mark, and my attack hadn't quite managed to slice through the entire tentacle, but it was close. The thing seemed to be deciding on whether to retreat or try to kill me again. I took advantage of this slight hesitation and leapt at the now limp tentacle. I grabbed it and yanked with all the force I could muster, and now it completely severed itself from the beast. Suddenly all the sounds in my head stopped, and I heard Mark hit the ground off to my right. I looked up only to see the now tall man's covered head aimed at its now disconnected appendage, then at me, then at the woods behind him, then at me, then at his tentacle. Something tells me he's never been injured before. After he'd finished looking at stuff, he bolted backwards just as fast as he had approached us before. Yeah, he sprinted off backwards. What is it with monsters and running backwards? It seems silly to me and dangerous. Anyways, I ended up having to carry old Mark over my shoulder back to the house, and he could stand to lose a few pounds. He woke up a few hours later and interrogated me on how I had managed to scare the thing off after he passed out. I told him I just ripped off my clothes and started running at the thing until it ran off. Mark said he won't let me see the thing's file until I tell him what really happened, but I want to sell the naked story. Maybe I'll tell him what really happened later and let y'all know the real name of the thing. Or maybe I'll keep trying to convince Mark that while he's a monster hunter, I'm a monster predator. That's it for now though, guys. I'll post again soon. In case you were wondering, I haven't seen Skinny in a few days and still haven't heard from the lady in the tree for a while. But life goes on, right? Be sure to check out the other parts of this series. I'll have links down below. Until next time, Cole, signing off. So, Mark got possessed. It was a new experience for me, honestly. Also, I think we're going to have to deal with Skinny soon. He destroyed a van the other day that was carrying supplies out to us. I'll get to that later, though. I actually learned a lot from the spirit that possessed Mark before it left. And yeah, it left. I didn't have to banish it or anything. Let me just tell the story before I end up spoiling something. The day after the tall man incident, Mark started acting funny, but in a good way in my opinion. He was much less commanding and hostile, like he had no energy. This meant he didn't want to keep checking around the property for monsters constantly, and I was able to do what I wanted again without him complaining. When I noticed the change in his behavior, I thought of 2 reasons that could be causing Mark to act this way. 1, he was sick, and 2, he was being a scaredy little bitch after almost being killed by the tall man. And turns out, I was wrong on both accounts. After 2 days of Mark being reserved and borderline unresponsive on my couch, I knew something was up. As much as I don't want to admit it, Mark is a badass in his own right. He isn't the kind of person to crumble after a traumatic event. He's a fighter. I was aware of his unnaturally aggressive fight-over-flight response when he first encountered Skinny and almost rushed out to certain death just to show Skinny that he wasn't here to play games. On top of that, he didn't show any real signs of sickness. He was tired and slow to respond, yeah, but he wasn't sensitive to light like a concussion. He wasn't hot or cold, no runny nose, no trouble breathing, etc. It was on the 3rd day of this strange behavior, yesterday, when I confronted him and got an answer. So, Mark, any idea why you're so tired and lazy and shit? Just as I finished asking this, Mark shot up to a sitting position on the couch and whipped his head around to face me. In a voice much higher than his regular voice, he exclaimed, I thought you'd never ask. I finally finished taking over this body a few hours ago and was waiting for the right moment to reveal myself. You see, Mark is on vacation right now, and I'm taking his place." Okay, nice. When will he be back?" His wide smile quickly found itself upside down. "You know what, Cole? This is why I really hate you. You are literally no fun whatsoever." "Well, if you aren't Mark, then I don't know you. And how would you know that I'm not fun? Don't you know it's wrong to judge a book by its cover?" Mark? No, the replacement Mark's voice was starting to sound irritated. "I'm a ghost, dipshit. I've been here for months trying to mess with you. I even tried to possess you, but unfortunately, you and I are incompatible. And no matter how hard I tried to get your attention to scare you, I was always met with you just brushing it off. I worked really hard, too. Like that time I moved the TV you were watching, or the time I put holes in all your socks to make your big toe pop out." I was finally starting to catch on to what was happening at this point. "Oh, I thought the TV was just the... Holy shit! You're the one who put holes in my socks, you piece of cock meat! You made me think I had sandpaper toes!" He chuckled a little. "At least that one worked anyways. As you probably already knew, being a ghost has its limits. It's extremely difficult to have any effect on the physical world, and we can't affect living tissue in any kind of direct way whatsoever. But now that I have a vessel, I can finally kill ya." Well, shit. That escalated quickly. As I processed the new information that I had just received, Fake Mark speaks up again. "One thing I bet you didn't know is that as a ghost, when I take over a body, I can't see all of the host's memories, but the body retains any natural reflexes and skills that the host has acquired through his or her lifetime. And this guy has some seriously badass skills." Fake Mark sprang to his feet and did a roundhouse kick that shattered a nearby lamp into a million pieces, then turned to my wall and punched as hard as he could. I'm pretty sure he expected to punch right through, but only ended up leaving some kind of bloodied knuckle prints. "Yeah, there's a stud there," I said, as Fake Mark doubled over holding his damaged hand. "I realize that now, thank you," he wheezed out before standing back up straight again. "Even so, this guy is plenty skilled enough to end your sorry ass," Fake Mark said with a wicked grin. You must not have been here the first night he got here, but okay." He cocked his head a little after this comment, then quickly brushed it off and lunged at me. I'll try to explain what happened next as best I can. As he rushed me, he threw a right-handed jab at my head, and I countered this by hooking my arm over the inside of his shoulder with my left arm as I ducked the punch and put my right arm between his legs so I could lift him off of the ground. I then did a fireman throw, which basically means that I tossed him into the air and subsequently slammed him back onto the ground by exploding back up to a standing position and releasing my hold on his leg while still keeping a strong grip on his shoulder. This made Fake Mark fly over my head and still slam onto the ground at my feet. I wanted to explain how this happened so people don't accuse me of bullshitting. And for the record, I don't think this would have worked on the real Mark. I'm sure he would have seen it coming. Anyways, this should have knocked the breath out of him, so I wasn't ready when he punched the back of my knee and dead-legged me so perfectly, I went straight to my ass. Middle school me would have taken notes on perfect execution of this move. Fake Mark ended up getting back to his feet before me, unfortunately, and jumped onto me and putting me flat onto my back. Fake Mark then reeled his fist back for a final blow. As his fist flew towards my face, I managed to move my head to the side at the last second, and his fist connected with the hard wood floor at a respectable speed. He may have been able to recover from this quickly if it hadn't been the same hand that he had already smashed on the wall a few moments before. As Fake Mark winced at the pain, I threw my leg into the air and proceeded to connect with his no-no square. It was more effective than the slam from earlier, that's for sure. I stood up slowly while Fake Mark tried to decide if he should use his remaining good hand to grab his crotch or his shattered knuckles. Before he could decide, though, I grabbed his Glock that was sitting on the coffee table and took aim. It didn't take Fake Mark long to look up and realize that I now had complete control of the situation. He stood up, but didn't make any further advancement at me. He instead opted to put on a pouty face and plop down onto my recliner in defeat. And then it hit me. Why are you afraid of dying? That isn't even your body. You can die again, right? Fake Mark snapped in a still somewhat aggressive tone. If this body dies while I'm in it, I'll get sent back. And I don't think I'll be able to escape again if that happens. Why are people always so vague when I ask a question? Escape from where? That's an important detail. I fully expected Fake Mark to snap back again, but all he did was look me in the eyes and mumble, "Hell." The absolute terror on his face seemed genuine, and usually I try to stay respectful and patient when someone is in an emotional state like that. Unfortunately for Fake Mark, he wasn't a person, but he was a ghost that was possessing my acquaintance? And I don't really appreciate that very much, so I continue with my questioning. How did you escape hell the first time? Fake Mark was surprisingly cooperative now. I found a gateway and walked through it. Ended up on this land. I think there's some sort of portal to hell around here. It seems that it's mostly ancient creatures that come out, though, instead of regular spirits. Only thing I can figure is that they were all banished to hell, only to be let back out at this location. Damn. I was expecting a badass story about a battle with the devil, not an actual plausible cause for all the crazy shit that goes on here. Well, you seem to know your shit. Why do I get the idea that you know more about hell and monsters than the average lost soul? I was a preacher in life. Then why were you in hell? Because I studied the occult in my spare time and skimmed out of the donation bowl. Ah, that makes sense. Guess God is cheeky like that. But what makes you think that all the weirdos in those woods come from a portal to hell? Fake Mark then started speaking in a more relaxed and confident manner. Not all the beasts out there come from the portal. Actually, most of them don't. Just some of the particularly nasty ones. You met one the other day. I think you called him the Tall Man. He's a recent immigrant. I think he got banished in the 70s by some kind of monster hunting group. He was one of the more average ones, but you already know the most powerful one, don't you? At this, Fake Mark started grinning. He was right. I knew exactly who he was talking about. It's that Chuck Hulu guy that the Chosen worship, isn't it? Fake Mark's grin transformed into a grimace. Holy hell, Cole. I seriously fucking despise you. It's that thing you call skinny. Cthulhu is a cosmic entity from another plane of existence, separate from hell. Skinny, on the other hand, is an absolutely perfect product of hell. So, he's a demon then? No, not a demon, but an amalgamation of at least a few other creatures that I'm pretty sure old Lucifer created himself. If I had to guess, Lucy is planning to take over the mortal plane and is throwing some creatures out here to test the waters before his final assault. Shit, that isn't good. I might be on his bad side since I keep mooning Skinny. And how do you know what Skinny is? No, but I do know that he doesn't seem to be able to enter a home without being invited in. And when he takes the appearance of something, whether it be a sumo wrestler or a baby rabbit, he maintains the same weight and strength as his regular form. And how do you know he stays the same weight? And because I once saw him spying on you as a squirrel, only to snap the giant branch he was perched on under his weight, and then proceed to shred the trunk of the tree with his little squirrel claws until it fell over out of frustration. I remembered that tree. I thought it had been attacked by the family of six-legged beavers that lived down the creek, but I guess I was wrong. It was beginning to seem like Fake Mark was a serious asset when it came to knowing about the stuff around here. I'm also curious about what different monsters make up Skinny. If any of you have any ideas, feel free to comment them, because I'm pretty clueless as of now. The invitation thing is from vampires though, isn't it? I don't know. Sounds too cliché to be true. Anything else you want to get off your chest, preacher man? Guess I hit a nerve with that question. Fuck you. I'm a woman. I'm tired of you being so damn clueless. What? I didn't know that women preachers were a thing. Again, poor choice of words for me. That's it. I'm leaving. We were practically screaming at each other at this point, which in hindsight was really unnecessary. Oh, okay, to be fair, you don't look or sound like a girl in Mark's body, and all I ask is that you answer one more question. Fine, she yelled. I had been wondering about this since the beginning of the conversation, so I was ecstatic to get one more chance to ask. You said that I was incompatible for you to possess me. Why is that? At this, Fake Mark took on a serious expression. It means that you're either a descendant of some saint or some godly power favors you. Or maybe... no, it couldn't be that. And with that, Fake Mark seemed to pass out. Guess it was the spirit leaving the body. Soon after, Real Mark started to wake up and ask where he was. I told him it was a long story, but he should probably get some fresh air before I told him. When he grabbed my outstretched hand so I could help him up, I squeezed. While he yelled in pain, I calmly told him, "You owe me a new lamp." That's all for Mark's possession. He actually took the news pretty well. I think he's been possessed before or something. I kept the part about me being incompatible to myself. Not really sure why. It just didn't seem like something I should share at the time. Things are heating up around here. Something big is going to happen soon, and with the information we got out of Spirit Preacher Lady, it's starting to look like me and Mark can't do this on our own. I think he called in backup, but he won't actually tell me for sure. He just keeps looking out the windows a lot. I'll update you again soon. Cole, signing off. Hey guys, I've got a good bit of explaining to do. I've lied to all of you on a few occasions now. Now, I haven't lied about any of the creatures, ghosts, or people though, so don't worry about that. But I have lied about how I acquired some of my possessions. As you all should know by now, I didn't purchase my .45 caliber handgun. It was gifted to me somewhat indirectly by a good friend. What I haven't explicitly stated yet was that I didn't exactly buy my house or property either, although I'm sure many of you probably figured that out though. What I'm getting at was that I was placed here. 3 years ago, I was approached by an organization while I was hiding out at a bar in Mexico. I have no idea how they found me because even though I had been shit-faced for 2 solid weeks, I know for sure no one in that area even spoke English, so I don't think I could have ratted myself out. The people I was hiding from are not paranormal in any way, and that's a story I'm not certain I want to share right now, but I may share later on. Anyways, this group approached me and made an offer. Again, I'd been shit-faced for 2 straight weeks, so my memory is spotty. From what I can remember, they said something about helping me escape the problems I had created with, that group. Normally, I would have immediately suspected that they were the enemy in disguise. But again, drunk-ass me thought that this is the greatest damn thing that could happen. I mean, they were offering me a place to stay with a limited amount of money allowance to purchase food and whatever else I needed. I just assumed it was government funded. Then again, the government thinks I died 12 years ago, I think. None of that matters now, though. See, I pretty much figured out what really happened behind the scenes with some help from Mark. We've been sharing a hospital room for the last week, so we've got plenty of time to think. I'll get you up to speed on how we got here soon. I think this is going to be a long post. So, as much as Mark and I can figure, the organization that was offering me witness protection type services was actually a fake front that was run by the monster hunting group that Mark works for. Their goal was to find someone with above average survival skills and to see how long a human could last in an area with a high concentration of fucked up things roaming around. Let me emphasize that the assholes that planned this experiment probably didn't expect me to survive my first encounter, let alone live there for 3 years. Then when the key loot showed up, they got giddy. According to Mark, they've never been able to observe a dead key loot before the one that I killed. He sure knows how to make me feel special. And that's when Mark and his crew got sent out, and old Marky Mark has been with me ever since. I think that was 4-ish weeks ago. But enough of the theory shit. Let me tell you about the clusterfuck that put me and Mark in the hospital. That ghost preacher bitch that possessed Mark a while back only got about half of her facts right. I found this out when Mark and I decided to go out to the home base of the local cult that lives on the back of my property. They call themselves the Chosen. I don't know what they're chosen for, but I know for sure that no one in that ragtag group of dipshits shouldn't be chosen for anything but extermination. And they've tried to sacrifice me 3 different times now. The last attempt went as far as attempting to try and burn down my house, but I caught them in the act and convinced their leader, a short Latino man named Hector, not to bother me anymore. I really didn't want anything to do with them because they're so awkward. But Mark was certain that they probably have some information about why more deadly creatures seem to be popping up at a higher rate. Or maybe at least have some knowledge about Skinny. I tried to convince him that I knew more than the Chosen when it came to Skinny, but he insisted that I was about as observant as Helen Keller, whoever the hell that is. So there we are, standing in front of their little shanty town that they call the Ponderosa. It's mostly made up of metal sheds and parts of mobile homes. Yeah, parts and people living inside with whole walls missing. Yeah, parts with people living inside with whole walls missing. Keep in mind that these people aren't poor. Almost all of the members have nice cars and trucks parked outside their homes. A new Chevy Silverado, nice Ford Mustang, and many others that I don't know the name of off the top of my head. I don't really understand what philosophy leads to them living happily in a shithole like this. But hey, to each their own, I guess. We found Hector pretty quickly. He was in the middle of all that squalor, preaching about something or other. He noticed me and Mark almost immediately, due to the fact that neither of us were wearing dark robes like the rest of the cultists. Mark was wearing black combat pants and a great long-sleeved t-shirt that made him look like he meant business. I, on the other hand, was wearing blue jeans and a Twizzler t-shirt. Hector stated somewhat solemnly, "I guess we have a guest now," and proceeded to step down off of his upside-down 5-gallon bucket. As he approached, Mark whispered just loud enough for me to hear, "They're surrounding us." And sure enough, he was right. I look around to see not only Hector approaching us, but about 60 different cult members approaching us from different directions. They were closing in, and both Mark and I prepared to draw our weapons to defend ourselves when Hector called out, "Children, calm down. Don't you see he's got a gun now? Let's please try not to get on his nerves." I could see Mark start smirking out of the corner of his eye, but I didn't have the heart to tell him that they weren't talking about him. "Look, Hector, right? We were just wondering if you had any idea about where some of the paranormal creatures in this area are coming from." This question seemed to make Hector uncomfortable. "We haven't been seeing anything like that around here, so..." Just then, one of the black-robed cultists came bursting through the surrounding crowd. "Grand Bishop Hector, the baby doll spider came back." At this revelation, Hector knew that we knew that he knew what we wanted to know. All he could do was look back and forth from his distraught follower and us, and he finally decided to just awkwardly smile at us. As much as Mark wanted to continue questioning, we both noticed that the cultist that came back was missing large chunks of his robes and his flesh. While the man stood there hyperventilated in front of his leader, Mark pointed something out to me. "Cole, he's got a severed hand," he whispered. We didn't want anyone to overhear us while all the focus was on Hector trying to console the hysterical man. I responded to Mark's observation with, "Look, if this thing is coming, we may have to put the skinny hunt on hold. As much as these people are a nuisance, I really don't want to see a community get slaughtered." Mark shot a conflicted look at me. "Right, I agree, but we aren't prepared for a fight with something like that." While we were talking, I felt a tap on my shoulder. It was Sonia, Hector's second in command. I hadn't seen her since the last time I was in their little neighborhood, and I hadn't really left on a good note. Now she looked deadly serious. "Cole, we have all the information you want, and some that you probably don't. But before I tell you, we need your help. This thing is going to tear us to shreds, but I have a way to get rid of it." Sonia was the only member of the Chosen that struck me as somewhat smart. I think she was raised into the cult, and that was the only reason why she hadn't left. In some twisted way, it's her only family. Before Mark could protest, I answered, "We're in. So, what do we..." I was interrupted before I could finish my sentence by a loud screeching. The sound was beyond unnatural. I could describe it as a young woman screaming in terror, but the tone kept changing instantly like a shitty auto-tune from hell. Mark and I looked at each other. Fucking hell. Fucking hell. I looked back to ask Sonia what she planned on doing, but when I looked in her direction, she was already sprinting away. I really hoped that she was grabbing some sort of secret weapon and not just being a coward. I didn't have time to dwell on these thoughts, though. "There's the beast cresting the hill," Mark said as he jerked my attention back to the situation at hand. Sure enough, as I looked through the trees that led uphill, I could see a mass of tan, white, and dark red charging down the hill. As it got closer, the cultists started running around wildly. Some pulled out spears and knives, but that looked like they were trying to use chopsticks for the first time. They weren't going to be much help. I was starting to make out some of the details on the thing as it approached. The main defining feature of the baby doll spider was that it was in fact made of what looked like baby dolls. But not just dolls, though. Mannequins, cosmetic practice heads, the whole nine. It seemed like all of the different objects were held together by some magic stickiness. I disagree with calling it a spider, though. It had 4 legs and 2 arms. It was shaped more like a centaur. Another odd detail was that each body part was made up of that specific body part. Where the head should be, there was a mass of mannequin, doll, and other forms of heads that were just crammed together. The same rule follows for the legs, arms, torso, and so on. "Mark, what the hell is that thing?" "Well, I don't know. Usually if you see a doll or something moving around, it's a possession. But this is something else entirely. That lady you were talking to better have a good idea." The abomination was now closing in, and had reached on one of the outermost sheds that dotted the Chosen's headquarters and began tearing it to pieces. I don't think guns are going to work on this thing. I bet it doesn't even have internal organs that a bullet could damage. And I doubt that it would respond to gnat rounds since it doesn't look Native American. We're going to need to use stuff that'll break it, I said as Mark grabbed a spear from a nearby occultist and slung it at least 40 yards to hit the thing in the torso. What the fuck? Mark can throw spears too? Even though it was a solid hit, the monster didn't reel back at all. It just looked in our direction and let out another screech before charging us at full tilt. It was at this point that I realized that the beast was not colored red anywhere on its body. All of the deep red I had seen was just blood that was caked onto the baby doll centaur. Damn it, doll spider does sound better. As it got closer, Mark yelled, "Get his attention, or I've got an idea." I nodded and pulled out my .45 pistol, knowing that it wouldn't kill it, but I could at least distract it. I now realize that I'm actually starting to trust Mark with my life, something I hadn't done in a very long time. I started hitting center mass as the creature neared 10 yards from Mark. He now stopped and turned towards me. Mark took advantage of this brief pause and sprinted at the creature. I was confused by this until I saw the round thing in his hand, a grenade. I kept firing, and Mark slid under the belly of the beast and plunged his hand in between the parts that made up the centaur's torso, then continuing his slide out from the other side. As he got back to his feet, he yelled, "Kiava!" and dove behind a nearby Cadillac. All the creature had time to do was start to look over in Mark's direction before it was obliterated by a teeth-rattling explosion. Hundreds of body parts rained down everywhere. That may have been the most badass thing I have ever seen. It's really a good thing that Mark started carrying grenades with him everywhere since the tall man incident. Cheering began erupting from all around the compound, but the celebration was short-lived. As I jogged over to check on Mark, I noticed that the body parts were still moving. Not only that, but they were all moving towards the same central point. The yells of joy started dying down as more people began to realize that the thing was just putting itself back together. Just as Mark started to grab for another grenade concealed somewhere on his body, I heard the familiar voice of Sonia screaming my name. "Cole, take this! The woman that lived in the tree said that you would know what to do with it." With that, she tossed me what looked like an oversized minnow catching net. That didn't make sense. There's no way in hell that this thing would even be afraid of a net like the panels were, even if it was bigger. All my doubts melted away, though, when I caught the net. Sonia was right. I knew exactly what to do. A wave of something came over me when my fingers made contact with the net. It was like an absolute certainty of something, but I wasn't sure exactly what I was certain of. I looked down at the net and realized that where the nets were on a normal minnow net, this one had medium-sized rocks. On these rocks were symbols or runes of some sort that I didn't recognize. They would have been hard to see on the rocks if they weren't glowing a bright blue color. Mark looked at me with a stare of confusion, then snapped back to reality and commanded, "Get your ass in gear and use that thing." I bolted in the direction of the now half-formed doll spider and slung the net over the wriggling mass of body parts. Nothing happened. The body parts kept moving into place and the net didn't seem to faze the thing. "Well, shit," I could hear Mark say to himself from behind me. And then it hit me. It was like I remembered something that I had never even learned. Before I knew what I was doing, the word Rakulacha escaped my mouth. Immediately, all of the once blue runes changed into a deep red, and smoke started rising from the net. The beast managed to get one more half of a screech in before it, well, I guess it kind of just stopped existing. While the cheering started to erupt again among the cultists, I immediately approached Sonia. Something she had said when she first approached me was hanging heavily on my mind. "So, do you mind explaining why you called her the lady who lived in the trees and not the lady who lives in the trees?" I said with more force than was probably necessary. "Look, Cole, I know what you need to know. She came to me and explained everything. Yes, it's our fault that some of these beasts exist, but the shapeshifter needs to be dealt with now, and you're ready to take on that task. She came to me. Hector doesn't even know. And she was certain that you would be able to fix this. Please, just listen." The somber tone of the young woman's voice told me that my suspicions were true. The lady in the tree hadn't been hiding or avoiding me this whole time, and that was really hard to swallow. This was the beginning of a path to a dark place that I hadn't visited in years. I just hope that Mark is willing to come with me. There is more to this story, but this entry is getting too long, so I'm going to cut it off here and post the rest at a later date. Until then, Cole, signing off. So, where did I leave off? Oh yeah, that's right. I just found out the one person on this godforsaken plot of land that I had considered to be on my side before Mark showed up is dead. That's right, folks. The lady in the tree wasn't mad at me. She wasn't ignoring me. She'd been deceased for almost a year now. She's the one who really provided me with the means to survive over the past 3 years. She gave me a gun with magic bullets. She gave me hearing in an ear that had been destroyed. She gave me antidotes, alcohol. I'm pretty sure she even did my laundry once. I also can't help but think that she had something to do with the fact that the spirit preacher couldn't possess me. The most important thing she gave me, though, was her trust. Based on the few times she had directly communicated with me through letters, she had always alluded to the fact that I was supposed to be the one to help cleanse this land of the supposed darkness. Like I was the chosen one or some shit. Whether I'm actually special or not, though, she trusted me absolutely. And I failed. In her mind, I was battling these monsters and scaring them away from here. I was the hero she had been waiting on, for she couldn't fight the creatures directly due to some sort of oath. In reality, all I've done for the past 3 years was dick around and get lucky. I've never gone out looking to solve the monster problems around here. Even when I set the trap for Camo, that was purely selfish in reasoning. I was just annoyed by his constant attempts at trapping me. I didn't do it for the greater good of the land. Looking at my life, I've never really done much to serve anyone else but myself. Even the stuff I did after my dad was killed, I wasn't avenging him. I was getting revenge for me. I don't know why she ever decided that I was the one that would make things right. What instincts had told her that I was the man that would finally change something? I really wish she never decided on me in the first place, because that fact alone is why, as I type this in my hospital bed, my throat is hurting and my lip is trembling. Actually, that might be the hospital food's fault. Not really sure at this point. Enough sad monologuing. Time to get back to what happened. Sonia had some explaining to do, and I fully expected to get every ounce of useful intel from her. The first question I needed answered was what the hell happened to the lady in the tree? Sonia, what happened to her? She looked at the ground. It was obvious that she was dreading having to explain this to me. She snuck into what was left of my shelter in the middle of the night, after Skinny attacked the Ponderosa. She told me. At this, Mark, who seemed to materialize from nowhere, cut her off. All right, Sheila, look. I understand you want to get right to the part where the tree lady died, but first there is some other questions I need answers. Why did Skinny attack in the first place? And do you know where he came from? And do you know how to stop him? I turned to argue with Mark because I was the one who wanted to get to the part where she died, but unfortunately, Mark was right. Yeah, as much as I want to hear about what became of the lady in the tree, we need to start from the beginning. Now, what was that about you saying that some of these monsters popping up were your fault? I guess Mark hadn't heard that part of the previous conversation, because now he looked at me with surprise etched into his face. Sonia was even slower to answer this time. Well, Cole, it wasn't my fault per se. You know how stubborn and persistent Hector can be, right? I didn't really like where this was going, but I had a pretty good idea. Yeah, I mean, he tried to kill me, 6 times, I think? Without thinking, Sonia replied. 9, but that's not what's important. What is important is that Hector has been trying to summon Cthulhu for years now. But in the last year, he's finally started having progress, sorta. Mark chimed in. What exactly does this progress consist of? The young cultist paused for a moment, deep in thought. Well, that attempts at summoning rituals started working, just not as we planned. Things were coming through the portals we created. The things weren't what we meant to summon, though. So far, we've summoned a 15-foot-tall cloaked tentacle man that's been kidnapping our brothers and sisters on a regular basis until recently. The baby doll monster you both saw, and spirit that keeps creating minor inconveniences like broken plates and shoelaces being stolen from their respective shoes. But this last thing we summoned, and by far the most vicious, was the shapeshifter. I couldn't believe what I was hearing. So let me get this straight. You people are responsible for the tall man, the ghost preacher bitch, that baby doll abomination, and Skinny? Was there ever a point where you thought, damn, these rituals aren't really helping us out very much, maybe we should stop? Sonia shrugged as she looked at me. This is Hector we're talking about. She had a point. Hector doesn't know when to quit. Mark decided to pipe up again. And what finally happened to convince you that these rituals were a bad idea? When the shapeshifter killed half of us, then only stopped after saying that he was going to take a nap and come back for the rest of us later. That's a pretty solid reason, I said after considering what she said. So it was during Skinny's nap that the lady in the tree came to talk to you? Yeah, it was a few hours after the attack. The community was in absolute chaos while Hector tried to calm everyone down. I was in my shed trying to figure out what I absolutely needed to take with me when I fled. That's when I hear a woman whisper, "Hey," to me. It was her. I immediately knew she wasn't one of us because, well, she doesn't wear much in the way of clothes, and we're pretty strict about our dress code here. What did she want? This time, Sonia took a deep breath and closed her eyes before answering. She said that she had a way to save us from the shapeshifter, but she had a message and a few things that she needed to leave with me. After telling me this, she went back outside for a moment, and when she came back, she was carrying 3 large nets. She explained that the nets were for the man that lived up the hill, you, and that I was to give them to you as soon as possible. She also said she had thought of a way to keep the shapeshifter from attacking anyone again until you had a chance to deal with him. This revelation puzzled me. I knew for a fact that the lady in the tree couldn't directly attack or harm any creature as part of an oath. Mark stayed silent, deep in thought. I, on the other hand, had kept on pressing Sonia for answers. So why the hell didn't you tell me any of this sooner? This information would have been, hang on, like a year ago? Sonia flinched as I finished my sentence. Honestly, Cole, I was just scared that if you saw me, you would kick the shit out of me. I guess I can't blame her for that one. I did kick the shit out of Hector right in front of her a couple of years ago. All right. Did she tell you how she planned on doing this? She never got the chance to. Before she could explain any further, we heard screaming along with the sound of ripping metal outside. We rushed out to see a 9-foot-tall Ronald McDonald ripping someone in half while laughing like a madman. The Native American woman looked at me one last time and said, "Make sure to tell Cole that he alone can send these beasts back using those nets. He may not know yet, but he will know what to do when the time comes. The elder spirits will guide and protect him." With that, the Indian woman took off towards the shapeshifter, which was now a giant werewolf. As she got closer, she started screaming some words I didn't understand. She also started glowing blue, which was odd. She finally got the shape. Just call him Skinny. It's catchier. Sonia seemed kind of annoyed that I interrupted her, but she continued all the same. She got Skinny's attention when she stopped 5 feet in front of him. She was lit up like a blue glow stick at this point. She then stopped chanting and was just standing in front of Skinny trying to catch her breath when Skinny said, "Well, aren't you different? I've never killed a glowing one before," and proceeded to casually swipe at her with a clawed hand. The native woman didn't flinch, but when the first claw made contact with her, there was a deafening boom, accompanied by an explosion of what looked like red mist. "Skinny can vaporize people?" I blurted, now a little more wary of my plans to attack the entity. Sonia was quick to set me straight, though. No. She did something to herself with those incantations. Before that point, all Skinny had done was shred people into smaller portions of people. Mark muttered in response. Probably some kiss that she set on herself as a trap so when Skinny attacked her, it would trigger. This would bypass her rule of not being able to cause direct harm to other creatures since, in a way, Skinny cursed himself by attacking her out of his own will. Did anything change about Skinny's behavior after the lady in the tree? You know. Mark slid his thumb across his throat in a slicing motion, and as he finished, he glanced over at me with what looked like pity in his eyes. "Yes, what's your name?" His look of pity quickly turned to a look of annoyance. "Mark," the expert said with a growl. "Yes, Mark, his behavior did change. See, after the native woman disappeared, it only took a few seconds for Skinny to regain his composure. He almost immediately started laughing. Then he said, 'What the hell was that? A suicide bomber attempt? Pathetic.' But as he lunged to grab yet another one of my sisters, he fell to the ground in writhing agony. He got up and tried again and again, but each time he attempted to attack someone, he was met with paralyzing pain." "So, the curse makes it so that Skinny can't hurt anyone?" I asked apprehensively. "Because 6 months ago, Skinny smacked the dog shit out of me, and I almost died." "Not quite. See, the curse has one catch. We found out that when Martin, Cthulhu bless his soul, tried to take advantage of his inability to attack and launched an assault of his own, but when his baseball bat made contact with the creature, he was immediately struck down by a clawed hand." I slapped my palm against my forehead. "Ah, that makes sense. So he can only attack if you attack first. That's why he tries to get us pissed at him. He made it seem like he was trying to lure us outside to disguise the fact that he was actually luring us into attacking him." Both Sonia and Mark looked at me somewhat startled for a moment before Mark spoke up. "Cole, pardon me, but I'm honestly used to you saying some stupid shite, but I think you're actually right this time." I started to argue, but quickly realized he was right. "Screw you, Mark. So, do I kill or banish Skinny by tossing one of those nets on him and yelling whatever magic words come into my head?" "Wait, how the actual hell do I know what magic words to use?" Sonia answered me with, "Yeah, I don't really understand that either, but let's just roll with it." Just then I heard Mark say, "What the fuck?" from right behind me. This was odd, since Mark had been standing in front of me for a few minutes now. I turned around, and sure enough, there was a second Mark behind me. This meant that either Skinny just walked up pretending to be Mark, or even worse, he'd been talking to us the whole time and now knew everything that we knew. Sonia and I backed away from the Marks as they stared at each other in confusion, and then back at me. The Mark on the left yelled, "Throw the net on it! Now's your chance to end him!" The other fires back, "Oh no, he's trying to trick you! Throw it on him! Fast!" After a moment of thought, I said, Okay, so I think I have a way to figure this out. Whichever one of you is the real Mark just has to punch the other Mark to prove you can attack first." Both Marks shouted, "But then he'll kill me." At this, Sonia whispered in my ear, "Damn, he's good." But I already had known what my next move was. "Sonia, give me one of those nets." As she handed me one of the nets that was laying on the ground next to her, I started walking towards Mark until I was right in front of them. A wicked grin spread across my face as I said, "All right, here's a question that only the real Mark would know the answer to. How did I get the tall man to run away?" The mark on the left quickly responded, "Yeah, you cut off a tentacle, but couldn't Skinny have seen that?" I now looked at Mark on the right to see how he planned to respond to the situation. All he did was squint his eyes at me and sigh. Then, in a defeated tone, say, "You took off your clothes and ran at him naked until he fled." Satisfied by his answer, I slung the net over the top of the leftmost Mark's head and yelled the new magic words, "Ikalaha chalarika." Not really sure why the magic words came out of my mouth were so different from the ones that came out when I got rid of the baby doll monster, but like Sonia said, I guess we just roll with it. As the runes that were carved into the rocks that outlined the net started to glow red, and Skinny was swallowed by the smoke, I heard him utter, "No fucking way," in a deep voice. Then, as the smoke that swallowed him was blown away by a breeze, he was gone. Pretty anticlimactic, right? I was honestly kind of hoping for some badass battle where we fought to the death and I got to stab him with a magic wooden spear that was like a final gift from the lady in the tree or something while saying something really cool. But in the end, Skinny was defeated by an immature inside joke. That's it. I mean, yeah, the tall man's out there somewhere, but Skinny is done. The lady in the tree got her wish. That's all I could really hope to accomplish. Mark was pretty pissed off at me for putting his life on the line and risking sending him to another dimension on the basis of him remembering an inside joke, but whatever. In response to his anger, I just told him that I had faith in him, and in the end, that's all that mattered. All he said in return was, "Fuck you, mate. All I need a beer." I didn't tell him how I had really figured out who was real when they both said, "But then he'll kill me," in unison. You see, the new Mark that had just walked out shouldn't have known the rules of the curse, since he hadn't been there to hear about them. All I can figure is that Skinny had probably been listening in, disguised as a cultist, and decided to enter the conversation and stop us before we came up with the plan to kill him. I really just wanted Mark to believe that I was dumb enough to put his life on the line for something that Skinny could have easily heard when he had been eavesdropping at the right time. It serves him right for basically calling me a dumbass earlier. After Skinny was dealt with, Mark and I shared an uncomfortable couple of goodbyes with the cultists, most of whom hadn't even noticed what had happened, including Hector, much less appreciated the fact that we had just got rid of the most single vile creature that had ever inhabited this land. But I was okay with that. The fact that the lady in the tree's killer was gone for good was good enough for me. Some of you are probably asking, wait, if that's all that happened, then why were they both in the hospital? Well, that actually happened when the headquarters of the monster hunting organization that Mark works for summoned both of us to be interrogated about the event that led to the destruction of Skinny, whom they knew to be an extremely high-level threat. After all the paperwork and questioning was over with, Mark offered to take me out for a drink. I accepted. Long story short, don't drink and drive, kids. They even took up our electronics for the first week we were in here, and claimed it was so they could scan them, but I knew it was just punishment for damaging a company armored SUV. Anyways, that's pretty much it for now. I'll try to keep posting, but now that Skinny is gone, the land seems a lot more relaxed. I hope you all enjoyed the tale of how I finally killed Skinny. This is Cole, signing off. Alright, so, about 6 months ago, I started working overnight at Lowe's. Now, I really like this job. I get to listen to my podcasts and audiobooks, and the people I work with are pretty laid back. I work by myself for the most part, and most importantly, I hardly have to deal with the customers. And if you ever worked in retail, you know how important that really is. While I do enjoy working there, Over the past 6 months, I've seen some really crazy things. It started off small and not really a lot. The first thing I saw, I thought it was just some kind of glitch. You see, in the Lowe's I work at, there are 2 bathrooms set up for the employees in the back corners of the store. And when I first started working there, I didn't know what they were because they were just marked employees only. But I quickly found out, after I had walked the length of the store, that they were bathrooms. In these bathrooms, the lights work on a motion sensor. You know the types. Well, as I was walking past, I could see the light come on from under the door. I thought it was a bit weird because there were only 2 other people in the store and I knew where they were. I went up and knocked. There were no answers, so I opened it and it was completely empty. Like I said, it wasn't much, so I didn't really think about it. The next thing that happened was small as well. If you've ever been to Lowe's, you might have noticed some of the more expensive items having a green thing attached to them. We call them turtles, and those are our alarms. If someone tries to steal something with a turtle on them, once they go through the doors, they start letting out a high-pitched noise, which is pretty hard to ignore. So, I was stalking some caulking and listening to the Adam Carolla podcast when I started hearing an alarm go off. It confused me, so I went looking for it. It took a little bit, but I finally found where it was coming from. It was a drill that was sitting on the ground, and not right up front either. It was buried about 4 drills deep and under another display. And as I was pulling the drills out to get to the one that had the turtle going off, another one next to me started going off too. I'll tell you that I nearly jumped out of my skin. I radioed my manager Mike and told him about it, and he said that it's okay. Those things go off all the time. What was weird was at the exact same time Mike told me that, both turtles shut off. I chalked it up to coincidence and nothing more. Oh, how naive I was. Nothing else seemed to happen for about 2 weeks, and I'd put those instances long behind me. I mean, why wouldn't I? A faulty sensor and sensitive turtles sounded likely to me. I'm not, was not one to just jump to the supernatural explanation. To put it mildly, I wasn't a believer. Oh, sure, I wish there were some things that went bump in the night. I'm a longtime fan of supernatural and shows like Ghost Hunters, and I always watch Josh Gates. Man, I wish I had that man's life. But I never experienced anything myself. That was until about a month after working at Lowe's. It had started just like any night. Went in around 7, clocked in, and started unloading the truck. It was about 9:30 by the time we were done, and everyone else had left the store, so it was just the night crew, the 3 of us. And for the most part, it was a pretty normal night. I was listening to a newly downloaded audiobook by Mark Tufo working on the 3rd cart by this time. It was close to about 2 a.m., and I was working my way down towards electrical to restock some fuses when I saw it. Honestly, I just kind of stood there more about a minute or 2 trying to make heads or tail on what I was seeing, because a little bit over halfway down the aisle, there was an arm sticking out from under the shelving racks. It kept moving around as if someone was reaching under their couch to look for the lost remote. Once I got at least some of my wits back, I called Mike. Mike, I said.
Yeah, what's up?
Mike called back. Mike, I got an arm? I tried to say.
Oh, that thing?
Mike said, surprisingly unsurprised.
Yeah, don't worry about it. Just don't get too close. It tends to get a bit grabby. It's fast, and its reach is farther than it looks. So just stay away from that aisle for now.
I was actually flabbergasted at how lightly Mike was taking it. Okay, I said, not really knowing what else to say.
What aisle is it in, by the way?
Mike asked. Aisle 13.
All right, just steer clear of it for now. I'll explain more later on.
What I've come to understand is that no one really knows anything about the arm. It shows up, and tries to grab things, and pull them under the shelving. That's about it. I've seen it about 7 times now. Never in the same aisle either, and it never shows up at the same time. The only thing that seems to be constant is that it always goes back under the shelving just before 4 a.m. One time when I saw it, though, I chucked a can of spray paint at it. The moment that can hit the aisle floor, the arm shot out and snatched it and sucked it back under the shelving. And when I say it shot out, I mean it shot out. It must have reached 3 times the length of a normal arm and back under the shelving in less than a second. After I saw that, I followed Mike's suggestion and just avoided those aisles that it was in altogether until it went back under itself. That's all the time I got right now. I have a lot more stories if you want to hear them, like the thing that lives in the garden center and the naked little man I keep seeing. That one's a bit weirder than others. If you want me to tell you more, just let me know, and I'll be back. Oh, wow. I never expected the kind of response that I've gotten. Thanks to everyone that wants to hear more of my stories, and I do have a bunch. First, let me address a few questions about the arm from my first post. Alright, the first thing. The arm looks like a man's arm. No sleeves or tattoos of any sort, though I can see that it has darkish hair on the forearm. I did notice one thing that seemed odd. It was missing its fingernail on its pinky finger. The second thing. Alright, come on guys. It's almost 2020. I've already tried to take a picture of the arm. I mean, how could I not? It's a random arm reaching out from under a shelving unit. Well, I've got some bad news for anyone wanting to see it. It doesn't photograph well. As in, not at all. Whenever I try to use my camera on my phone, nothing ever shows up. I tried to film it once, snatching something just like the spray can did. Son of a bitch just ignored it. That was until I stopped filming, and then it grabbed it. That really had me worried when it did that, because that means that whatever the arm is attached to can think. I told Mike about not being able to film the thing, and he wasn't surprised. He told me it doesn't show up on our security cameras either. The third thing. I kept pushing Mike on the arm, and he finally did tell me that, yeah, it did grab someone once. When I tried to get him to spill the beans on what happened, he just told me to make sure that it doesn't grab me. After that, he wouldn't say any more about it and told me to stop asking. I could tell that talking about it really was upsetting him, so I'm just gonna leave it alone for a while. Alright, I hope that helps some with their questions. I'll try to answer more when I can. With me working 10-hour shifts, I tend to only do 2 things: work and sleep. Because of my hours, I was curious about how much I'm walking now at work, so I downloaded a step counter on my phone. I can say I was a bit shocked to see that I'm walking about 8,000 steps a day. No wonder my feet always hurt. Anyway, no one's here to listen about my steps for the day. You guys want more stories, and I already hinted at 2 in my last post. So, I'll start with the thing that lives in the garden center. As anyone that has ever seen a Lowe's knows that they all have one. It's where they keep their mulch, stones, and pretty much anything you might need to plant or garden-wise. Right now it's filled with Christmas trees, big and small, as well as other Christmas-related plants. During the day, it's a pretty nice place and feels very Christmassy. But at night, with the lights off, it can feel a bit spooky. No one in receiving likes to stock the garden center, so we take turns. Now the question arises, why don't we like to stock it? Well, you can look back to the aforementioned thing that lives in it. Someone from my last post suggested that it might be a garden gnome. And in all honesty, it might be, None of us has ever seen it. And from what Mike has told me, no one ever has. So how do we know it's there? Easy. We hear it and feel it. We hear it because the damn thing is always moving about, and we can hear it scampering on the roof, on top the racks, and in the ceiling scaffoldings. We can hear its feet slap the concrete as it runs through the aisles, always just out of view, or you can see its movement just out of the corner of your eye. And that's not even the worst part about it. The damn thing is always laughing when you walk into the garden center. Now, I don't mean like a full belly laugh, or an evil maniacal laugh, but more like a snicker or a hushed giggle. You know the type. Where you know a joke or just something funny about someone, but you want to keep it quiet? Yeah, that kind of laugh. It starts up as soon as you walk through the doors and doesn't stop till you leave. And wherever you go, its laughter is always behind you or beside you. Sometimes it sounds like whatever it is right behind you, close enough that you should be able to feel its breath. But if you turn around, there's never anything there. Other times it sounds like it's coming from the other side of the garden center, and it's those times you have to look out for. Why? It's so far away. Yeah, it is. But that's when it chucks shit at you. Yeah, the little son of a bitch likes to throw rocks or rubber parts and whatever it can get his hands on and lobs it at you. Luckily, it's a pretty bad aim, but if it does hit you, then it really starts to giggle. Telling it to stop doesn't help either. It's like when a kid tries to tell a bully to stop picking on him. All it does is make the bully double down, and that's pretty much what happens with the thing in the garden center. The best we can do is just ignore it. Still, the damn thing is unsettling as hell. The second thing I hinted at was the little naked man. Now this little mother fricker pisses me off to no end. As I'm thinking about it, maybe this is what the person said might be a garden gnome, but I don't really think so. First off, it's completely hairless. And by that, I mean a bowling ball has more hair than this thing. I've only really seen it a few times fully, and most of the time, I see its little fat ass running around the end of an aisle or scampering over the top of one, and it can move damn fast. I'll try to explain it so you can get a better understanding of it. The thing is only about a foot, maybe a foot and a half tall, completely hairless, and like I said before, fat and squat looking. Imagine a naked, hairless Danny DeVito without genitals, and you'd be spot on. Yeah, I said without genitals. Thank God for the small favors. The only reason I call it a man is because it has absolutely zero traits of a woman. We actually started calling it Danny once I pointed out the resemblance. Anyways, this little bastard is more of a nuisance than it is anything else. It likes to make messes, knock stuff off of the top racks, and steal your shit. That kind of stuff. Always makes your night a living hell because of all the extra work he forces us to do. Recently, while we were all taking our lunch break, we heard a lot of banging of a lot of stuff falling. We all ran to where we heard it. If you've ever been to Lowe's around Christmas, you know that we display those tacky-ass blow-up lawn ornaments on the top of the racks close to the entrance. Well, that little son of a bitch knocked one off. But wait, there's more. See, we don't just sit them up there. We tie those things down so they can't fall on the customers. But this little shit had untied them all, then tied them together. So when we pushed one off, they all went. Let it be said, we were quite pissed off that night. Danny only comes out about 2 to 3 times a month, but I've lost about 5 box cutters to him. We have no idea where he came from or where he goes. He's not like the thing in the garden center, though. He doesn't laugh or giggle or even throw things. Danny is pretty quiet, except when it runs or climbs. His bare feet slap the concrete, and he always sounds out of breath, but only when he's on the move. Once he stops, he goes dead quiet. One time, the little bastard swiped my box cutter and took off. Luckily, I had just come out of the aisle to see him grab it. I took off after him, swearing if I catch him, I'm gonna punt him like a fat, bald football. As I ran around the corner and had to stop fast, that pudgy bastard had set me up. Danny had dropped my cutter, but this aisle had the arm in it, and it was stretched disturbingly, so as it was trying to grab my cutter, which was literally just outside of its fingertips, if I hadn't come to a stop when I did, I would have been in, well, arm's reach of it. I looked up to see Danny looking down at me from the top of the rack. Oh yeah, I cussed him out, but all he did was watch me with those beady little eyes of his until he just ducked away and I heard him scamper off. I don't know if Danny was trying to hurt me or not, but I'm putting a chain on my next box cutter from now on, and I don't think I'll be chasing him anymore. That's all I have time for tonight. I have more stories if you're still interested. Let me know, and maybe I'll tell you about the man that watches the store, or the fact that I think the store itself doesn't like me. Okay, guys, I'm back. And holy shit, this week. Boy, have I got a lot to tell you. But before I get into it, everyone seems to want to know about the man that watches the store. Or, as someone else called him, the Watcher. Which is what we started calling him, just because it's fitting. I noticed the Watcher about a month ago. I was outside stocking the garden center, and yeah, you guessed it, that little bastard was running around giggling at me. Listen to part 2. I tell you, I can't wait till summer when I can try to stock the center before sunset, so I won't have to deal with it. Right now, I don't have much of a choice with the sun deciding that a good time to set is at 4 p.m. Hell, my grandmother stays up later than the sun. I mean, yeah. It was made when we used candles and electricity was being used by Edison to electrocute elephants, but Christ, do we really need it now? Anyway. While I was outside, I was over by the register area, putting away some large vases when I glanced out into the parking lot. It was there at the far edge of the lot, and just outside of the reach of the lights was a very tall and very large man. He was wearing what looked like a long, dark trench coat with a wide brim hat, and kind of like Reverend Kane's hat from Poltergeist 2. You know the guy. The only really creepy thing about that movie, except that this hat's brim was really wide, like almost out to his shoulders wide. The collar on the trench coat also was popped up, so his face was completely shrouded in darkness. To say that I was just a little creeped out would be like saying Greta Thunberg only cares a little about the environment. I went to Mike about it, and back then he just sighed with frustration. Don't worry, it wasn't at me. He told me that this guy shows up every year around the end of September, beginning of November, and just stands out there watching the store and tends to finally go away until the end of March. Mike told me that every night around 10 p.m. he'll show up somewhere just outside the property line, stand there all night, rain, sleet, snow, doesn't matter, and then he tends to disappear around 5 a.m. I asked him how many years he's been doing this, and Mike told me from the stories he's heard, and pretty much since the store first opened back in 2006. Has anyone ever tried to see what he wants? I asked Mike. Mike looked at me sadly. Yeah, he said. Mike told me that a few years ago, a young guy, one of those I ain't scared of shit types, decided to go and tell the creep off. He was never heard from again. The cops were called, and a missing persons report was made, but the guy was never seen again. And the Watcher disappeared for the rest of the year and the next. That was until November, when he once again showed up. I was like, fuck, Mike. Is there anything else that might pop up that I should know about that could, I don't know, cost me my life? At that point, Mike informed me that come springtime, I should be on the lookout of an incredibly attractive woman that starts showing up and tries to lure you out of the store to have sex with you. Yeah, you guessed it. She doesn't want to have sex with you, and I'm not supposed to believe anything she says or does, and that it's best to simply ignore her. I told Mike that if a hot girl was trying to have sex with me, then I would already not trust her, because that shit does not happen, and I mean ever. I haven't had a woman look at me like that for over 10 years, and I'm counting my wife in that. Alright, now let me tell you how my week went. The first really screwed up thing that happened was last Wednesday. Shit got real scary and real serious that night. Let me set it up here. I was working a unique shift on Wednesday due to Lowe's being closed for Thanksgiving. See, unlike other greedy big box stores, Lowe's actually cares about their employees, and as such, does not open late night on Thursday to sell items that have been marketed up, then marketed down, so that idiots feel that they need to get into fistfights over sheets. Oh yeah, I really saw that once on a Black Friday. Let me ask you something. Is there or was there any point in your life that you wanted to buy sheets at a falsely discounted price so bad that you would punch a complete stranger in the face? If your answer is anything other than, "Of course not, what do you think I am?" then you really need to rethink your love for sheets. As I was saying, I was working the unique shift of 1 p.m. to 12 a.m. We were all supposed to be clocked out by midnight, and I was fine with that. And the majority of the night was pretty easy. I mean, besides having to deal with customers, but even they seemed to be alright for the most part. It wasn't until 11 that it went south. In the back of the store we have our loading dock, and that's where we keep everything that we unload off of trucks that still needs to be placed on racks in the store, or where special request items are stored until the customers can pick them up. Well, I was back there sweeping up and listening to the latest audiobook in this series called A Hard Luck Hank. This book was called Dumber Than Dead. It's really good if you ever get a chance to pick them up. But anywho, it was really windy that night, due to the fact that we had a storm coming in from the east. The dock's roll-up doors were banging from the wind. They weren't really that loud, and I really had thought nothing of it. I was by the last of the 3 doors when there was an especially loud bang. So loud and unexpected that I actually jumped and dropped my broom. I didn't move for a moment, just trying to recover from the surprise. I went to grab my broom when the door banged again. There was another bang, but it came from the middle of the 3 doors. It was at this point that Mike came running back into the back. "What was that?" he asked. I just pointed at the doors a little too shook to say anything. Then came another bang, then another, louder and harder. "I don't think that's the wind," I said. We can actually see dents starting to form from the numerous hits. It was so loud that we had to cover our ears as our other coworkers came to see what the commotion was. When they came in, Mike and I seemed to snap out of our shock and rushed out, our coworkers quickly following. We went to the front of the store, but even from there we could hear the banging. Mike decided to call 911, and then he let us leave early. Needless to say, we all bolted. Mike stayed, but not in the store. He got in his car and waited at the road entrance to the store. On Friday night when I went back in, I found out that when the police showed up, Mike went with them to the back of the store to see if they could find what was making the banging noise. Well, whatever it was long gone, but both doors were screwed up badly. So badly they were going to need to be replaced. The managers talked to Mike and I about everything that happened, and I told them everything I knew. I asked them what the security cameras catch, and they said that they got knocked out just before the door was attacked. Yeah, I said attacked because that's what it looked like. There were large dents and deep scratches all over the 2 doors. The 3rd door was untouched because there was a trailer stock in it that we were going to unload on Friday. This now leads me to my last bit of weirdness. You see, while we were unloading the truck, we came across a small box with my name on it. Mike handed it to me but suggested that I shouldn't open it. When I asked him why, he said that everyone that works in receiving gets one of these sooner or later, and he was actually surprised that it took this long. I asked him if he ever got one, and he said that he did. "What was in yours?" I asked. "A tooth," Mike answered. "A mother-frickin' tooth," he said, and he even said that it still had some blood and gum on it. And then I asked my two co-workers, John and Steve. "I got a box full of roaches, and not the good kind," John said. "I'm not sure what it was," said Steve. "It was just a red, wet, squishy thing." I shook my box, but there was something definitely in there. When I asked where they came from, no one really knew. Mike suggested again that I just toss it, but after hearing everyone else's little prizes, I had to know. So with my cutter, I slit the tape and opened it. It was a dead bird. A chickadee, I think. John looked into the box. "The hell? It moved," he said. He wasn't lying. I saw it too. Well, the chickadee didn't move. The poor thing was dead. But something inside of it did. I quickly closed the box, grabbed the closest tape, resealed it, and tossed it into the trash compactor, turning it on. So yeah, that was my week, and that's all I have time for now. Heading to bed so I can forget this week ever happened. I'll keep telling you guys more stories of this crazy store if you want. And always remember, have a low, safe day. I don't know how much longer I'm going to last at Lowe's anymore. Someone said in the comments that it sounds like things might be escalating, and I think they might be right. I think things are starting to get out of hand. It started on Wednesday. It was my turn to stock the garden center. I was out there stocking the mulch, and because according to Lowe's, there's no better time to work on your garden than in December in the Northeast. Prime weather. No lie. We get some crazy things in right now. Just the other day, we got 2 pallets of weed whackers. I mean, why? It wasn't even for Black Friday, but that isn't the point. I was out in the garden center, like I said, stocking mulch and trying to ignore the thing in the garden center laughing at me when it abruptly stops. I look up into the rafters as I hear it scamper up on over on top of the roof. Confused by the sudden change, I walked out into the open section of the center, trying to see where it scampered off to, when I heard really heavy breathing. I looked over towards the sound to see the watcher standing on the other side of the fence. I stopped dead. I've never seen the watcher this close up, and apparently, I'm the only one who ever has. And apparently, the only one who ever has was never seen again. He's never approached the store before, but there he was, staring at me. I can tell he was staring at me because while his face was still hidden in the shadows of his high collar and hat, I can see the gleaming off his cold, hateful eyes. Now, I don't scare easily. Spooked and unnerved, yeah. But scared? No. I will tell you what, though. While I was frozen where I stood looking at this tall tower of evil, and evil is what this thing was, that if I hadn't already dropped a loaf earlier, then my pants would have been a bakery. Never before had I felt such a presence. I could feel my heart pounding so fast that I thought it would explode out of my chest. But at the same time, I felt as though my lungs refused to work, as if my breath wouldn't leave me as to not be in the same space as the watcher. Somehow I was able to get my foot to move as I took a slow step backwards. Then he moved. Not much, mind you. He just grabbed the fence, but it was fast. So fast that I didn't even see him do it. One moment his hand was next to him, and then bam, he had his fingers wrapped around the chain. The movement and noise made me nearly jump out of my shoes. I almost bolted right then and there, but his hand caught my attention and held it for a second more. At first I thought he was wearing gloves, but then I noticed the long gray fingernails. His skin matched his nails, except it was darker gray. I could also see that he was squeezing the fence. Let me just say that if anyone has ever driven by a Lowe's understands that there is a tall fence that encloses the garden center and that it's made out of pretty sturdy chain link. I mean, yeah, you could cut it with a fence cutter, but that's what they're made for. Well, the watcher had his fingers through the chain link holes, and as he was squeezing, he was bending the metal. I could actually hear the metal protesting against his strength. Well, as Biff Tannen said, I made like a tree and got out of there. I bolted for the entrance, closed the doors behind me, and locked them. I called Mike and had him meet me in the back office. I told him what had happened. He said that he's never heard of the watcher ever doing anything like that. Fuck, Mike said. He's never even set foot on the property that I know of. We left the door locked and closed till it was closer to 6 when Mike had to open the doors. He told me that he went to check out where I saw the watcher and said that he was gone, but he could see where he had twisted the fence up. The next thing to happen was on Friday night. It wasn't much, but somehow I think that it might be a lot more important than it seems. I was going to take my lunch break and I had stepped into the elevator. Now, I know that it's a pretty quick walk up the steps to the break room and offices, but my feet usually start to hurt around my break time, and of course, I'm just lazy. I do take the stairs all the time, though. I feel that it's a waste to take the elevator down the stairs because at least I have gravity on my side at that point. And plus, it's a lot faster to just run down a floor. But anyhow, I got onto the elevator, and I was going to press the second floor button when I had to stop and stare. Where there was normally 2 buttons, there were now 3. This new button wasn't marked, but I could tell that it was very old and very worn. Yeah, I have seen and read way too many horror movies in my life, but there was no way in hell I was pressing that button. I pressed up and went on my break and tried to forget about it. The thing is, it always shows up now at least once a night. No one else has mentioned it, so I don't know if I'm the only one seeing it or if everyone else does, but they're just used to it. I asked Mike about it, and he had no idea what I was talking about. And neither did John or Steve, so for now, that's the nope button to fuck that floor. This next thing... If I ever see this next thing again, I'm done. It happened while I was stocking electrical. Let me tell you, when it comes to stocking Lowe's, there are 4 areas that are a complete and total bitch to stock. Tool world, hardware, lighting, and electrical. Each one of these areas have a shit ton, and I mean a shit ton of little items that are, half the time, not even in their correct place. Or they are, but it just hasn't been changed in the system, so you spend at least a third of the time just trying to locate a type of outlet, screw, or bulb, or some other little badge or box thing just to find out that they've been moved to an end cap or they're just a new item. It's a real pain in the ass. I was in electrical trying to locate some tiny fuses. I was getting frustrated because even though I was where the fuses were supposed to be, I couldn't find the one I was holding. So I decided to walk the aisles and see if I might happen to come across them. As I walked to aisle 31, that's the main aisle that runs down the center of the floor, I saw a large, reddish-brown pool of something on the floor that wasn't there before. I also noticed that whatever made the pool had been dragged away and into the last lumber aisle, which also happens to be the last aisle of the store. Annoyed about it because I think that John or Steve might have been leaking something off a pallet and not realize it, I followed the smeared trail. I could not have been more wrong. As I turned the corner, I stopped. What I saw was not Steve or John. What I saw was a nightmare. At first, I couldn't make it out. It looked like a moving pile of wet clothes. There was a squishing sound that emanated from it every time it appeared to move an inch forward. At first, I couldn't make out what it was, but as it kept slithering forward, I finally grasped what I was seeing, and it was impossible. I took a step back and bumped a stack of blue buckets. You know the ones. We have them located at the end of almost every aisle. The 5-gallon one. Anyway, I bumped a stack of those and they went down, causing a loud enough racket to wake the dead. I looked down at the buckets, then back at the thing. It had lifted its head and was looking at me. It was just what I was afraid it was. Someone's skin. Just fucking skin. No internal anything. It was flabby and squishy and twisted with reddish-brown liquid oozing out of its holes and from between its wrinkled folds. It had stopped moving, and its head was twisted around looking at me with its eyeless holes. Its mouth opened wide and more liquid flowed slowly out, and somehow it made a deep moan. I took a step back, and the thing came at me. Dear God, it was fast. Almost too fast, as it just seemed to slither all over itself as it raced towards me. And to give you an idea of what it was like, imagine the 1980s version of the Blob coming at you, except instead of it being a pink snotty thing, it was someone's skin. You better believe I beat feet getting the hell out of there. I think it was the first time I ever really screamed out of real fear. I ran as fast as I could, and let me tell you, for someone as big as I am, you'd be surprised at how the right motivation can really get you moving. I found Mike in the dock office with Steve and John. It took me a while to catch my breath and composure before I told them what happened. Lucky for me, they of course knew about the strange shit that's been happening at Lowe's longer than I have, but this was new even for them. I led them back to where I saw the skin. Mike was pissed about the wet mess. It was just more work we'd have to do to clean up. But when we reached that last aisle, they peeked around the corner and saw nothing. The skin thing was gone, but it left a trail. Not much of one, though. They could see where it turned around and came at me, but we can't see where it stopped after I bolted. Then the trail slid off to the side and literally ended at the base of the wall. It was like it just slipped through a cove joint, leaving a buildup of that weird liquid that was coming out of it. "What's that?" John asked when he saw something in the liquid. It looked like one of our name tags. Mike took out a pen and flipped it over to see the name. Trevor. Mike stood up fast when he saw that name. No, it can't be. Can't be what? Trevor, Mike explained, was the name of the man that the arm had grabbed. Well, fuck me, right? Like I said, I don't know how much longer I'm gonna stick around here. When you almost shit yourself twice in the same week, it really makes you think about your life choices. I'm gonna stick around for now, but I already told Mike that if I ever see self-moving skin again, I'm just gonna walk out the doors and not look back. A person has to have limits, and I think I might be in mine. That's it for now. I'll keep you updated if anything new happens, or if I quit. And remember, have a low, safe day. Sorry, yeah, I know, it's been a while. Thanks for bearing with me. It's tough to write during the holiday seasons with having 2 kids, but I did promise people that I would write about the going-ons at my store, and after such a long time since I last wrote, a lot of shit has happened. Let me just start by saying that so far no one has died, so there's that at least. The crazy activity, though, has increased, and new things have been popping up. One of the creepiest newbies is the girl in the trash compactor. The first time I saw her, my heart almost stopped. It was the end of the day, or should I say night, considering it was 5 a.m. I was throwing the trash away through the chute when I heard a soft sound. I couldn't make it out at first, but it was just too soft, and then I heard it just a bit louder. It was a voice, a young girl's voice, and it was coming from the other side of the chute. Hello? I said, with, let's say, a little bit of apprehension. There was a rustling, and I can see some garbage moving around as a delicate, gray hand reached up and grabbed the other end of the chute, and then another gray hand appeared in between them and the top, and a head started to rise. It had thin, dirty blonde hair with some kind of nasty wet all over it, and as the head rose higher, 2 dead, angry pale eyes peeked up over the edge of the chute's edge. I quickly closed and locked the chute. I try not to empty the trash anymore. Another new thing is the bird. Now, if you've been at Lowe's, and there might have been a chance or two that you've seen a bird flying around. I really don't blame them, honestly. It's warm, there's many places to hide, there's free of predators, for the most part, and of course there's plenty of bird food. What we have, though, isn't really a bird per se. I mean, we call it the bird, but it isn't really one. It can fly, it has wings, a beak and feathers, but it also has other things as well. It has these spider-like legs that it uses to climb along walls in the ceiling when it's not zooming around. I one time saw it spin a web in the corner of the store, and it caught another bird which it ate, and I wish to God I didn't see that. It caught the bird, jabbed it with its 2 long front legs, and its head split open, showing multiple wiggling things which it inserted into the flapping little bird. I watched in horror as the bird seemed to deflate and then melt. I had to turn away and swallow a verp. Now, you may not know what a verp is, but I damn near guarantee you that you've done it. Let me explain it. It's simply vomit plus burp, which equals verp. So yeah, after I saw that thing, I had to swallow it like a man, that little bit of partially digested nastiness. Not a good night. Then there was the night that the power went off. This caused me some undue nightmares. But, you might say, it's just a power outage. Anywhere else I'd agree with you. But have you ever been in a big box store during a power outage? It's creepy, like, it's almost an act against nature for those kinds of stores to be without power. Well, this, unlike anything else, is my Lowe's. And of course, when the power went out, the strangeness started. But I'm getting ahead of myself. It was just before Christmas, and all through the Lowe's, not a customer was stirring, not even the DIY hose. Alright, seriously though, I was stocking over in plumbing, and I tell you that plumbing can be just as annoying as tool world or electrical. Not all the time, but when you get a shipment of joints and connectors and you're gonna be there for a few hours. And it's a good thing I had a new audiobook. As I was saying though, I was stocking plumbing and minding my own business when, bam, total darkness. And I mean total. I waved my hand in front of my face and nothing. My first thought was simply, fuck. Without hesitation, I pulled out my phone and switched on the light, and I was suddenly in Outlast. My other phone, it's called a Zebra. It's our in-store phone that can be used to look up prices or locations and lets us call each other. Well, my Zebra went off, and I answered it. It was staticky, which was weird considering when was the last time you heard static on a phone? Yeah, they cut out and break up, but static? Mine had static. I heard a voice, sounded like Mike, but I couldn't make out what he was saying. Then my phone cut out. Well, at least the light still worked, thank God. I yelled out. Even though Lowe's is a big store, your voice can still carry pretty far, so I yelled, and no one answered. But I did hear something move a couple of aisles over. "Hey," I yelled as I headed towards the noise. "Mike? Steve? John?" I turned the corner and saw someone. They were on the edge of my light looking away from me. "John?" I asked. I thought it might be him. The person in front of me was wearing one of those blue Lowe's hats and a camo vest. In case you didn't know, Lowe's workers can wear two different types of vests. The classic red vest, which is for the average worker, and the camo vest, which I found out on the first day were for veterans. I thought that was pretty cool. I walked up and tapped his shoulder. "Hey, John, what happened to the..." The man turned around, and I jerked my hand back in terror. The man's face wasn't there. Instead, there was a fleshy tube or tentacle or cord coming out from the middle of his face. The tube ran down to the ground and off into the darkness. It twitched every now and then, and I could see it pulsing. The man reached out towards me as a muffled groan issued out from him. I turned to run, and abruptly was knocked on my ass as I bumped right into something. As my ass hits the ground, all the lights come on, and John was sitting on his ass as well right in front of me. "What the fuck, dude?" John said, confused. I jumped up and looked around. The tube man was gone. Where'd he go?" I yelled. "Where'd who go?" John said as he stood up. When I mentioned the blackout, he had no idea what I was talking about. He told me that the lights hadn't even blinked, let alone went out, and that I'd just seemed to come out of nowhere, running right into him. I literally have no idea of what had just happened, but I don't want it to happen again. Some other updates. The thing in the garden center has been quiet lately, which has been nice, but I believe it's because the watcher is now always standing right outside the fence. Whatever the watcher is, it's so bad that it scares the thing. So I'm guessing that isn't such a good thing. Speaking about the watcher, this son of a bitch scared the shit out of me the other day. I was outside stocking some vases. Now that Christmas is over, we're starting to get in a lot of the spring items, like wind chimes, planters, those kinds of things. Anyway, I was stocking the vases, which is located right against the fence. I was a bit nervous knowing how the watcher had been getting close, but when I checked, I saw him standing at the edge of the parking lot, and you know how big a Lowe's parking lot can be. So I knew that even if he started walking, I'd have at least a few minutes before he would be close. So I went to grab a box. I opened it and pulled out this blue-black ceramics vase. I looked at it for a moment, admiring the color. It was pretty. I turned around to put it on the shelf, and the watcher was right against the fence. I haven't screamed that high pitch since my balls dropped. I went from baritone to soprano in 0.6 seconds flat. The vase was also a loss, along with my dignity. Danny's been really active as well, causing no end of mischief. Steve has been actively trying to hunt and kill him. Why? Let me tell you a little story. About 4 days ago, Steve set his phone down and walked away. Now, if you read my previous parts, then you know that's a bad idea. As you can guess, Danny swiped it. Steve even saw Danny take it. He told me that when he turned back into the aisle, Danny was holding the phone, actually flipped Steve off, and climbed up over the rack. Steve was cussing up a storm, and I'm sorry, I was laughing. I told him it was his own damn fault for leaving his phone lying around. Steve did find his phone later on, but it was cracked and actually smoking. And believe it or not though, that's not even the worst part. Turns out, Steve was cheating on his girlfriend with, I kid you not, his ex-wife, and Danny had forwarded all of their texts to Steve's girlfriend. It wasn't pretty. Steve had no idea how Danny cracked into his phone. I guess that he didn't. He probably knew the password. Steve's phone wasn't one with a touch or face lock. It was just a simple code, and I figured that Danny had been watching us for a while, and since he likes to hang out on the top of the racks, he's probably seen all of us punch in our codes at one time or another. So that's something to really think about. So, now Steve is actively trying to hunt and kill Danny for ruining his life. As much as Danny annoys me, I don't believe it's his fault. Well, not entirely. I mean, it's not Danny's fault that Steve was cheating, and it's not Danny's fault that Steve was too stupid to not delete those texts. When I pointed this out to Steve, he just told me to shut up and stormed off. The arm hasn't been seen for a while, and I'm not too upset about it. I hate that creepy thing and it can just stay away. But with things seemingly escalating, I'm sure we'll be seeing it again sooner than later. The new elevator button is showing up more. It's like it wants me to press it. Oh, I'm not even about to. With the way things are right now, who the hell knows where it would go? And as far as I'm concerned, I'm sure as hell not gonna find out. I think that's just about it for now. With the holidays over, I hope to write more. But something tells me that things are gonna come to a head soon. Mike told me that he's only seen the kind of activities that we're having now only once before when he first started. When I asked him what happened the last time, he took his hat off and just shook his head. If, and I mean if, it comes to a head like last time, one or more of us might not make it out. But that's the extreme end. I'm sure it won't come to that. Damn it, Mike. Could you be more ominous? I swear, if it wasn't for the pay I make, I think that I should quit or transfer. But recently I found out that my wife works with a woman whose husband works at another Lowe's in the area, and found out that I get paid a lot, and I mean a lot more than he does. This tells me that maybe someone in management, or maybe even higher up, might know what's going on here at night. And if that's true, why is it such a secret, and why does day shift seem to not believe us about what happens when we tell them? I don't know, maybe I'm overthinking it. But something just really seems off. Anyway, I'm out and heading to bed. Have a low, safe day. Well, hey there, I'm back. Well, our manager dropped in this week, and I must say, things got a bit ominous. But before I go into that, let me tell you guys about some more weird shit that went down this week. It started out with the bathroom. I was in there doing, well, my business, surfing the net, when I heard something. At first I thought I was just imagining it, but then I heard it again. It was a soft giggle. I, of course, finished up and pulled up my pants. I walked around the small bathroom trying to locate the giggle, and after a brief moment, I was able to locate that the sound was coming out of the drain. I got down and put my ear to it. I could hear the giggle better now. It sounded like a kid's giggle, specifically a little girl's giggle. I looked down the drain, but all I could see was blackness. I pulled out my phone, turned on its light, and I shined it down the drain. I saw something, but I couldn't quite make it out until it moved. An eye opened and looked up at me. "Hi," it whispered. I very quickly no thank you'd out of that bathroom, and I don't care how friendly that drain eyeball seemed to be. I was not using that bathroom again. I just hope it can't travel through the drains. That's all I need. Now, remember back to my first post when I mentioned the devices we call turtles that we use for theft prevention, and how a couple of them went off for no reason? Well, about 4 days ago, around 3 a.m., every single one of them started chiming at exactly the same moment. And as they chimed, the music over the intercoms, top 40 shit, stopped playing and was replaced by a deep, croaking voice, speaking a language that none of us could even come close to understanding or even guessing what it was. I mean, it literally sounded completely inhuman. The turtles chimed and the voice spoke. For lack of a better term, for about a minute, and as quickly as they started, they all just stopped. Not much else happened for the rest of the night, but it definitely threw us off our groove. The next thing actually made me smile a bit when I saw it. I was working in plumbing, and you guys know how I feel about plumbing. Only thing worse is nails, nuts, and bolts. Well, I was putting away some PVC pipe and elbow joints when a box fell on me and nearly made me jump out of my shoes. I looked at it confused, then looked upwards. What I saw was something I didn't think I would ever see. Now, you know that bird I talked about last time? Well, it was going crazy, squawking, flapping, and just making all kinds of noises due to the fact that Danny was trying to attack it. They were all over the place. They were like two WWE wrestlers back in the early 2000s, when the shit was actually good. The bird would swoop in to try to bite or whip Danny, while Danny would punch the ever-loving shit out of it whenever the bird got too close. "Hey, Danny!" I yelled. Danny stopped and looked down at me. I could see annoyance on his rotund little face. "Get that son of a bitch!" I said as I gave him a thumbs up. Danny promptly flipped me off and bolted after the rapidly escaping bird. Well, he might not like me, but I still hate the stupid bird more than Danny. At least Danny never sucked dry another bird. I think that I've come to like the little asshole, in fact. Yeah, he's a shitload of trouble and causes no end of mischief, but there was just something about the bald little bastard that I can't help but like. I don't know. I guess he grows on you, much like a fungus. He reminds me of a pug. You know what a pug is, right? Those little inbred abominations that are probably one of the ugliest, most useless dogs on the face of the earth. But it's those reasons that people love them. It's where the term, "so ugly it's cute," comes from. Now that I think about it, they're so ugly, they actually become adorable. Animals are the only ones that term equates to. You'll never hear that term for a person or, hell, even a baby. And yeah, there are ugly babies out there, we all know it, and we've all seen them. Don't act like you haven't. There's always that couple that you know, that if they breed, they'd produce the human version of a pug. And then they actually do breed, and now you're forced to tell them that their little Sid the Sloth is just so adorable, because you want to be a nice person and not hurt their feelings. But in your head, all you can think about is that you hope this kid develops one hell of a personality. Could you actually imagine someone looking at an ugly baby and saying, "Aw, he's so ugly that he's cute"? I'll tell you one thing. I want to be there when that bomb drops, just so I can see the aftermath. Alright, enough rambling. The arm is back. Or should I say arms? And I mean those sons of bitches came back with a vengeance. It's gotten crazy in the aisles because just this week alone, at least 18 of them have been spotted, and multiple ones at a time. John almost got grabbed by one. Well, he actually did get grabbed by one, but luckily it just grabbed his shoe, which slipped off when the arm retracted back under the shelf. Almost gave John a heart attack, and I don't blame him. Mike said he's never seen anything like this. There's only been one, and only one ever showed up a few times a month. I can tell that Mike is getting nervous, and that man never gets nervous. He's been here longer than any of us have, and pretty much has seen it all. But the last few weeks, I've heard him say he's never seen anything like what's been happening more than I really care to count, and that makes me nervous. Alright, let me tell you about the district manager dropping by. It was the other day and I was over indoors trying to put, well, doors away, and I'm trying to locate the correct place for them to go, which was proving incredibly difficult because some asshole during the day shift decided that it would be a great idea to switch around all the doors, but not the price stickers. So I couldn't find screw all, and it was really starting to piss me off when a call came over the intercom. It was Steve. "Hey guys," he said, "can everyone come out to the garden center?" Steve never gave an all call over the intercom like that, so I have to say I was a bit curious. I walked over to aisle 31, or the middle aisle, I should say, and headed over to the garden center. I bumped into John as he came out from lighting. "What's going on?" he asked me. "What do you get when you cross an elephant with a rhino?" I asked him. He looked up at me slightly confused. "What?" he asked. "Hell if I know," I told him. "Let's just see what he wants." As we approached the sliding doors, we could see Steve standing out on the open section of the garden center. "Hey," John said, "it's snowing." That it was, heavily too. We could see it accumulating as we watched. Mike walked up next to us. "Is that lightning?" That's when I noticed a few more things. Steve was looking straight up at the snowy night sky as what looked like green lightning lit up the garden center. How did I not notice that before? We slid the doors open and walked out. As we approached Steve, all of our eyes looked up, and we all came to a stop. "Dear God," whispered John in horrified awe. Above us, there was a blizzard roaring unlike anything we've ever seen before. The clouds lit up with dark, green lightning, but that really wasn't anything compared to what else there was. Silhouetted within the clouds of the storm, showed us only when the lightning flashed, there was something large. No, not large. That's not the right word for it. It was something enormous, so big that it filled every inch of the cloud and lightning-covered sky. It looked like long, slow-moving cords or tentacles covering from horizon to horizon. Oh, and when I say roaring before, I meant it. The sky was literally roaring. "John," I said, "call your wife, see if she can see this." John pulled out his phone and called her. I knew that she was a night owl, and we had a good chance that she might still be up. I, myself, took out my own phone and pointed up towards sky to see if I can get a video of this madness that we were witnessing, and of course, all I could see on my camera was falling snow. John hangs up his phone. "Well?" asked Steve. "She can't see a damn thing," John said as he tucked his phone back into his pocket. "Crikey, that can't be good," someone else said. We all jumped a foot at the new voice behind us. We spun around to see Todd, our manager, looking up with his hands behind his back. "Todd, when did you get here?" Mike said. And Todd looked away from the sky and to Mike. "Just now. Can I speak to you, Mike?" "Of course," Mike said. Todd turned to us. "All right, everyone. I know it's weird, but I need everyone to get back to their jobs for now." "But," I said, pointing up, the sky monster." Yeah, Todd said, waving me away. "I'm well aware. Just please go back to what you were doing. I'll talk to you all in a moment." We all looked up once, then started in. "Wait," Todd said. "Stay away from Tool World. There was something squishy over there." Well, I can give a guess at what or who that was, so we all headed in, and I went back to try to finish doors. It wasn't very long, though, before Todd showed up. "Can I speak to you?" You know, I just realized that in all my posts, I never told you guys my name. It's probably for the best, to be honest, so I'll use Trent for now. "Can I speak to you, Trent?" Todd asked. I pulled my gloves off. "Sure." "You've seen it, haven't you?" "You gotta narrow that down a bit, boss man." "The button." "Oh, yeah, I've seen it." "And you haven't pressed it?" "Why would I?" Curiosity." "I ain't that curious." Todd sighs and rubs the bridge of his nose. "Listen, the store has chosen you." "Chosen me?" "Yeah, and you need to press the button." "Why?" Because if you don't, then things are going to keep escalating until... Until what? Until they don't stop, and then it'll be too late. Too late for what? Todd just looks at me with a sad face. That's up to you. Press the button, Trent, and do the right thing. Todd turns and walks away. What the actual hell, Todd? Do the right thing? Last I checked, this wasn't a Spike Lee joint. What am I supposed to do with that? The store has chosen me? For what? Why? Why me? All right. This job has just gotten a lot worse and a whole lot more intense. I have absolutely no idea what I should do. If anyone has any suggestions, I'm more than open and willing to hear them. And so I guess until I can figure that stuff out, everyone try to have a low, safe day. Alright, first, just let me say that I'm writing this from the hospital. I'm okay for the most part, though I can't say the same for everyone. But before I get to the end, let me start from the beginning. The day it really went sideways started out like any other day, really. I showed up at 9, put my lunch away, grabbed a Mountain Dew, sugar-free Mountain Dew, that is. God, I'm grateful for that. I need to cut back on my sugar intake, but I hate, and I mean hate, Diet Mountain Dew. Shit tastes like ass. But this new sugar-free Mountain Dew tastes only just a little bit off. Kinda like Mountain Lightning from Walmart. Anyway, I grabbed my Dew and headed for the dock to see what's going on. The night was running normally. I was told to take care of the electrical today and had only 3 pallets. Not really that bad, to be honest. It looked like most of it was fans and lamps, but there was one pallet that had a shitload of little things on it. You know, things like switches and plugs and whatnot. Anyway, I had just got done separating the pallets into aisle locations when I noticed it was getting close to midnight, and that means I was getting close to my first break. So I left my items where they were, in neat little piles all over the floor, and headed to the dock to grab my charger. I started listening to a whole bunch of new podcasts, and I like to keep my phone as charged as I can, but since I use wire headphones, I really couldn't charge it while I listened. I used to have Bluetooth headphones, but I ran them over with my car. It really pissed me off when I found it the next day. Just a shitload of tiny little pieces all over the road. I know we sell these pocket chargers that use batteries. They're pretty damn cool, to be honest, and I've been meaning to buy one for a while. I just haven't gotten around to it yet. So I charge my phone for the half hour that I take my lunch, and the half hour for my second break, which gives my phone just enough charge to last until 6 a.m. when I get done. Well, I had just got into the dock. Mike was on the narrow aisle reach truck that everyone called the Star Wars. When I asked why they called it that, he told me that it's because it looks like something in Star Wars that someone rode. Now, with me being the dork that I totally am, I was confused. I've watched those movies 100 times, and I had no idea what the hell he was talking about. Maybe someone made a joke once about, "May the forks be with you?" Well, I don't know. But I said hey to him, and went to the office, and grabbed the charger that I used when all hell broke loose. The entire building felt like it bucked like a wild pony trying to kick off a rider. Power went out. The emergency lights blared to life. The things went flying off the top racks. Shit fell over everywhere. I was knocked to the ground, and I heard a loud crash and Mike screamed. I got up and checked myself quickly. I, fortuitously, was fine. I ran out of the office and yelled out, "Mike!" "Over here," Mike replied. I went over to him to find that the Star Wars was tipped over, and Mike was buried under it, and it looked like a couple of refrigerators that we had stored on the higher shelves as well. Luckily for him, though, the tipped-over forklift protected him from the heavy appliances. "Are you okay?" I asked him. He tugged at his foot. I think I'm fine, but my foot is stuck. Was that an earthquake? Mike looked at me and slowly shook his head. I'm afraid not, he said sadly. It's time. Time? For you to decide. Decide? Decide what? There was a loud bang. It made us both duck in alarm as something smashed into the dock roll door. We both looked over at the large claw-like nail that had pierced through the roll door as something on the other side of it continued to bang on it, trying to pry it open. It was the thing from the windstorm. Mike turned to me quickly and yelled over the noise. You gotta decide what's important to you. You have to press the button and make the choice. But, I said, frozen. Everything. Everyone is at stake. You have to run. The sound of metal scraping and peeling hits us as other claws started to pierce the roll door. Run! Mike yelled one last time. I was off. Press the button, I heard Mike yell after me as I ran out of the dock. I turned and ran down the right wall, and as I passed the aisles, I can see in the dim lights what looked like hundreds of arms reaching out from everywhere. They came out no longer from just the bottom shelf of the rack, but from every shelf and every rack. Within some of those aisles, I can see that they had a hold of something. I at first thought that they had John or Steve, but then I noticed that those bodies had those cord things coming out of their faces. It was just like that thing I saw during the power outage close to Christmas, and the arms were ripping them apart. I tried not to look at the gory messes as I ran past, but I could hear it. The wet ripping, the squishy plops, and the hard snapping. Dear God, as if I didn't already have enough nightmare fuel in the tank. I ran up to aisle 31, our middle aisle, and it was clear of arms. I had just taken my first steps to run when the garden center's doors exploded. I ducked, almost falling in shock. I looked behind me as the watcher stepped into the store. His eyes focused down on me as he reached out towards me. I was frozen to the spot. I had to move. I had to run, but my fucking feet weren't listening. Son of a bitch. Hey, asshole! Both the watcher and I turned our heads to see John run up and smash a 10-pound sledgehammer into the head of the watcher. The watcher spun and fell to one knee, dazed. John looked at me. Go! I got Big Bad here. You sure? I said with more shake in my voice than I cared to admit. The watcher started to stand, but John roared and overhead slammed the sledge into the watcher's back, sending him to the floor. John winked. This old Marine's got your back, son. I nodded and took off down the aisle. I reached aisle 1 and had to skid to a stop when the unthinkable happens. The roof over by cabinets groaned and buckled as a large, fat, segmented tentacle bathed in dark green light broke through and smashed into the ground, shattering all of the displays, sending rubble and wood chunks everywhere. This wasn't even the whole damn tentacle. This was just part of it, like some weird bendy elbow. Hey! I looked up aisle 1 to see Steve waving at me. Get your ass over here! He screamed. Well, I listened and bolted towards him. We have to get out of here. Get some help. I whizzed at him, trying to catch my breath. Can't, he said as he threw his thumb over his shoulders towards the doors. Doors won't open. Besides, I don't think there's anything out there. I looked behind him and out the doors. He was right. The doors were seamless, but it didn't matter, because through the doors all I saw was the dark green light and enormous shadows. Fuck, I hissed, annoyed. What? Steve asked. I stood and ran to the elevator. Steve followed me. What are you doing? Steve asked. I pressed the elevator's call button. Would I fucking have to, it seems. The door slid open, and I stepped inside. Steve followed me. You don't have to, I said to him as I put my finger on the old worn button. There came another loud crash as another part of the roof, I think over by lumber, collapsed. I'm not staying out here, he said. I shrugged and pressed the button. The elevator doors closed. There was a moment of nothing happening, and then a jolt as we started to descend. What do you think is down here? Steve asked nervously. What do you get when you cross an elephant with a rhino? I asked him. He looked at me as a thin smile came to his lips. Fuck you. He laughed. That brought a smile to my own, and then the doors opened. A hallway stood before us. A hallway made of old cinder blocks and rusty industrial lights that seemed to work only part of the time, or whenever the hell they feel like it. Come on, I don't think we have a lot of time. We took off down the hallway at a jog. Luckily, we didn't have to go far when the hallway opened up to a gigantic space. It was so large that we couldn't see the top nor the sides, and the only reason we could see anything was because, about 30 yards ahead of us, was a large open pit that dark green light and smoke issued out of. On the other side of the pit was a statue that stood easily 50 feet tall, give or take a foot. I really couldn't make out what the statue was supposed to look like, because I actually couldn't look at it. Every time I tried to, my head hurt, like it was on fire, and my eyes burned and teared up. It was almost as if the thing was so alien to our world that my brain couldn't comprehend what it was. The only thing I could tell was that it was big, and it looked like it was moving. What's wrong with that thing? Steve asked. I don't know, but I think we have to get closer. Why? Steve asked, horrified. I didn't answer him this time. Instead, I kept my eyes away from the statue and jogged up to the pit. I stopped at the edge and looked over. It was like looking into... well, I honestly can't explain it. It was beyond anything of our world or imagination, and what I saw down that god-forsaken hole was so twisted and vile and foreign that it made me spin away and I vomited. I can only pray that my mind will one day erase that trauma, because if it doesn't, then my nightmares just became night terrors. Steve looked at me, both horrified and curious. He went to go look, but I grabbed his arm and shook my head. Don't, I told him as I stood up and wiped my face. Just don't. What are we supposed to do now? Steve asked, looking around the room, avoiding the statue in the pit. A voice suddenly boomed from all around us. The chosen one must choose. Jesus Christ! Steve yelled in surprise. Choose what? I yelled back into the dark. I have no idea what I'm supposed to choose. Look at me, boomed the voice. Oh, God, no. I didn't want to look, but I could feel my head being forced towards the statue. I tried to close my eyes, but it wasn't working. I fought it. I fought it with everything I could muster, but I knew that I was in a losing battle of wills with a thing that was older and maybe more powerful than God. My eyes were forced upon the grotesque statue and fire erupted in my head. It was as though someone took a hot soldering iron and slowly pushed it into my eye. I screamed as knowledge that no human was ever supposed to know was forced into my weak, mushy brain. It was only a second, but it seemed like forever, until the accursed thing let me go. I collapsed to the ground in a curled-up fetal position. I'm not sure if I did or not, but I think I might have cried out for my mom. Steve came over to me and shook me gently. Trent, you okay? I slowly looked up at him. Jesus, you're bleeding from everywhere, he said. Turns out that being force-fed otherworldly damned information caused all the orifices in your head to spontaneously bleed. Who knew, right? I know. I know what I have to do. I know why the store chose me. I did, too. I finally understood why the store had picked me and what was going on. It was so strangely clear. I slowly started to stand up with Steve helping me. I know what I have to do, I told him as I stepped up towards the hole. I heard Steve sigh, but for some reason, it was tinged with sadness. I had hoped that you wouldn't figure it out, he said. I turned around to him, confused. What do you... I stopped talking because my attention was solely on the gun Steve was pointing at me. Steve? Steve shrugged. Sorry, I really did like you. And then he shot me. All right, I'm sorry to leave you at such a cliffhanger, but my pain meds are starting to kick in, and I can barely keep my head up. I promise to finish writing what happened next time, but I gotta stop for now. Just, if you're married, kiss your significant other, and if you have kids, hug them, hold them tight, and tell them how much you love them. And as always, try to have a low, safe day. Alright, so I'm doing better. My wounds only hurt a little bit today. I'm out of the hospital and relaxing at home now. I'm spending most of my days playing video games or watching Netflix. Real excited about Lock and Key. I love the comic, so I've been binge-watching it. I also powered through Is It Okay to Pick Up Girls in Dungeons? Loved that anime, by the way. I want to address something before I tell the last of my story. It seems that a lot of people don't believe me about what happened. And to be honest, I don't blame them or you, if you're one of them. I fully understand just how insane this all sounds, and if I was on the other end, I know for a fact that I sure as hell wouldn't believe it either. I wish to God that none of this happened. I hope every day that I'll wake up and it was all one big crazy dream. But I really don't think that'll be happening anytime soon. Now, as you can tell where I left off, Steve had shot me. But obviously he didn't kill me. This isn't Sunset Boulevard. He got me in my shoulder. It spun me around like a record, baby, and I dropped. The pain was intense. It wasn't like in the movies or TV, where you could just walk it off. Oh no. It burned like a white-hot motherfucking poker being pushed right through me. My whole arm went numb and useless. I honestly wish I could have passed out from the pain instead of having to feel it. I looked up at Steve with a, let's say, more than a little confused look. Steve shrugged. Why? I had to ask. Because I can't let you do what you were planning on doing. I have to. If I don't, everything will be destroyed. Yeah, I know. We're counting on it. All right, time for a little catch-up. When I was forced into looking at the statue, it showed me everything. A little more than I needed to know, if I'm honest. For example, are you ever alone in a room and you get the weird feeling like something's watching you? Or you put something down only for it to disappear, then reappear later on? Well, just be grateful you don't know why that is. And no, I'm not telling you. It's bad enough that I'm forced to know. Wish I could have used the head key from Lock and Key and removed that horrid piece of information. That statue told me what's really going on. And this is where the real crazy starts. If you think my story was unbelievable before, then I'm really gonna lose you now. Alright, here we go. And I'm letting you guys know that I seem to be losing most of what I was given, as if I was trying to hold water. So a lot of what I'm saying is pretty much paraphrasing. Now, A couple of millennia ago, an ancient, evil, vehement force was captured by a powerful, yeah, I know how this sounds, shamans, and trapped in a pocket realm to spend the rest of eternity. They placed great seals around the earth at strategic locations that use the earth's own energy. I think that some call them ley lines or something, as a generator to forever power the seals and keep the unnamed monstrosity trapped. Or that was the plan, at least. See, during World War II, a lot of the seals were cracked. Now, I got no proof, but I would bet my bottom dollar to donuts that the Nazis were involved with it. Near-apocalyptic disasters just kind of has their name written all over it. One of those now cracked seals just happened to be under the first Lowe's. When the seal cracked, one of the statues called out to Carl Buchan, a part owner of Lowe's at the time, and explained the situation. It turned out that the creators of the seal anticipated the possible cracking and created the statues as a backup, just in case. Well, it let Buchan know where the other seals were and which ones were cracked and could possibly break, and it was now up to him to secure and fix those that broke. Kind of a lot of pressure to put on one man's shoulders, to be sure. And with the statue's help and guidance, Buchan grew Lowe's through the 50s, and placing all the new Lowe's over other broken seals. After his heart attack in '61, his 5-man executive team, all of them handpicked, and knowing of the situation of the broken seals, continued Buchan's plans. The plan was working for the most part, but the problem was, Lowe's wasn't getting everywhere it needed to go. So after much debate, the 5-man team decided to approach other growing companies and their CEOs to see if they could get them to help. And after showing them what was at stake, they actually got Sam Walton of Walmart and Ray Kroc of McDonald's on board with the plan. As capitalists, they had a strong interest in seeing that the world wasn't destroyed. It'd be bad for business and all that. And since 1941, there have been 14 cracked seals that have broken and then been resealed. The one under my store is number 15. That was why all that strange shit was always happening. With the cracked seal under the store, otherworldly madness was slipping through. And now with the seal completely broken, all hell was pouring out of it and it was up to me to reseal it. But I had a limited amount of time to do that. How do I reseal it, you ask? Well, that's the choice part that everyone kept talking about. To reseal a broken seal, it takes one of the most powerful forces on Earth, a human soul that's given up freely. See, that's why I was chosen. I was the only one that had something real to lose. I could walk away and save myself, but in doing so, I would be dooming all of mankind, including my wife and 2 young kids. That was the choice, but for me it wasn't a choice at all. That was until Steve shot my ass. "We've been waiting a long time for this," Steve said, "and I can't let you seal the gate when we're this close." I looked at him confused. "We?" A slight smile spread across Steve's face. "Why? Home Depot, of course." "Home? What?" I said with even more confusion in my voice. The room rumbled. "Times are running," Steve said. "Long story short, Home Depot was founded by a coven with the sole purpose of finding an open gate and keeping it open so our true God can come forth and cleanse the world of human infection. With you gone, the chosen can't choose, and the gate will stay open." He leveled a gun at me. "So, goodbye." I closed my eyes waiting for the bang. They say you never hear the one that gets you. God, I hope that's true. But out of the blue was a bewildering, inhuman screech off towards the elevator. We both kind of stopped and looked over confused. "What the hell?" Steve asked. Like a naked, hairless little blur, Danny came running out of the hallway. Steve's face went from confused to seriously pissed off. "You little son of a bitch," Steve said through his gritted teeth. He turned the gun from me towards Danny and opened fire. Danny zigged and zagged like a fat, squat fly avoiding a swatter. He ran right up to Steve, and just as Steve's gun clicked empty, he jumped up and, Lord have mercy, bit down hard on Steve's crotch. Steve cried out in anguished pain. He dropped the gun and started punching his crotch, trying to pry Danny off his twig and berries. I stood up and watched the crazy scene playing out in front of me. Then an idea came to me, and I prayed to God that it would work. And despite the pain from the hole in my shoulder, I took off towards the screaming Steve and ran straight into him, knocking him off balance. He stumbled back, spun his arms trying to maintain his balance, but I could tell he was on the losing edge of that battle. Danny let go of Steve's snozberries as Steve totters on the side of the abyss. "I give this soul freely," I whispered as I ran up and pushed Steve one last time as he toppled and screamed as he fell over the edge and into the dark green hell. The whole cavern shook and rumbled as rocks from an unseen ceiling high above started to fall. I looked down at Danny. "Elevator," I said as we both started running. "Too bad I didn't make it there. I think a rock hit my head or something, because there was a sharp pain from up above, and I completely blacked out, and when I woke up, I was lying in a hospital bed with my wife sitting in a chair watching the news." Hun?" I asked weakly. My wife startled and jumped to my side. I asked her what happened and how I got here. She explained to me that while I was stocking something somehow, a toilet fell from its stored location and on my head, which caused me to deadfall on a pickaxe. I'm not sure where she got that story from, but I think it best if she keeps believing it. The rest of the day went by normally. I saw my kids and the rest of my family as they all swung by to say hi. The doctors come by to check on me and see how I'm doing. My wife brought me a foot-long meatball from Subway sandwich, my favorite overall. It was nice. When visiting time was over, I went ahead and sent my wife home with the kids so she could get a decent night's sleep, and that's when I got 2 more visitors. I had just sat back and was getting comfortable when there was a knock on my door and 2 people came in. The first one was Todd, and the second one I knew I recognized, but couldn't put my finger on. "Todd?" I asked with surprise. "Hey, mate, can we come in?" Sure." Todd came in and motioned towards the man behind him. "This is Mr. Marvin Ellison, the CEO of Lowe's." I snapped my fingers. I knew I recognized you from somewhere. He came over and shook my hand. "Nice to meet you. We promised to make this quick." "Is this about what happened?" "Yeah," Todd said, "and everything that entails." "You are a hero, there's no doubt about that," Ellison said. "But," I led. "But," continued Ellison, "what we have here is something unprecedented." "How?" "Well, mate, you're still here. Up until now, the seal has always been sealed by a self-sacrifice. You sealed it with just a sacrifice. With just a sacrifice. To be honest, I didn't know if it would work or not." "Well," said Ellison, "so far it seems to have. That's why I'm here. I wanted to thank you in person. And," he reached into his suit and pulled out an envelope and handed it to me. "We would love to have you back working for us, but we also fully understand if you want to seek other life choices. As long as things are kept under wraps, that is. Mr. Ellison, who in the hell would believe me about anything that happened? Shit. I lived through it and don't really believe it." Mr. Ellison smiled and nodded. Todd shook my hand. "Well, I hope to see you again, mate." "We'll see," I said back. By the way, is Mike and John okay? Todd smiled. Everyone's fine. Even Danny. I smiled at that. Todd walked over and opened the door for Ellison. Mr. Ellison, I said just before he went through the door. He turned back to me. Yeah? Steve, I explained. He worked for Home Depot. I think they're out to get, well, everyone. I'm well aware, Ellison said to me. That's why I left them. Thank you for the info, though. He and Todd left and closed the door behind them. I opened the envelope and pulled out a very large check and a letter. The letter thanked me and told me to enjoy my life, and with the check, I think that my family will do just that. So, that's my crazy-ass story. Sorry it took so long to get out. Life has been keeping me busy. I know how hard it is to believe, and I don't blame you if you don't. But thank you to everyone that followed this insane ride and worried about me and the others. And as always, remember to have a Lowe safe day. This is the easiest money you're gonna make. And your line of work? That's a godsend. I stared at the generic, nameless suit standing in front of me. He claimed that he worked for the CIA, even flashed his badge and all. It didn't matter to me whether or not I believed him. The only thing that mattered was the fact that he paid half up front, promising the other half after the job was done. I'm part of a freelance mercenary group, modern-day soldiers of fortune. We've been hired by government agencies before, but mostly just ones in Africa and Southeast Asia. You can imagine the type of shit we've been asked to pull off. Safe to say, ethics aren't our primary concern. Now, I'm not blatantly immoral. If somebody offered us an exorbitant amount of money to oversee security for a human trafficking ring, I'd shoot them on the spot. But that's not to say that we're good people. Far from it, in fact. I don't expect you to feel sympathy for me. I just want to get my story out there. Something very strange is going on. Something that we should all probably be worried about. The mission itself was presented as a simple one, but the circumstances surrounding it were more unusual. We're staging a raid on a fanatical religious cult in Montana. Real psychotic bunch. I remember the suit telling me. I couldn't have imagined a better compensation than the one he was offering, so I listened intently. In all honesty, it was nearly enough to set my entire team up for retirement. Nevertheless, the whole situation unnerved me. We were caught completely off guard when they contacted us. Somehow they'd found our email address on the dark web. I knew what we were doing was illegal, but they didn't seem to care. In fact, they never mentioned anything about our past crimes at all. In reality, they probably could have smoked us at any point. It didn't make a lot of sense why they chose not to, or why they chose to approach us at all. I had my hunches, of course. Most of them to do with the fact that we were probably entirely expendable and operated under the radar the best we could. Obviously, we didn't do a good enough job. Whatever, it is what it is. We needed this payday. Our little operations couldn't last forever. I know it's not important for the job, but what's the purpose of this raid? These guys are growing weed or something? I asked. The question came out snarkier than I'd intended it to. The suit just grinned. I guess he had a sense of humor. Well, he began. I doubt you'll be telling anybody, so I suppose you might as well know. He seemed confident in that assumption, maybe a little too much so. These people have stumbled upon something that they shouldn't have, and then they tried to hide it. Better not be something that's moments away from exploding, I said. The suit laughed this time.
It ain't so simple. What do you know about the existence of extraterrestrial life?
I raised my eyebrow. What the hell was he about to tell me?
You're asking me if I believe in aliens,
I responded. I took a second to consider it. Sure, why not? He went on to explain the real objective. It sounded absurd, but it was also coming out of the horse's mouth. You tell me what I'm supposed to believe. Apparently, a UFO had crashed on a farm in southeastern Montana a few days prior. As luck would have it, this farm belonged to the Church of Blissful Ascension, the cult in question. Shortly after it landed, some cult members stumbled upon it, subsequently being ordered to drag it into the leader's farmhouse, which was quite literally a mansion. Not much was known about the leader, other than his epithet, which was the Divine Messenger. Yeah, that type of guy. In reality, the cult was just a front for the trafficking of various goods, which had brainwashed its members into doing a lot of the dirty work. The most interesting part about this was the UFO itself. It was allegedly about 12 feet wide, 3 feet in diameter, and shaped like a pill. Before it landed, it had been moving erratically, seemingly teleporting short distances every few seconds or so. After it landed, some kind of dark green fluid began leaking out of it. Now for the actual mission. We simply had to go in and assist a team of SAC/SOG agents in wiping out every single member. No survivors, no witnesses, no exceptions. What the CIA planned to do with the UFO afterwards was none of our business. Not that I really wanted to know. We didn't have much time to prepare for the raid, but it didn't sound like we needed it. We were dealing with amateurs, most likely just trigger-happy rednecks who couldn't strategize or aim for shit. I suppose raid wasn't the most apt way to describe the job. It seemed more like a slaughter than anything else. My team of 6 met up with the SAC/SOG team, also 6, at a small underground complex used by the CIA for clandestine operations located about 30 minutes away from the farm. There, we geared up, went over tactics, and were told to repeat the objective at hand. No witnesses, no survivors. After all that was said and done, we piled into a SWAT truck and drove off. We'd never worked with the CIA in the past, so we supposed this was standard procedure. We suited up in black tactical gear provided by the agents themselves. This part was a bit odd to me. We had our own gear, stuff we've been using for the longest time. Both sets were nearly identical, but the agents still insisted that we use theirs. The atmosphere in the truck was also disconcerting. Maybe it was just in my head, but everybody seemed so stiff. The agents clutched their rifles with iron grips while staring blankly ahead. My team tried talking amongst ourselves, but every word just felt awkward. I just chalked it up to nerves, which didn't make any sense, because I never felt nerves like that before. After what felt like hours, we finally arrived, stopping some odd yards away from the farmhouse in order to remain undetected. We piled out, got into formation, and began. I was assigned the furthest flank position, so I stayed back as everyone else moved ahead. The closest people in front of me were one of my guys and an agent. It didn't take long for the strangeness to amplify. I noticed that the agent was gradually moving slower and slower. Eventually, I caught up to him. Well, it was more like I was forced to catch up. If I'd been moving any slower, I would have stopped. This agent had ruined the entire formation without anybody in the front noticing. "What the hell are you doing?" I asked as I walked up beside him. Without answering my question, he handed me a small scrap of paper. I took a quick glance at it, seeing an address and a date and time written down on it. "Meet me. Don't be late," he said, no inflection at all in his voice. Do whatever you can to stay alive." As soon as he finished saying that, he sped up, reclaiming his original position. Obviously, that interaction was a cause for concern. I had to start wondering just what the hell I'd gotten my team into. I seriously started considering calling it off right then and there, but before I knew it, bullets were flying. The agents at the front had taken out the 2 guards standing at the front entrance. And soon after, we blew the door down and stormed inside. The agents shot down a few more guards stationed on the main floor before we started heading towards the basement. Once we got down there, 10 more guards or cult members were waiting for us. As per the mission, I raised my rifle and prepared to fire. Unfortunately, I couldn't have been prepared for what happened next. The agent at the front raised his fist, signaling for us to stop. Surprisingly, the guards didn't shoot at us. In fact, they didn't even react. The agents began turning around before aiming their rifles at us instead. There's been a change of plans. We'd been set up, that much was obvious. I didn't even have time to curse before the shit went off the rails. I ducked, feverishly trying to avoid point-blank gunfire while firing off nearly blind retaliatory shots. I managed to stumble my way behind some cover, but not before having 2 bullets graze my cheek and thigh. I peeked out, seeing the cult guards with malicious grins across their faces, also shooting at me and my team. Amidst the chaos, I could see Faisal, one of my men, rush an agent in an attempt to take him down to the ground. It was definitely a desperation move, but despite Faisal being substantially larger than the agent, his takedown was stuffed and he was subsequently thrown into a pillar. I could feel rage washing over me. I raised my rifle, aimed at the agent's head, and fired. He didn't go down. My aim wasn't the issue. I could see the bullets drilling into the side of his helmet. The guy even flinched, but he didn't fall. Instead, he finished Faisal with a shot to the head and walked off. My mouth fell agape as I started backing up. I guess I was pretty rattled because I stopped paying attention to my surroundings. I felt myself bump into somebody before spinning around to see another agent staring me down. I thought about going for my knife, but before I could even make a move, the agent grabbed my arm and effortlessly judo slammed me onto the floor. I'd been thrown before, but this was by far the most painful one I'd ever experienced. It felt like I was being tossed by a gorilla, not by a man with a similar build to me. His strength was ridiculous. Once on the ground, he mounted me before raising a fist. I knew with every fiber of my being that a single punch would pulverize my entire skull. As I started preparing my soul for the afterlife, the agent hesitated. "Play dead," he whispered, his voice a familiar one. He slammed his fist down inches away from my head and crashed the floor next to me before flipping me face down. "Don't move, no matter what happens," he whispered again. The pressure blanketing my body soon disappeared. The agent was getting up. I know what he said, but I didn't want to listen. I wanted to help my team. I got them into this mess, so I was obligated to get them out. But I didn't move. I knew it was useless. The basement had gotten quiet. No more sounds of struggle. My team was dead, and it was entirely my fault. Moments later, someone began talking, snapping me out of my self-pity session. "Geez, job well done, huh?" It didn't sound like one of the agents, so I assumed the voice belonged to a cult member. What the hell is going on? I thought to myself. Were they working together? Now, about the payment. His question was interrupted by gunfire. A brief bout of additional chaos followed as more bodies dropped to the floor. I counted about 10 in total. I guess they weren't working together after all. "All right, let's make this quick," one of the agents said. I had to wonder what he was talking about. What more did they need to do? I listened to the sounds of scuffling boots as the agents went around doing something. I opened one of my eyes just a sliver, trying to make out what the hell was going on. I wish I'd kept it closed. I was lying right next to Ricardo, one of my team members. As I stared at his lifeless, bullet-ridden body, I wanted to scream. I forced myself to keep my mouth shut. I continued watching as the agents went around to every single body, both my team and the cult members, and injected some kind of dark green fluid into their veins. Soon enough, they got to me. I held my breath and laid stiff as I felt the needle go into my arm. Thankfully, the guy didn't check my pulse. I was losing my mind at this point. Not just because I was playing dead while some mystery fluid was being mixed into my bloodstream. It was the whole situation. If this hadn't been the worst day of my life, then it was certainly a contender. Afterwards, I heard the agents mumbling to each other. I couldn't make out much, but I did hear 12 hours being said quite a lot. 12 hours. 12 hours to what? After about 5 more minutes, the agents finally left. I laid still for some time after that. I wasn't exactly looking forward to seeing what the agents had left behind, but I wouldn't be able to get to the bottom of this by wasting my time mourning. My entire body was in pain as I pulled myself up. And trying not to look at the massacre around me, I took out the piece of paper that one agent had given to me. The address belonged to a motel in Billings, while the meeting time was in 10 hours. I stripped off all of my gear and made myself look as presentable as I possibly could before getting the hell out of a farmhouse and trying to hitch a ride on a nearby road. A couple of hours and $200 later, somebody finally agreed to give me a ride. Luckily, Billings isn't too far away from the farm, so I think that I'll be able to get to the motel in time. But I'm not so sure that I'm gonna like whatever's waiting for me there. Making it to Billings took me longer than I'd expected it to. As it turns out, hitchhiking on a remote road during the middle of the night isn't the safest thing you could do. Go figure, huh? It was fine, though. Nothing I couldn't handle. With that said, my real problems were still ahead of me. I didn't quite remember what the agent who slipped me the paper looked like. When we met up, they were all already wearing gear. He was definitely white, though, about 6 feet tall, a fairly muscular build. It shouldn't be too difficult to spot. The paper also specified that he'd be in the lobby, so that's where I headed once I found the motel. Once in, I looked around. The place was nearly empty, with only 4 people sitting around. An older couple, a single woman, and a single man. He was white, tall, or probably in his 30s. Most likely who I was looking for. "Tell me you're the guy I'm looking for," I said, approaching him. The man looked up at me as his expression morphed into one of confusion. He shook his head. "I think you're mistaken, sir. I don't know what you mean." I muttered out something along the lines of, "My bad," before getting ready to walk away. But before I could, the man started chuckling. Yup, this was the guy. "You look so worried there," he said in between laughs. Jesus, that's funny. Safe to say, I was starting to get pissed off. "What the hell is going on?" I asked. The agent wiped a tear from his eye as he calmed down, before checking the time. 20 minutes left, he said. It was pretty obvious what he was talking about. Had it really been close to 12 hours? "What's going to happen in 20 minutes? The man grabbed his jacket and got up. "Nothing good. Follow me." "Follow you to where? I'll kick your ass if you don't tell me what's going on right now," I said, anger rising in my voice. "Right here? In the lobby? That's a bad idea. Come up to my room and do it there instead," he responded. Before I could say anything else, he was already walking up the stairs. I followed close behind, nearly fuming at how shady he was acting. Once he opened the door to his room, I couldn't stop myself from lunging in and grabbing his throat. He didn't even fight back, but at the same time, it didn't seem like he needed to. His neck inexplicably felt like a thick steel pipe. The harder I gripped, the harder it hurt my hand. Soon enough, I just let go. I stepped back, a dumbfounded expression on my face. The agent checked the time again. "You done now?" I didn't respond. He grabbed a bottle of whiskey from the mini fridge and poured out 2 big glasses, sliding me one while downing his own at the same time. "I'd recommend you drink that quick." I took a deep breath and calmed myself down. "What did you inject me with? What's going to happen to me?" "Well, you're going to find out if you keep asking questions. And trust me, you really don't want to find out." He opened up the closet and unlocked the safe inside. He took out a briefcase, flipping it open to reveal 4 syringes. This time, they were filled with blue liquid. "Drink up," he said, gesturing towards the liquor, "'cause this is gonna hurt. If you think I'll let you inject me with something else, you're an idiot. Tell me what the hell is going on right now." He laughed obnoxiously. You're calling me an idiot? The same guy who put enough trust in the government to take one of the most blatantly sketchy jobs of all time is calling me an idiot? That's rich. You guys should have jumped out of the truck when you had the chance. I considered responding, but bit my tongue instead. I really couldn't argue against that. It certainly wasn't my brightest moment. It doesn't matter. You still need to tell me what's going on." "Trust me, I will, but you need this first," he said, holding up one of the syringes. I shook my head. "No, what I need first is an explanation." The agent sighed, checking the time once again. 10 minutes. You really want to make this more painful than it needs to be?" "I guess so." I wasn't budging. Again, not one of my brightest moments. The man shrugged, sitting back in his chair. "So be it. We'll wait." The stern, confident face I was putting on certainly didn't reflect how I was actually feeling at the moment. The agent had a stranglehold on me in just about every conceivable aspect. I hated that fact. I never could accept people having power over me. If I were a smarter man, I would have just listened. But here we are. 10 minutes passed and nothing happened. I nearly breathed a sigh of relief until I felt my arm starting to itch. I scratched at it, only to feel my finger quite literally digging into my flesh. It looked like my skin was rotting away, and it was spreading fast. "So," the agent said, holding up the syringe, "you want it now?" Screw it," I spat, catching it as he tossed it to me. The pain was starting to become unbearable. I stuck the needle into my vein and pumped the mystery fluid into my bloodstream. At that point, the rot had completely consumed my forearm. It was horrifyingly disgusting to look at. In my mind, there was no fate worse than that stuff spreading to the rest of my body. "That's rapid necrosis right there," the agent said, "and you just injected the antidote." I felt immense relief immediately after. I watched as the rot slowly crept back down my arm before disappearing completely. In that moment, a wave of euphoria washed over me. I've never done heroin, but I imagine the sensations would be comparable. "Enjoy that feeling," the agent continued, "because the hard part is coming up soon." I didn't have to ask what he meant by that. It was as if a flip had suddenly switched. The euphoria was immediately replaced with the most excruciating pain I'd ever experienced in my entire life, even worse than when the rot was consuming my arm. "This is why I made you a drink," the agent went on. "The pain will only last 10 minutes. Try and keep it down, though. We don't need any noise complaints." Those 10 minutes seemed like 20 hours. If you were to ask me exactly what I was feeling, I would have had a hard time describing it. Hell. Simply put, it was sheer hell. As if every molecule in my body was being tossed into an industrial meat grinder before the remnants were dropped into molten lava. I laid on the ground for a few moments after it had passed. To tell you the truth, I wanted to lay there for a lot longer, but then I remembered where I was. I looked back up, rushing back at the agent. If I was pissed before, I was about to explode now. What the hell was that? I screamed in his face as I began trying to strangle him again. It was strange. His throat didn't feel like metal anymore. It just felt like regular flesh. I could even see his face starting to turn red. I grinned. I was finally getting the upper hand. It seemed like the antidote had more than a few side effects, but that didn't last long. He grabbed my arm and elbowed me in the face before somehow managing to reverse our positions and mount me. From there, he put me in an arm lock. "All right," he said. "You got that out of your system? Can I explain to you what the hell is happening now?" I tapped the floor, signaling yes. "Well, all right," he said, letting go. "We can finally make some progress." He pulled up a chair and sat down, still panting from our short grappling match, and I did the same. "Why'd you kill my team? If we told anybody about the UFO, nobody would have even believed us. Hell, why'd you hire us in the first place?" "Slow down there. One question at a time. The first thing you need to know is..." He paused for a moment, almost as if an uncomfortable thought had just crossed his mind. "There was no UFO crash, no aliens. That was all fake." I buried my face in my hands, trying to wrap my head around what the hell he'd just said. "What?" "Before I continue, you want that drink now?" he asked. I nodded. It seemed like I was gonna need it. If there was no UFO, then what was the point of the raid? "It's simple," the agent said. "To make it look like there was one." I'm not sure why I nodded. It's not like I understood what was going on in the slightest. "Think about it," the agent continued. "The CIA conducts a clandestine operation that involves covering up a UFO landing. It goes horribly wrong, and all the agents die." "The agents? My team were the ones that died." The agent nodded. "Yeah, and what uniforms were you wearing?" I thought back, and suddenly it made complete sense why they didn't want us wearing our own uniforms. "SAC gear," I responded. "But that still doesn't make any sense. Every agent should have been registered, right? We sure as hell weren't." "That's right," the agent responded. "But it doesn't matter." He gestured towards an empty syringe sitting on the table. "Once the necrosis finishes, there would have been nothing left but bones. Nothing left to try and identify. It's a real nasty concoction." "Fair enough," I said. "So, the CIA backs a raid in order to conceal a potential UFO crash. The mission ends in disaster, and everybody, including the cult members, die in an inexplicable way." The agent nodded. "The aftermath yields a burning question. Who, or what, killed them?" I sat back. The implication seemed so ridiculous it was comical. The aliens liquefied everybody and escaped out into the world." The agent smirked. "Now you're getting it." "I don't think I am. How do hostile aliens run amok and benefit the CIA in any capacity?" The agent poured himself some more liquor. "That part, I'll admit, it's a bit complicated." And complicated it was. This is where his story goes batshit crazy. According to him, this whole debacle started years prior, with one man at the center of it all. Jonas Kane. And to the best of everybody's knowledge, Kane was a civilian, not a former SEAL, Ranger, or anything to that effect. In the span of just 2 months, he managed to gain the favor of a sizable portion of the higher-ups at the CIA, effectively splitting the organization in factions. It didn't take long for his side to start overwhelming the other. Stating that he essentially held the CIA in the palm of his hand wouldn't have been a stretch. So, how does a regular guy manage to do all of this? Well, the why to that question was pretty obvious. The how was another story entirely. The antidote, the agent said, holding up another of the blue syringes. I couldn't tell you the scientific name, so we just call it the God Serum. Kane's claim to fame. I half scoffed, half chuckled. Read a lot of comics? Still a teenager at heart. That's just my coping mechanism for all the atrocities I've committed, though. I couldn't tell if that was a joke or not. So, Kane developed this serum by himself? The agent nodded. That's the way it seems. Well, what does it do exactly? Despite how dumb I thought the name was, it wasn't terribly inaccurate. On top of immediately healing any injury or disease, like necrosis, the user essentially ascended into a superhuman state. How strong somebody could be depended on their own genetics. Their base physical attributes could be enhanced 20-fold, at the minimum, all the way to a staggering 55. Slow twitch muscle strength, striking power, speed, endurance, durability, you name it. It was the super soldier serum on additional steroids. And from what they've seen so far, there haven't been any discernible negative side effects. Kane was also the only one who knew how to make it, and he wasn't sharing his secrets. They gave him a stranglehold on just about the entire organization. And can't the CIA just force the recipe out of him? You know, advanced torture techniques or something? That's an option, yeah, the agent responded. But easier said than done. The upper limit of 55-fold enhancement only applies to the serum he's given us. Kane's different from the rest of us. He's on something else entirely. What I'm trying to say is, he's unstoppable, uncontrollable. Machine guns, snipers, explosives, tranquilizers, nothing does shit to him. If we're Captain America, he's Superman. Nobody can force him to do anything. I shook my head. This sounds ridiculous, doesn't it? Are you hearing yourself? Hey, I don't disagree. But as absurd as it sounds, it's the truth. And isn't that what you wanted to know? The truth? The agent responded. Anyways, that's the how of this whole story. Kane wasn't a scientist either. Up until 2018, he was registered as a traffic court lawyer in Oklahoma. We don't know how the hell he managed to do any of this, but the worst thing about this whole situation is that we don't even know what he's trying to do, what his endgame is. The agent stood up, lit a cigarette, and began pacing. But it sure as hell probably isn't anything good. And combine this with the fact that he's got most of the CIA wrapped around his thumb and we have a disaster on our hands, he's getting more and more influenced by the day. If he continues to go unchecked, well, you get it, don't you? If the agent was telling the truth, then this was indeed a nightmare scenario. Evil Superman as world dictator, forcing the world to believe we were being attacked by aliens for unknown reasons. What a bright future. So, what are you then? Leader of the anti-Kane faction or something? Not the leader, he said, shaking his head. Just one of many moles inside Kane's faction, but we all have the same goal. I'll do anything to take him down. Well, I said, standing up. Well, sounds like you've got your work cut out for you. Good luck. I'll be heading out now. I knew he probably wasn't going to just let me leave. I could tell that he was trying to recruit me for something from the get-go. But after hearing all of this, on top of my entire team being killed... Wait, I nearly forgot about that. My team's dead, you know, I said, giving him a death stare. And you caused it. I don't give a hell if you're a double agent or what. How the hell am I supposed to forgive that? I'm not asking you to forgive me. But this is bigger than either of us, bigger than anything you could imagine. If Kane gets his way, I reckon your team would have been dead regardless. You don't have to forgive me. All I'm asking is that you work with me for now. If we succeed, I don't care what happens next. You can strangle me in my sleep for all that I care." He began stepping towards me. "If you want your revenge, then you can have it. But there might not be a world for you to come back to." He extended his arm, implying that I shake his hand in agreement. "Come on, you never dreamed about playing the hero when you were a kid? This might be your only chance." I swatted his hand away. "What the hell do you want me for anyways? I can't even stop my team from dying. What good am I gonna be?" It finally came out. I didn't blame the agent. I really only had myself to blame. A tough pill to swallow for sure. The agent paused for a moment. I couldn't even look him in the eye at this point. I knew he'd be able to see the weakness behind my own. And eventually, he held out his arm again. "If I thought you weren't worth recruiting, then why the hell am I trying so hard? Come on, make the death of your team worth something." "I'm still not shaking your hand. But tell me the plan. You guys do have a plan, right?" The agent grinned. "Well, it's a work in progress." "It's what?" Instead of responding, he tossed me a jacket. "I knew you'd say yes. Bundle up now. We're headed over to Russia." I've only been to Russia a few times before, but there is one solid conclusion I can draw about the country. It's one of the hardest places to complete contracts. The targets are usually hell to put down, and my heart feels like it's seconds away from detonating at all times. I do enjoy drinking over there, though. I managed to get some sleep on the flight over. That would have been impossible had I not been tired to the point of delusion. Our ride came in the form of a clunky old cargo plane that only had sitting space for the pilots. I think I banged my head on about 15 crates before I woke up. There's no flights to Norilsk, and I can't really take a government-owned aircraft without arousing suspicion, so I had to call in a favor from an old friend," the agent explained. I'm sure he could see the trepidation on my face. "Look, it's the best I could do." I suppose it didn't matter. The plane wasn't the biggest issue. It was what we were bound to see once we got off that worried me the most. Along with the agent and the pilots, there were 2 others on the plane with us, another SAC agent named Armin and a Green Beret named Luke. 4 wasn't exactly the biggest team, but the agent assured me that we'd be rendezvousing with the rest once we got to our destination. The flight was mostly silent and a bit awkward. "So, what do I call you?" I asked the agent in an attempt to make small talk. "You don't have to tell me your real name, just give me something so it doesn't get weird." The agent leaned his head back, as if he were thinking about it. "It's Colt. That's my real name, by the way. I trust you enough." He flashed a corny grin at me. I nodded in response. Colt it is. We landed on a small airstrip in the middle of what looked like a remote field. I was hit with the freezing rain the moment I stepped out of the plane, which managed to wake me up a bit. I looked around, but there was quite literally nothing surrounding us. "You sure we're in the right place?" Luke asked. "Don't look like there's too much going on here." Colt looked at one of the pilots, an older, weary-looking gentleman, and nodded. The man lumbered out of the plane and began walking towards a nearby forest. "This way," he said in a thick accent. "It's just short walk." I underestimated what he meant by short. We walked for about 3 hours into the middle of the forest, all while lugging around 20 pounds of gear and being drenched by the ice-cold precipitation. At one point, we came across some kind of large, pill-shaped object stuck in the trees. "It'll make sense later," Colt said when he saw me looking up at it. "Just keep walking for now." After the arduous hike, the pilot finally stopped in a clearing and took out a metal detector. He scanned the ground for a bit before gesturing for the shovel that Colt was holding. After about a minute of digging, he uncovered something that looked like the entrance to a vault. "Still there," he said, chuckling. "Many bad memories here," He entered a code into the keypad and it opened, revealing a metal ladder leading down into oblivion. He took a deep breath as he got up, before putting his hand on Colt's shoulder. "I'll be waiting in plane. Good luck, my friend." Colt nodded. "It's 6 p.m. If we're not back by then, just leave." The pilot gave him one last glance before walking out of the clearing and out of sight. He didn't look so confident. "Well," Colt said, turning on his helmet flashlight, "time to enter the belly of the beast." I couldn't tell you how long the climb was. I just knew that my arms were jelly by the end. There was also an indescribable smell lingering in the air. It wasn't putrid per se. It just felt like something I wasn't supposed to be breathing in. After scaling down the ladder, we finally found ourselves in some kind of underground military complex. "It's an old KGB base," Colt explained, "repurposed for modern-day Spetsnaz training." "Spetsnaz? Is it a good idea to show up unannounced?" Colt looked down at his watch. "If everything's gone according to plan, then we should be fine." "Well, how can I not be confident when you put it like that?" I muttered. He started moving and we followed, passing through rooms that contained weightlifting equipment, shooting ranges, and mats for hand-to-hand training. Eventually, we came across the dining hall. I'll admit, I was a bit taken aback by what we found waiting for us. "What in the Sam hell happened here?" Luke asked. It was a bloodbath inside. Standing amongst the plates of spilt food and drink, there were about 20 soldiers and agents, with 5 more dead on the ground. I recognized roughly half as Spetsnaz, with the other half wearing generic tactical gear. I assumed the latter half were our guys. The ones who were dead were all Spetsnaz. "Oh, geez," Colt muttered, as he stared at the grisly scene around him. One of the non-Spetsnaz soldiers looked over at us. He was average height and incredibly handsome, save for the gnarly scar running down through one of his eyes. "What the hell did you expect?" he said. "We're lucky it only got this bad." Saying that everybody looked on edge would have been an understatement. "You showed them what the serum could do and they still didn't believe you?" Colt said, stepping forward. "Most did," the soldier responded. "Not all. We should have expected that from the start." "Well, do they believe you now?" The soldier looked over his shoulder at the group of angry Spetsnaz behind him. He nodded at them, a few nodded back, and a few cursed at him in Russian. "I guess. I mean, they stopped trying to kill us at least, so we've stopped killing them." Colt sighed and shook his head. "For God's sake, Visser," he muttered before gesturing to Luke, Armin, and I. "In any case, these are the new guys, all quite capable if I do say so myself." "They're on the serum?" the soldier, whose name was apparently Visser, asked. Colt nodded. The soldier walked forward and extended his arm, shaking each of our hands in quick succession. "Like Colt mentioned, the name's Visser," he said. "I'm glad you guys chose to be a part of this. We need all the help that we can get." He went on to fill us in on what was happening. Similar to Colt, Visser was an SAC agent acting as a mole inside of Kane's faction. After some lingering, he became privy to the time and location of Kane's second attack. The first one was in the US at a Colt base. The second in Russia at a Spetsnaz complex. If the Russian government were led to believe that the aliens had landed on Earth and subsequently slaughtered an entire unit of their soldiers, Kane's plan to make the world believe they were in imminent danger would become one step closer to a reality. That object in the forest, that's supposed to be the UFO, isn't it? It was planted there? Visser nodded. "You couldn't be more correct. The man's running an intricate operation, which is why we've got to put a wrench into it as fast and as hard as we can." "So what happens next?" Luke asked. "In about an hour, Kane's forces are going to storm the place." "They're going to do the same thing they did to your team," Colt added. "Have his super soldiers kill all the Spetsnaz and then inject them with a necrotic agent. The deadly alien strikes again, and nobody's safe, not even some of the most skilled soldiers in the world." "The U.S. government will eventually find out and compare the incident to what happened in Montana. And it's going to keep happening all around the world until there's only one conclusion left to draw," Visser said. We tried explaining the situation, another non-Spetsnaz soldier added. "But like hell they were going to believe us. Our Russian's also pretty rusty. I think some things got lost in translation." "We believe you now," one of the Spetsnaz said in English, stepping towards us. "But only for now. If what you're saying does not happen..." His face suddenly morphed into a vicious sneer. "Well, you've killed 5 of my men. I don't care what drugs you've taken to become so strong. We will fight back." I heard one of the Spetsnaz in the back shout something to the effect of, "And you couldn't bring anything for us?" "Sounds good, Chief," Visser replied, ignoring the outburst. "But I promise you, we're saving lives here." The Russian soldier didn't seem impressed. Nevertheless, he stepped back for the time being. "So, from what it sounds like, they won't be expecting us, right?" Armin asked. I think it was the first time I'd ever heard him speak. Visser nodded affirmatively. "Good," Armin responded. "Makes our job simpler." "What's the size of the force coming for us?" I asked. "That was something I couldn't confirm, but we've got 12 guys on the serum here. We should be fine," Visser responded. I nearly forgot about that. The enemy was superhuman, but so were we. "So, what are these?" I said, holding up my rifle. "Decorations?" Visser grinned. "We're going old school, baby." He rolled up his sleeves, showing off his wrapped wrists. "Hope you've kept up with your hand-to-hand training." The rest of the soldiers followed suit, dropping their weapons and beginning to stretch out their limbs. There's a reason I preferred assassination from a distance. I wasn't a fan of getting punched in the face and tossed into walls, but I suppose there was no getting out of this one. Visser walked over and tossed me a set of hand wraps. "We might hit hard, but we're hitting pretty hard targets as well. Don't want a broken wrist." The Spetsnaz soldiers hung back as the rest of us moved to the front. I already knew I was going to be hurting like hell by the end, so I prepared myself mentally. I'd been pummeled to near death a few times before, and I couldn't really afford to lose any more brain cells. Visser tapped his watch as the hour dwindled, and soon enough, we started hearing movement coming from the corridor up ahead. I took a deep breath, closed my eyes, and clenched my hands. I told myself that I was about to do something good, something that would benefit humanity in the long run. For a moment, that made me feel better. That feeling faded quickly when I looked at what had appeared in front of us. A horde of unfathomable creatures had gathered at the dining hall entrance. Their dark gray bodies were centipede-like, with a sizable stinger at the end of their tails. Their torsos were thick and slimy, with 4 veiny, beefy arms attached to the sides. Their fists were the size of bowling balls. They had 2 circular mouths lined with sharp teeth on either side of their face, with 3 sets of glowing, piercing eyes on top. Their hairs were wild and spiky, almost like blades jutting out from the top of their heads. Of course, none of us knew how to react. I looked over, watching as Colt's expression turned blank. "What the fuck?" Before he could even finish the sentence, the creatures began charging at us, shrieking so loud it felt like my brain was shaking. Safe to say, I don't think this was part of the plan. Good grief! Colt muttered. Things just can't be simple for once, can they? The creatures were slow in their approach, but not as if they were sizing us up. There was something peculiar about the way that they moved. Not quite like predators hunting prey, more like a drone approaching its target. Their movement seemed calculated, methodical, almost robotic. You said aliens, one of the Spetsnaz yelled out from the back. So what the hell is this? This doesn't change much, Colt said. These things are still here to kill you guys, and we're here to stop them. The creatures continued advancing at a steady pace. I looked back at our rifles, which were laid out on the tables. No matter how strong I'd become, the last thing I wanted to do was fight these things with my bare hands. Ah, hell. I turned back around, seeing that the creatures had begun charging. I clenched my fists. It didn't really look like I had a choice. I stepped forward as one of them lunged at me. I could only comprehend just how massive the thing was once I got up close to it. Not only did it tower over me, its body was well over 10 feet long. I twisted my hips and punched its head. It certainly did some damage, but at the cost of my knuckles shattering. A few seconds into the fight, and I was already in deep water. I jumped back due to the pain, but the creature just kept charging. It raised its stinger, and I was ill-prepared to block it. It stabbed me in the arm, not quite penetrating my skin. It still hurt like hell, though. I could see something dripping out of the tip as the creature pulled its stinger back, some kind of dark green fluid. I rushed forward and tried putting the creature into a standing choke before it could strike again. But it didn't work. The creature slammed me in the abdomen with one of its arms, sending me backwards and leaving me breathless. Oh, screw this, I muttered. I pulled myself up and rushed over towards the rifles. I aimed the barrel at the creature's head and began spraying. Even though just about every bullet hit head-on, the abomination still wouldn't go down. Its head would snap back slightly with every impact, as bits of its skin and flesh exploded. Dark-colored blood spilled to the floor as it continued pressing forward, seemingly unbothered by the injuries. I cursed again and reloaded, before once again emptying the entire magazine into its face. It finally dropped this time. Even then, it still wasn't fully dead, jerking and writhing around on the floor. I clutched the rifle like a bat and slammed it into the back of the creature's head until it broke. That finally managed to finish it off for good. The adrenaline rush was so intense that it took me a second to notice it. There was something sticking out of the creature's flesh. I approached the corpse cautiously in order to get a closer look. I wasn't seeing things. Buried within the bone, cartilage, and tissue appeared to be wires, as if it were some type of robot. Before I could inspect any further, another one of these things lunged at me. I leapt back before gauging the situation around me. I spotted Colt fighting off two of the creatures at once barehanded. There were 4 more lying limp around him. The guy was a monster himself. But the rest of us weren't doing so well. Luke was trying his hardest not to get pummeled, while Armin was thrashing on the floor trying not to be strangled. Strangulation. I wouldn't have expected these kinds of creatures to resort to something like that. Everybody else was facing a similar struggle. The only one holding their own was Colt. But there was also someone missing. Somebody I couldn't immediately spot. Looking for something? A voice from behind me said. I turned around, seeing Visser with a wicked grin on his face. Visser, what the hell? He interrupted by punching me hard in the throat. I began gasping for air as I fell to my knees. I looked up, watching as he casually strolled away, before walking up to Luke and unceremoniously breaking his arm. I tried standing up, but ended up getting knocked back down by one of the creatures. I could hardly fight back as it wrapped its massive hands around my throat, simultaneously drilling its stinger into my leg. This time, it managed to break my skin. What it was trying to do wasn't a mystery, it was injecting the necrotic agent into my veins. And to my surprise, it let go of my throat before I passed out completely. In retrospect, it made sense. These things were probably programmed to move on after the injection was completed. I sat up, struggling to funnel air into my lungs. I looked around again, watching as Visser effortlessly subdued the rest of our team. At the same time, the creatures seemed to be completely ignoring him. Eventually, he made his way over to Colt, who still had his hands full with multiple creatures. Colt screamed something at him, but I couldn't hear what he said. Visser responded by punching him in the face. Compared to the rest of us, it took him a little longer to take down Colt, but he still managed to without breaking much of a sweat. It also didn't help that Colt was being tag-teamed by the creatures. With our team entirely down for the count, the creatures turned their attention towards the Spetsnaz, who'd been witnessing the entire ordeal at the back. These guys were done for, I thought to myself. Fighting these creatures was a hellish experience. Even with the serum, I could only imagine facing them in my mortal state. It'd be a complete and utter slaughter. But the Spetsnaz didn't seem worried at all. There was no fear in their expressions. Their faces were stone, as if a gang of mere hooligans were standing in front of them. Some raised their rifles, some grabbed their knives. Despite the impossible odds, they were still going to fight. The lead Spetsnaz stepped forward before shouting something in Russian, and then they charged. As expected, it was a short, brutal struggle. I looked back at Visser. He appeared to be recording the entire thing, and keeping only the Russians and the creatures in frame. Even though he only managed to capture a few seconds of footage at most, he took off right after. I suppose he got what he came for. It was shocking just how horrible the plan had gone. The Spetsnaz we were supposed to protect were all dead. Half of our team was knocked out cold, while the rest were injured. And not only that, Visser had apparently set up everything. A mole amongst moles. I could only imagine what was waiting for us next. The creatures had become stationary after finishing off the Russians. The details were all starting to align. These things were just machines made to look like biological entities. These were fake aliens. I could see Colt slowly pulling himself up as blood leaked from his nose and a large gash on his forehead. "Where'd Visser go?" he asked, spitting out blood. "He took off," I responded, after recording everything. Colt's eyes turned wide before he suddenly bolted up. He can't get away," he said, before sprinting back down the corridor like a bat out of hell. Everybody else was too roughed up to follow after him, but I wasn't. My right fist was broken, but that was about the extent of my problems. I started running after Visser as well. We made it out of the underground complex and back into the woods, where we could see a trail of fresh footprints in the snow. We tracked his trail for about 5 minutes before finally catching up to him. He didn't seem too alarmed. In fact, it looked like he was just taking a casual stroll through the woods. Colt wasn't about to waste time asking him any questions, immediately charging at him like a bull. He tried taking Visser down, but was met with an abrupt knee to the face instead. I tried running at Visser as well, but was knocked down before I could even lift my arms. It happened so quick that I'm not even sure what kind of move he pulled on me. In any case, I wasn't getting back up. It felt like my liver had just burst open. Colt wasn't done yet, though. With blood pouring from his mouth, nose, and eyes, he lifted himself up and started advancing towards Visser once again. What happened next was a one-sided beatdown. Colt must have thrown over 50 strikes with only a couple landing. Even the ones that hit didn't seem to faze Visser in the slightest. He just shrugged everything off. Visser grabbed Colt by the arm and delivered a rib-shattering kick, which sent Colt tumbling back down to the ground. We were done for. Visser just looked at both of us and sighed. Commendable effort. You boys aren't giving up on the mission. I can respect that. He leered over Colt. But that also means I'd be dumb as hell if I let you live now. Visser grabbed Colt's throat and squeezed. You're a rat bastard, Colt rasped out as the air slowly vacated his lungs. Yeah. It is what it is. I wanted to pummel Visser right then and there with every fiber of my being, but I couldn't. I could only crawl towards him at a futile pace. I'll get to you next, buddy. Don't you worry, he said, grinning smugly at me. Colt stopped struggling after about 10 seconds. There you go, Visser said, almost in a whisper. Night. Then he turned his attention to me. If you told me 10 years ago that this is how I'd die, I'd probably laugh in your face. If you told me the same thing 1 year ago, well, that's a different story. At the end of the day, I had nobody to blame but myself. I never could go down the normal route, no matter how much the people in my life pleaded, no matter how much worry I caused them. I only ever wanted to live for myself. I still don't think there's anything wrong with that, but I suppose things could have been different, could have been better. Your thoughts race when death is lurking right in front of you. I don't know if time was slowing down in my mind, or if Visser was just taking his sweet time walking over, but I had a lot of time to think. A lot of time to regret. I sighed and closed my eyes. I never really believed in reincarnation, but at that moment I tried. I just hoped that I'd do better in my next life. I was waiting for him to kill me, and I kept waiting. But it wasn't happening. Eventually I opened my eyes. Visser was standing only a few feet from me, but his attention was focused elsewhere. I followed his gaze, spotting Luke standing at the edge of a clearing behind us. One of his arms was completely mangled, thanks to Visser, and he was bleeding profusely from a wound on his cheek. Despite that, he was still there, holding a pistol. Visser looked perplexed at the sight. I can't say I would have reacted differently. I couldn't comprehend what Luke was trying to do. Didn't I just kick your ass? And now you're here, pointing that pea shooter at me? I mean, I get it. I'm just as dedicated as the next guy. But this is getting ridiculous. Luke just grinned. I didn't want to waste this on you, but I'm kinda glad that I get to. He fired the weapon, hitting Visser in the chest, but not with a normal bullet. The projectile was some kind of liquid-filled capsule staining Visser's clothes and neck as it exploded upon impact. Visser looked at Luke, the smugness in his expression replaced with genuine concern. Now what in the hell was that? Try kicking my ass now, you son of a bitch, Luke responded. Visser's face contorted into a grimace as he stepped forward, but he couldn't even make it a few yards before collapsing. He went into a violent coughing fit as blood burst from his mouth. Oh, damn, he muttered. My father once said that no matter what you have, Luke began, it can still be taken away in a heartbeat. I never doubted him. He looked at me, tossing me a pair of handcuffs. Do me a favor and restrain him for me, Luke said, as his injured arm dangled gruesomely to the side. I'm a bit screwed up right now. No rush, though. He ain't going anywhere. I looked at Visser, who was still writhing and coughing up blood on the ground. I looked over at Colt, still lying limp beside him. I was seconds away from sharing the same fate. Maybe I had. Maybe I'd really been strangled lifeless and this was all just some posthumous hallucination. But I don't think the dead could feel as pissed off as I did in that moment. What happens next? I asked Luke. He shook his head. I don't know for sure. but I think things are about to start moving quick. Oh, what the hell'd you do to me? Visser asked, still retching up mouthfuls of blood. His skin was becoming more red by the moment. Screw you, Luke responded. You don't get to ask any damn questions. Here's what we're gonna do. You give us the information that we want. He held up a vial of clear liquid. And I'll give you the antidote. Antidote? To what? Visser asked. What do you think? You have about 10 minutes before your skin starts bubbling up like a pizza in an oven. It's gonna look nasty. Say goodbye to that handsome face. Visser let out a pained chuckle. Oh, nice bluff. I don't feel shit. I'll survive whatever the hell this is. I had to commend his dedication to the lie. His face was going beet red, and his eyes looked about ready to pop out from his skull. Luke sighed. We can wait then. Let's see if your tune changes in the next few minutes. I couldn't tell what the hell Luke had blasted him with, but I'm sure as hell glad none of it was splashed onto me. The amount of pain that Visser was experiencing seemed to multiply with every second that passed. After only a minute, he began screaming his lungs out, as if his head was being crushed under 10,000 tons. You don't feel anything, huh? Luke asked coldly. What the hell was in that bullet? I asked him. He just shook his head at me. I'll tell you later. He walked over towards Visser and knelt down beside him. I'll bet you're going through hell right now, aren't you? Well, brace yourself, 'cause this ain't even the peak of it. New York, Visser muttered out. Luke grinned. Now we're getting somewhere. If I fail to deliver the footage, the next attack's gonna be in New York. All right, so how do we stop it? Visser let out an excruciating groan. He was starting to turn crimson. The sewers. They'll come out of the sewers. Which area? Lower Manhattan. When? 2 days? 2 days from now, around noon. Luke nodded before standing back up. New York, huh? Couldn't have picked a more generic place. That's everything I know, Visser said, gritting his teeth through every word. Give me the damn antidote. One more question. Is Kane gonna be there himself? Visser responded with a strenuous nod. I think so. The damn antidote. Come on, man. This? Luke said, holding up the vial. Instead of handing it over, he opened it up himself before pouring it down his throat. Visser's expression dropped. This is vodka. There is no antidote. Luke walked off, leaving Visser to scream in agony by himself. I'd be lying if I said that the whole sequence wasn't a bit jarring for me. I just had to stand there for a moment, watching him. It was like a train wreck. I couldn't take my eyes off of him. As big of a piece of shit as Visser was, I couldn't help but feel sorry for him just a bit. 2 days, Luke muttered to himself. That ain't a lot of time. Hell, we don't even know if he's telling the truth. So, that's where we're going? Manhattan? Luke nodded, although his face seemed to be stuck in a permanent grimace. We gained intel at the price of 2 valuable assets. 2 of them? I asked. Colt, I understand. What was the other? The bullet I shot at, Visser. That was supposed to be for Kane. It's the only thing that's capable of taking him down. I nearly choked on my own saliva when he said it. Are you kidding me? The words came out of my mouth almost instinctively. Why the hell would you waste it on him then? Relax. We had 2. There's 1 bullet left. We just need to have perfect aim. No big deal. What the hell was in that bullet? He went silent at my question before letting out a brief chuckle. You know what? I don't actually know. Before he gave me a further explanation, the rest of our team made their way into the clearing, all looking pretty roughed up. Armin came through first, his eyes widening upon seeing Colt's body. Ah, damn it, he muttered. His eyes then moved over to Visser, still convulsing on the ground. His dismay turned into anger as he stared at Luke. Oh, don't tell me you used it, Armin said, his eyes fixed on Luke in a death stare. What the hell were you thinking? He was filming the entire attack, Luke responded, his voice remaining calm. Could you imagine what would have happened if that footage made it to anybody significant? Armin shook his head, visibly pissed off. It doesn't change the fact that you just took the biggest risk of all time. Did you get anything out of him at least? Luke nodded. Next attack's gonna be in New York in 2 days. They're coming out of the sewers. Apparently, Kane's gonna be there as well. Armin took a moment to calm himself down. Well, let's see if your decision pays off, or if you just screwed us permanently. Yeah, Luke said, starting to walk off. Quit being so dramatic. Let's get to the plane. Hang on, Armin called after him. What about your arm? Can you even move that thing? Without turning back, Luke used his good arm to flash the OK symbol at him. Armin shook his head and mumbled something before following after him. I began walking as well, but felt Visser grab my ankle after only a few steps. You don't understand, I heard him mutter. I didn't even look down. I just shook his hand off of my leg and continued walking. Over the years, I've learned that some things are better ignored. After trekking and retracing our steps through the grueling woods, we found the plane waiting for us. The pilot scanned our group, but didn't say anything about Colt's absence, but I could certainly tell that he noticed it. Luke outlined our next steps on the flight back to New York. As expected, it was a bit haphazard, but we didn't have the luxury of planning ahead. Since Lower Manhattan was a relatively large place, we had a lot of ground to cover. Luke estimated that we'd be able to gather around 90 guys who were on our side in the short amount of time that we had. But that also meant telegraphing our plan to Kane's entire faction. That meant there was no going back, that this was going to be our final stand. And taking out Kane was also going to be difficult since we only had 1 bullet. And can't we just make more of them? Why do we have to rely on 1? I asked. No can do. The only person capable of making these bullets is Kane himself. Oh shit, I wasn't expecting that. One of our moles actually managed to steal 5 of them from Kane's private lab, Luke continued. But then, things got messy. He was killed and we only managed to recover 2. And to be honest, I'm surprised Visser didn't know about it, or else he would have realized I was bluffing about the antidote. I guess Kane keeps some things pretty close to his chest. And now we only have 1, Armin added, glaring at Luke. But does Kane know that we have it? Luke nodded. That fact certainly don't help. he'll be expecting us to use it. With everything considered, it sounded like we were going to need a miracle to pull this off. Luke went on to list our 2 priorities in order of importance. Number 1, do not let any of the fake aliens out of the sewers and into the city. Number 2, eliminate Kane. They were simple in concept, presumably tougher to execute. One aspect of the plan bothered me more than anything else. We were barely strong enough to take down a single creature by ourselves. How the hell are we going to deal with an entire horde without Colt? Luke and Armin briefly glanced at one another. They almost seemed worried as they did so, as if an uncomfortable thought had just crossed both of their minds simultaneously. We do have somebody stronger than Colt on our side, probably even stronger than Visser. A secret weapon, if you will. I squinted at him. So, why the hell wasn't he here? Because he's frickin' insane, Armin responded. He ain't a secret weapon. He's a last resort. I'll call Valerie, Luke said, standing up. Have her wrangle him into New York. Yeah, you do that, Armin said, before looking over at me. Brace yourself. Once we get to New York, it's gonna be a shit show. When I was still in middle school, my math teacher once told me that I'd end up in the sewers if I kept phoning it in during class. I guess he was right. It was around 5 a.m. when we landed in Staten Island. The flight over was pretty quiet, with both Luke and Armin holding expressions that I knew all too well. It was the expression that one might make when they weren't quite sure what was going to happen next. This is as much as I can help you, the pilot said, as he tried to hide the weary expression on his face. We nodded at him as he prepared to take off. He didn't seem enthusiastic about sticking around to see what would happen next, and I couldn't blame him for that. Losing a friend and Colt couldn't have felt too good either. We only had to wait about 10 minutes to be picked up. 4 vehicles, all different makes and models, pulled up, with a taller blonde woman coming out of the lead car. Her face seemed to be frozen in a perpetual grimace as she walked up to Luke. What the hell have you done? She said through gritted teeth, looking just about ready to break Luke's other arm on the spot. I thought you knew how to follow simple instructions. Yeah? Luke responded, holding a similar expression to hers. And I thought you knew how to recruit people. Your guy Visser was a damn mole, Valerie. What the hell are you talking about? Are you sure? The sumbitch turned on us and then started filming the attack. He also killed Colt. So yeah, I'm pretty damn sure. Valerie's expression suddenly changed as she muttered something under her breath. And then she looked over at me. He's the new guy, right? I nodded in response. And Colt's the only one on our side dead? Yeah, Luke responded. Good. I guess we broke even then. Time to go to Manhattan. She turned, heading back towards the vehicle. I looked over at Luke, who just smirked. Wouldn't get on her bad side. We drove from Staten Island deep into Manhattan, before finally arriving at an unassuming-looking Chinese restaurant. Let me guess, I said as we pulled up. Another secret CIA base? Don't sound so surprised, Luke said as he hopped out. At that point, I suppose nothing should have surprised me at all. We passed through the main dining area before descending into the basement to find about 30 armed soldiers getting geared up. Is this everybody? Luke asked. Just about. Except for Gustafsson. He's in the freezer. Had a hell of a time getting him over here. Gustafsson? Is that the secret weapon you guys were talking about? Last resort. And yeah. Marcus Gustafsson. He was a 6'7" Swedish-American SOG agent who opted to join the fight against Kane. As with everybody else, he was also given a dose of the serum. But his body's response to it was a bit different from everybody else's. His strength and speed were elevated to ludicrous levels, far surpassing even Colt's. And couple that with his massive frame, and he was essentially a human wrecking ball. Those boosts came with a drawback, though. In exchange for his physical prowess, his mind degenerated into something comparable to a primal beast. If anybody were to stand in front of him, they were getting bulldozed, regardless of who they were. There was only one feasible way to control him, and that was by putting him into freezing temperatures. And when that happened, he was capable of retaining some degree of his old self, some degree of sanity. If we take him out, we'll only have about 30 minutes until he loses control again, Valerie continued to explain. And that means we'll have to work quick. Shouldn't be a problem. We only have to cover the entirety of Lower Manhattan's sewer system. Just get it done. You know how important this is. And don't fuck it up. Luke rolled his eyes. You don't need to tell me that, all right? Focus on yourself. She shot him a glare before walking away. Jesus, Luke muttered, shaking his head before turning to me. But she's right. This is important. It's also very dangerous. You've survived so far, but I couldn't really tell you what's about to happen next. If you want to back out right now, then that's fine. Your choice. With all that said, are you still coming with us? I already knew that the question was nothing more than a polite gesture. I could tell that I really didn't have an option at all. I was already in pretty deep, after all. And if the world really was at stake here, then they needed all the help they could get. I nodded and shook his hand. In some strange way, it felt like my fate had been sealed from the start regardless. We were headed into the sewers. We split up into 10 groups in order to cover more ground. I was with Luke and Armin, of course. The plan was simple in theory. We just had to locate where the robot aliens were being kept and eliminate them all. If we ran into Kane himself, then we needed to radio Valerie, lure him towards a rendezvous point, and shoot him with our last bullet. From there, we'd have to neutralize the remaining bolts and organize a scrub of any trace of their existence. And if things became a little too overwhelming, we'd have to resort to unleashing Marcus. I didn't say it'd be easy, just straightforward. I could think of about 100 different ways this could go south pretty quick. Nevertheless, this really was our only shot. As hard as I tried to mentally prepare myself for our descent into the murky tunnels, I still couldn't stop myself from gagging as we waded through the calf-deep river of who knows what. Luke and Armin weren't even trying to suppress their amusement in my discomfort. Is this funny? Does it smell good to you guys or something? We've been through a lot worse. This ain't really much in comparison. You want to hear some stories to pass the time while we search? Luke asked. I didn't take him up on the offer. I had to focus on not throwing up instead. After about 15 minutes of walking, we came across one of the creatures, which caused me to flinch as the light attached to my rifle illuminated it. Thankfully, it was dead. It also seemed to be different from the ones we'd encountered in Russia, more gruesome in appearance. It was about twice the size, so big that it nearly blocked the entire tunnel. It was also covered in what appeared to be boils, large pulsing spheres that were fighting for space across its torso. Luke walked forward cautiously before quickly turning away, his hand clamped over his nose. Jesus, it smells like death, he muttered. Armin grabbed a knife off of his belt and stepped forward. What are you doing? I asked him. I just want to know what we're dealing with here. He chucked the blade at one of those boils, causing it to burst open. I couldn't stop myself from puking a little bit in my mouth after seeing what came out of it. These things began crawling out. There had to be dozens of them, all about the size of a large rat. They looked like spiders at first, but as they crawled closer to me, it became evident that they were just smaller versions of the creature. It looked like something straight out of hell itself. Oh, screw me. Weren't these things supposed to be robots? He looked around before stomping on one of the creatures and completely pulverizing it. I don't see any wires here. I looked back at the creature, watching as the boil started to bulge and thrash, as if the monstrosities within were getting ready to hatch at any moment. Biotechnology. Real taboo subject. It makes sense, though. Why build robots from scratch when you could just breed the organic matter and modify them at maturation? He seemed to know quite a bit about the topic. But still, I suppose this complicates things. Since the creature was blocking most of the tunnel, and we didn't want to risk accidentally popping another one out, we took a different route in order to keep searching. As noon began closing in, we still hadn't managed to find anything else of note. I could tell that Luke and Armin were getting worried, although they were doing a good job of hiding it. My mind began drifting and conjuring up images of these creatures running amok in Manhattan. How would people react? How the hell would the world respond? My thoughts suddenly halted when I started feeling something below me. It was rumbling and coming from beneath our feet. It didn't take a genius to realize what this meant. The creatures weren't being held in the sewer tunnels. They were being held underneath of them, and it seemed as if they were already on the move. We were 10 minutes away from noon, so we didn't exactly have the time to process an extensive plan. We simply had to act. Armin pulled out something that looked like a large block of C4 before planting it in the water. He detonated it, causing the water to flow into the hole that had been created. I could see another tunnel beneath as the rumbling continued to increase in intensity. Armin tossed a flashbang and we hopped down. There were no soldiers waiting for us, but what we found there was startling regardless. It wasn't just another sewer tunnel. It was a hallway, one that looked like it could have been plucked out of any office building. We were all in disbelief as we walked forward, staring at the inexplicable sight around us. We began hearing footsteps coming from the corridor behind us only moments later. There was no mystery what the source was, and we'd made a hell of a lot of noise coming down. I raised my rifle just as a group of soldiers turned the corner. I opened fire, but none of them even flinched in response. Of course, they were all on the serum. I glanced down at my watch, 5 minutes before noon, and from the sound of it, an entire army of robots were marching beneath us. "Let's go!" Armin yelled. I turned around, watching as him and Luke began running. We scrambled through corridor after corridor, trying feverishly to find another way down while evading the soldiers simultaneously. The pressure started mounting as they began converging on us at seemingly every corner. As hard as we looked, there didn't seem to be anywhere for us to go. Not that we had much time to begin with. We soon found ourselves in the middle of an intersecting corridor and being boxed in by soldiers in every direction. They weren't shooting at us or even running. Instead, they approached us calmly, almost as if they were robots themselves. I suppose they didn't need to rush. We were completely trapped. "Ah, screw it," I heard Armin say. I looked over at him, watching as he pulled out another block of C4. "What the hell are you doing?" Luke asked. "If it worked once, it'll work again. Brace yourselves." He planted the explosive right beneath our feet and detonated it. I could feel a surging pain overwhelming my entire lower body as the floor broke beneath us, causing us to fall deeper into the strange underground complex. I'm not sure how far we fell. It had to be at least a few dozen feet, possibly a lot more. My head continued to ring as I tried to regain my bearings, looking around to see that we'd fallen into some sort of lab. And the more I looked, the more bizarre things became. The place was massive. Almost too big for me to comprehend how it could have even been built. There were rows upon rows of glass chambers, filled with all matters of grotesque creatures. I looked over at Luke, who also seemed completely dumbstruck by the sight. Armin was fidgeting with the radio, likely trying to call Valerie. "I can't reach you. I guess these things don't work this far below ground." "Of course they don't. We gotta find a way out of here." Armin shook his head. "Nah, we have to finish the mission. We need to find and kill Kane." "What are you talking about? The invasion's already started," Luke responded, clearly floored at the thought of it. "Does that change anything? We still got a job to do." "Come on, man. Let's find a way out of here. Then we can regroup with the rest and come up with a better plan. There's nothing we can do here." Armin seemed to hesitate for a moment, his expression showing signs of apprehension. But in the end, Luke's words wouldn't deter him. He ran off by himself before either of us could say anything else. "Ah, hell," Luke muttered as he grabbed my arm. "Let's go." "Aren't we gonna go after him?" "Do we have time? The guy's made up his mind and we have our own asses to save." As wrong as it felt leaving him behind like that, I decided to follow Luke. I suppose he was right. This mission was over. Still, the chances of us making it back to the surface didn't seem so high. Also, what would be waiting for us once we got up there? Noon had already come and passed. I could only imagine the chaos that was already transpiring. As we ran through the seemingly endless lab, I could hear footsteps chasing us once again. We finally reached what seemed to be the end, only to be met with another adjacent corridor. This one lined with rows of metal doors and panels of glass in between. I glanced into a few of them as we ran, seeing people in heavy medical gear wielding massive tools, staining the walls with blood of unknown specimens. This whole operation clearly went deeper than Luke or I, or anybody on the outside could have imagined. We ended up running into another group of soldiers, who were storming right towards us from the other end. This time, there was no way of evading them. We were stuck in the middle of the corridor, with nowhere else to run and no more C4 left to detonate. Even if there was another level below us, I doubted that I wanted to see what was there. We just had to face them head on. I ran forward in an attempt to force myself through, but was immediately pushed back, the impact leaving me gasping for air. As I scrambled on the ground, I could feel an immense pressure wrapping around my neck, almost as if I was being strangled by a python. I didn't stay conscious for much longer after that. When I finally came to, I found myself sitting on the floor, my arms and legs bound by some kind of metal restraint. I tried struggling, but they wouldn't budge. I looked around, seeing just about everybody else in there with me. Luke, Armin, Valerie, and a larger, extremely beat-up man who I could only assume was Marcus. Even our last resort had been captured. We never really stood a chance, did we? I made eye contact with Luke, and then Armin. I knew that we were all thinking the same thing. This was nothing short of a complete and utter disaster. The rest of the room was pretty much empty, which was strange, since it was apparently large enough to hold upwards of 50 people. I had to wonder how much time and effort went into building a place like this. I could see a few soldiers guarding the exits, but no security beyond that. I couldn't understand why they hadn't just killed us. We must have just sat there in silence for about 15 minutes before somebody else finally walked in. It was a man of average height and extremely muscular build. Everybody else seemed to recognize him, as they stared with wide eyes and flared nostrils. As I would soon come to find out, this was Kane, the man behind all of the madness. He gave off a bizarre energy as he walked towards us, with his carefree movements and impossible-to-read expression. I wasn't sure if I was just going crazy, but I knew that I recognized him somehow. But I couldn't quite place where those memories may have stemmed from. "Why don't you just kill us, Kane?" Valerie said. There's no chance in hell we're joining you."
"Because that wouldn't help anybody,"
he said, stopping a few feet away from us.
"You never gave me a chance to explain my intentions."
"That's something you have to earn," Armin said. "And you lost that when you started murdering people." Kane glanced over at him before shaking his head.
"They wouldn't listen. I tried reaching out to them and they refused to hear me out. But I'm a patient man. I'm willing to give everybody here another chance. I'll explain why all of this is necessary."
He paused for a moment, clearing his throat.
"The first thing you need to know is, I'm not from this time. I'm not from a time where everything was all right, where anything made any sense. I come from a time of strife, from a place of absolute horror. I'm from the future."
"Oh, come on," somebody shouted. "Screw off. You expect us to believe something like that?" Kane didn't flinch at the outburst. He just continued speaking.
"It's a substantial assertion, I understand that. One that requires proof behind it."
He reached into his pocket and taking out a small, rectangular device that almost looked like a pistol magazine. He pointed the device at the ground before firing off some sort of projectile. It looked like a metal circle, and quickly expanding upwards and forming what almost looked like a large oval-shaped mirror.
"But I have proof with me. I'll show you the future."
The glassy substance within the mirror began morphing before we all found ourselves looking at an unfathomable scene. At that point, I had to wonder if I'd been hallucinating the whole thing. Perhaps this was one long, visceral fever dream, from CIA conspiracies to alien robots to some alleged time traveler that I vaguely recognized. None of it could possibly be real. But if that was the case, then why wasn't I waking up? I continued staring at whatever was unfolding in front of me, what was supposedly our future. It looked like Earth, but just barely. It wasn't even apocalyptic in the traditional sense. It almost looked like another world entirely. There was a forest, but the trees seemed to be much larger than they should have been. As I looked closer, I realized that the wood was covered in veins, and that the leaves had teeth, biting at these bird-like creatures that flew a bit too close. The mountains in the back had thick black smoke billowing out from the peaks, while the gargantuan entity lurked behind them, its colossal tendrils wrapped around the base. Grotesque creatures larger than airplanes populated the neon sky, while the lake below seemed to bubble with the activity of obscured monstrosities.
It may be odd to accept, but it's the truth. This is a recording of the future. I was sent back with one purpose and one purpose only: to prevent this at any cost. We need a united population. The way the world is right now, with its superpowers at odds and countries locked in perpetual conflict, won't cut it. And it's only gonna get worse from here. We won't be ready for the real invasion. We need a unifying event to save us. You can hate what I've done. It's justified. I understand. But just know that all of my efforts have been for the greater good." I wasn't quite sure what to think. Kane spoke with an air of confidence that couldn't have been denied. His words had conviction behind them, his tone unfaltering the entire way through. The evidence he was presenting was also undeniably significant. Was he right? Were we on track for a future as horrific as the one he was showing us? And could it be helped if we joined him? As convincing as it all seemed to be, there was one thing that I couldn't shake. A feeling deep within my psyche that told me that all of this was wrong. That the man standing in front of us was absolutely not to be trusted. Where had I recognized him from? On top of everything else, this was starting to drive me crazy. Kane began walking around, intently scanning our group, looking for a shift in attitude.
I know it feels like I betrayed you all, and I'm sorry for it. But there are some things that simply need to be done." Soon enough, he made his way over to me and stopped. Had he recognized me first? "A new recruit," he said, looking down at me. "I suppose I don't have the same kind of history with you. I'm sure everything your comrades have told you about me came from a noble place. But I'm just trying to save life as we know it for the future generations. What do you think? Are you with me?" I looked up at him, staring into his eyes directly for the first time, and that's when I figured it out. I realized where I'd recognized him from. It was unmistakable. One of his eyes had likely been injured in the past, leaving nothing but a milky white behind. The sight of it had triggered a memory so repressed in the back of my mind that I hadn't thought about it in years. I nodded my head. "Yeah, I'll join you." And Kane got down on a knee, getting eye level with me. "You're sure?" he asked. "This is important. I want to fight for the future." He smiled. I could tell that he hadn't recognized me at all. "Thank you, my friend. Soon enough, you'll know that your decision was the right one."
"What the hell are you doing? This is a trap. He's not telling you the truth,"
Armin shouted. I ignored him, continuing to look forward instead. Kane went ahead and loosened my restraints before holding his hand out to me. I accepted, and he pulled me up to my feet, patting me on the back. "Your descendants will thank you," he said. I stepped past him, walking towards the strange mirror world. "Can I ask you a question?" "Of course," Kane replied, walking over to me. "Why can't you remember me?" Before his expression could even register the confusion, I grabbed him by the neck and sent us both crashing into the mirror. We fell through, hitting dirt as we did so. As I'd expected, he wasn't showing us a recording of the future at all. This was something else entirely. As we scrambled on the ground, I saw the device fly out from his pocket, landing on the ground a few feet away. This also ended up closing the portal entirely. "Oh!" Kane screamed. "What the hell have you done?" I leapt up and tried grabbing the device but was pulled back down and slammed by Kane. He really was strong, but I couldn't let him win. We continued to fight, although it gradually devolved into a one-sided beatdown. I may have bitten off more than I was able to chew with this guy. He ended up cracking me across the jaw with a vicious elbow, which caused me to black out for just a moment. I fell to the ground, stars now littering my vision. Kane stood over me, his face twisted into a spiteful grimace. "Who the hell are you?" he asked. I really couldn't believe that he didn't remember. What was one of the most disturbing moments in my entire life must have been par for the course for him. My encounter with Kane happened early in my career, back when I was a little more optimistic about my future. I was in France, where I'd just been paid for a contract and was riding high on my emotions. I just needed a few more paydays and I'd be good. Then I could move on to bigger and better things. I was walking through Paris at night, enjoying the crisp breeze and a nice expensive cigar. At one point, I turned into a completely empty street, which is where I saw her. It was a young girl, maybe in her early 20s, walking by herself. Something that wouldn't have been a cause for concern on its own, but the details made it quite alarming. She seemed to be wearing nothing but a torn hospital gown, and her movements were frenetic, almost as if she wasn't quite sure where she was going. She soon spotted me and began running over. I backed up just a bit, unsure of what to expect from something like this. Perhaps she posed no physical threat to me, but any and all risk was better off avoided. In any case, I eased up as she got closer. She looked to be in extreme distress. She began speaking to me, her words coming out in a rapid and jumbled mess. My French wasn't great to begin with, so trying to decipher what she was saying proved to be quite the task. However, I could make out a few key phrases. "Help me, please," and "Save my brother." She grabbed my arm and began pulling me, trying to get me to follow her. I was hesitant at first, but ultimately relented. I knew that this could end horribly for me, but the idea of being the hero gave me hope for some kind of catharsis. Maybe I could wash away all of the morally ambiguous things I've done with one act of altruism. I really did think that was how the world worked back then. Eventually, she led me to what must have been the most decrepit building in the darkest corner of Paris, a place that looked so uninviting, even the most daring of ghost hunters would have avoided it. "The basement," she said, looking up at me with teary eyes and a petrified expression. She really must have experienced something horrifying in there. "He's in the basement. Please hurry," she said in French. Against my better judgment, I went in. The place looked like it must have been a store at one point, but I couldn't have been too sure. The smell of mold lingered in the dusty air as I walked, hand gripping my pistol as I searched for a door leading down. It didn't take me long to find it, and I began traversing down the rickety wooden steps, and trying to make sure that I wouldn't get clocked in the back of the head with an axe once I got down. I ended up in a hallway, which felt strange since it didn't line up with the rest of the building's aesthetics. This place looked newer and relatively well-maintained, as if it were actually still being used for something. I got to the end of the passage, where a locked door was waiting for me. I went ahead and kicked it down, revealing an even stranger sight beyond. Another hallway, this time with metal doors and windows on either side. At this point, I began tensing up. It felt as if I was seeing something that I really wasn't supposed to be. Most of the rooms were empty, evident from the fact that their lights were off and I couldn't see anything inside. There was only one that wasn't. Light poured into the hallway from one window near the end. I remember my arms shaking as I got within a few steps, feeling the pressure in the air getting heavier every time I inched forward. And then I looked inside. Through the window, I could see a bloody operating table with a boy strapped to it. His stomach was opened, and it looked like a few of his organs had been removed and replaced with some mechanical counterpart. And then, the man who was operating on him came into view. His face had been blurred out of my memory for so long, but I was seeing him clearly now. He was standing in front of me, both in my mind and in real life. He saw me looking at him and gave me a sinister grin, one that was equal parts smug and sadistic. It was as if me stumbling upon his operation wouldn't be a problem for him in the slightest. I could feel my arms raising instinctively, my mind screaming at me to shoot and kill him. I could tell that I was looking at an extremely dangerous individual. I fired off 3 or 4 bullets through the glass, all of them hitting the man square in the forehead. But instead of dropping to the ground, his grin just grew wider. It almost looked inhuman, as if there wasn't actually a man there at all, just a primal force of destruction. I remember backing up slowly, my limbs completely stiff from the shock. The man opened the door and stepped out, approaching me in a way that was disturbingly nonchalant. I tried getting up and running, but I didn't make it too far. I blacked out after only a few steps and woke up some indeterminable amount of time later, face first in the grass and dirt. My head was pounding as I got up, finding myself standing in a park near the hotel I was staying at. My phone and wallet were still in my pocket, so I checked the time to see that it was 9 a.m. the next day. For the longest time, I couldn't tell if what I'd experienced was real or not. Eventually, I settled on the latter. I thought it was better to just delude myself than consider the alternative. But I remembered one thing very clearly from that night. I knew where the building was, the one that the girl had led me to. I almost didn't want to do it, but I knew that I had to. I needed to go back into that building and see what was really there. So that's what I did. I ventured all the way back down those streets, feeling my unease mounting every time I got closer. I could almost see that girl running in front of me again. If all of this was real, then where was she now? Eventually, I made it back to the spot where the building was, half expecting it not to be there at all. But that wasn't the case. It was still there, now sealed off by police tape. The cops who were guarding the place eyed me curiously as I walked past. I almost considered asking them what had happened in there, but decided it was best not to. Over the years, I gradually managed to purge that memory from my system. I convinced myself that there was absolutely no chance something like that had actually happened, and that it was all better off forgotten. It looks like I've been wrong the entire time, but it's also how I knew that Kane wasn't telling the truth. I'll ask again. Who the hell are you? He spat at me. As Kane continued approaching me, I was at a loss for what to do. The device was still on the ground behind him, but getting it was a secondary concern. I needed to prevent him from snapping my neck first. Fighting him directly was obviously out of the question, so I needed a more creative approach. But what was I supposed to do here? As I tried backing up away from him, I felt a sharp pain in one of my arms. I looked down, seeing that some kind of insect had burrowed its way up from the dirt and was now gnawing away at my skin. Not long after, I began feeling something shifting below me. The insect that had bit me, a worm-like creature, began growing longer and longer as it rose up from beneath. After only a few seconds, it had become taller than an adult male, showing no signs of slowing down either. And then, the ground itself began rising up. That wasn't just some insect. It was attached to something much larger, and we were right on its back. Dozens of worm-like appendages began shooting up out of the ground as the creature decided to stand up, understandably pissed off at our presence. It started moving, causing both Kane and I to stumble as it did so. On top of that, the creature's appendages began lunging at us, gradually chipping away bits of our flesh. I stood up and took my knife out and tried to intercept some of them with my blade before they could bite me further, which proved to be a task more difficult than I could manage. I could hear a deep growling from below, feeling the vibrations at my feet simultaneously. This thing must have been bigger than the White House. There was enough room on its back to play a few rounds of golf. I looked over at Kane, who seemed to be handling the appendages easier than I was. I shouldn't have been surprised. He was probably familiar with the creatures here. One of them wrapped around my ankle before nearly dragging me off of its back entirely. I managed to cut it off just before that could happen. I looked down at what was beneath, seeing much larger appendages lurking below, their mouths wide open and lined with knife-like teeth, presumably waiting to snatch us up as we fell. I scrambled away, a shiver overwhelming my body at the thought of it happening. But I also realized something in that moment. In order to beat Kane, I just needed to use my surroundings. Easier said than done, but that was my only chance. I got back up, looked him dead in the eyes, and ran right towards him, ignoring the pain from the relentless bites in the process. He saw me coming and threw me to the side, pushing me closer to the edge of his back as he did so. But that's exactly what I'd expected him to do. Kane was already preparing to charge back at me. I stood, as if I were getting ready to meet his charge with a rush of my own. He moved first, as I waited for a few seconds before moving myself. I could see the rage in his eyes as he got closer to me. He wasn't thinking rationally anymore. Otherwise, he likely wouldn't have fallen into the trap that I'd set for him. If we collided head-on, then there was no doubt that I'd be the one who'd get bodied off, so I wasn't going to do that. Before we could make contact, I quickly moved to the side, putting my foot out just far enough to trip him over it. He was moving so fast that he could hardly react in time. I watched as his body flew forward, stumbling downwards and out of view. I didn't let myself breathe until I heard him scream. It must have been the deepest breath that I had taken in years. But I wasn't done yet. I began looking around me, searching for his portal device. I knew that I wasn't getting out of here without it. I spotted it at the other end of the creature's back, getting dangerously closer to falling off with each step that I took. I ran over to it, managing to grab it just before that could happen. I looked over the device and saw an array of buttons and switches, none of which I could possibly comprehend the function of. There was one button at the center that was clearly larger and more distinguished from the rest. Before I pressed it, my mind began running down the list of things that might happen. There was no guarantee that this would take me back, that this would even take me anywhere better. I looked up, taking in the apocalyptic hellscape around me. In some ways, it was quite beautiful. I'd never seen a sky with that kind of color before. It was almost mesmerizing. Nevertheless, I sure as hell knew that I couldn't stay. I pointed the device down before pressing the button, and to my relief, another mirror-like portal began materializing. As I prepared to move through it, the creature suddenly stopped moving. It fell to the ground with a large thud, causing me to land on my ass. All of the appendages stopped bothering me as well. Was it dead? I thought to myself. I could hear something coming from behind me, something that sounded like labored breathing. I turned around, and coming face to face with one of the most horrific sights I could have seen at that moment. It was Kane, covered in bloody bite marks. There had been a huge chunk taken out of one of his arms, while a portion of his skull had been exposed at the top. He began limping towards me, his expression so demented that I couldn't even meet his own eyes with mine without feeling complete despair. "You thought that would be the end of me," he said in a raspy growl. "I won't stop. I'll never stop." I stopped thinking about what might be on the other side, and turning my back on him and jumping through the portal. I could feel cold wind biting at my battered skin as I did so. I found myself standing in freezing drizzle along a rocky beach shore. I quickly pressed the button again, closing the portal behind me, just as Kane was getting ready to make it through as well. It was finally over. Despite the excruciating pain that I was in, my lips curled into a grin, and I began screaming into the wind. This was my moment of catharsis. I looked at my surroundings, seeing no signs of any creatures around. It did seem like I was on Earth again. I began walking, trying to find my way back to some sort of civilization, but my body had pretty much reached its limits. I passed out before I could make it anywhere. Thankfully, somebody found me before I could freeze to death. I woke up in a small wooden cabin, basking in the warmth of a space heater placed right next to my bed. My wounds had all been bandaged up, and there was a nice, savory scent lingering in the air, which caused my mouth to water incessantly. I wasn't quite sure how long it had been since my last meal. I sat up and looked around, spotting a woman, probably in her early 30s, cooking over a stove just a few feet away from me. She saw me looking over and smiled. "Oh, good. You're awake. Are you hungry?" She sounded Icelandic. I guess that's where I ended up. Even though I tried controlling myself, my manners were pretty much non-existent at that point. I slurped up 5 bowls of that stew without a care in the world. The woman didn't seem to mind, though. She didn't ask that many questions either, and I appreciated that. "Oh," she said as I put the last bowl up to my mouth and ate the last pieces of fish. "This is yours, isn't it? I found it lying a few feet away from you." She was holding the portal device. I'd nearly forgotten about it. I thanked her and put it into the drawer beside the bed. It's been a few days since she found me. Even though she said that I could stay here for as long as I'd like, I don't plan on bothering her like that. Using her laptop, I've done some research, and I've concluded that this is not the same Earth that I left behind. It's similar, but not identical. A few key details have all but confirmed that. Back in my world, Kane has already started the invasion, and even though he's dead, I'm pretty sure he wasn't running that whole operation alone. Hell, I can't even be sure that he is dead. I'm not going to take the easy way out and stay here for the rest of my life. After all, I still have a mission to accomplish. That might take some time, though. It's weird, right? Whatever. Might as well check it out. I haven't seen a horror movie that's actually scared me in a while. That was the last text Lacey had sent me before she went missing. I know it's irrational, but I hate myself for not doing something. For not stopping her. But how was I supposed to know? How could I have anticipated anything that was going to happen after? The film, or whatever the hell it is, made its way into our small town like a plague only a few days ago. 12 people bought tickets for it. 12 people are now missing. Among them was Lacey, my girlfriend of over 2 years. At the risk of sounding like that guy, our future was looking nothing but promising. We have plans. Well, we did. Until Mr. Blank showed up. This is nowhere near a conventional missing persons case, of course. The rabbit hole goes deep here, and honestly, the details simply don't make any sense. From what I managed to dig up, this is a general timeline of what had happened. An option to buy tickets for the film shows up at one of the 3 theaters in our town, which is about a 20-minute walk from my house. Only that one, and it wasn't available online, only at the front counter of the theater itself. It wasn't supposed to be in the regular rotation. Also, none of the employees of the theater were informed about any special screening. They simply came in and saw that it had replaced a 5:30 p.m. slot for a pre-existing film. They didn't question it, because why would they? The first and only screening was at 5:30 p.m. that day. The theater wasn't the busiest, but it wasn't empty either. Of course, most people opted to skip out, given the lack of any information regarding the film. With that being said, the only people who bought tickets were younger and likely curious about the title. The film lasted about 1 hour and 10 minutes, with all the previews and credits considered. Pretty short for a feature, huh? At 6:40 p.m., an employee entered the theater for cleanup duty. What he found were rows and rows of empty seats, with drink cups still in the holders and popcorn littered all over the floors. No blood, no signs of a struggle. Nobody had left or entered the theater after the film had begun, with confirmation from the security cameras. The theater itself had no cameras inside, so that part remains a mystery. The screen allegedly consisted of nothing but a dark static. That's what we were told, at least. I have a feeling that some details were left out from there, considering the fact that the employee in question is now missing as well, also rumored to have gone into a catatonic state after being questioned. The manager of the theater, who never greeted the employees that morning as he usually did, was found dead in his office with severe wounds around his neck from a plastic bike lock that was likely used to strangle him. A new employee was hired about 3 weeks prior. The other employees described him as a quiet but nice guy. He was working the day of the incident. And, you guessed it, he's missing as well. Also, suspect number 1 in the investigation. but they're really grasping for straws at that one. I wouldn't doubt that this employee had something to do with it, but the logistics behind the whole situation just aren't cohesive enough to make that call for sure. Some additional details. No copy of the film has ever been found. No progress has been made in the search for the missing people. Hell, it hardly seems like they're even trying. The local cops have been strangely hush-hush about the whole thing, almost like they don't want people asking about it. They literally threatened to arrest me when I kept pressing them for details. There's been a lot of vehicles with tinted windows parked near the theater and surrounding areas, some even in my own community. Well, that's the situation. I can't focus on anything right now. My brain's scattered and my anxiety's been going through the roof. Sue me, what the hell do you expect? Lacey has to be out there somewhere, right? How in the hell is somebody supposed to just disappear into thin air? And what the hell kind of film was Mr. Blank? Christ, I'm getting a headache just thinking about it. My initial grief has been replaced more so by confusion and anger. I might just start searching for answers myself. I won't be alone, though. Rose, Lacey's best friend, and Mike, her brother, are just as bent on figuring this out as I am. I'm not going in blind, though. In fact, I have two leads. One is more of a shot in the dark, but the other should lead us somewhere concrete. I'll start off with the former. A few weeks ago, I remember my little brother telling me about a strange man he saw carved into a tree. It was allegedly accompanied by messy and frantic repetitions of the word "stop" around it. I didn't think anything about it at the time, but it might be relevant now. Maybe not. We'll see. The other came up while I was searching for answers online. After feverishly posting about the film on what I considered to be relevant forums and yielding no answers, somebody finally messaged me about it, claiming that they had information that I might like to know. Luckily, they're only a 3-hour drive from here and are willing to meet halfway. Is this a bad idea? Probably. Am I gonna like what I find? Probably not. But the thought of Lacey being out there in God knows what kind of screwed up situation, I just can't take it. I'm not letting it end like this. And we're off. The person who messaged me, online named ScreenGrabber22, told me to call him Jay. He's agreed to meet up at a diner in a town about 1.5 hours from us and 2 away from him. He seemed genuine enough while I was talking to him online, but intentions can be hard to ascertain over text. Still worth a shot, I guess. I'll do anything to figure this out. Mike was all in from the get-go. I suppose I felt safer with him around, given the fact that he stood at 6'2", 200+ pounds, and boasted a 650-pound deadlift, and had a borderline obsession with both French kickboxing and long-range shooting. Obviously, he didn't like the idea that something might be happening to his sister. Hell, I had to stay on my toes just to stop him from knocking me out when he found out that Lacey and I were first dating. He was also pissed as hell at both his parents for being so complacent about the situation and the cops for not yielding any results. On the other hand, Rose was a bit wary about the situation at first. Couldn't blame her, really. This shit was weird. But at the end of the day, we all really wanted to find Lacey, enough so to venture off into what was ostensibly a dangerous unknown. The drive over was uneventful, which I suppose was a good thing. I had a feeling that the humdrum nature of our little trip wasn't gonna last, though. "What a seedy-ass place," Mike stated as he stepped out of the vehicle. I couldn't disagree. Flickering fluorescent lights peeling paint in a nearly empty parking lot. A place that truly hadn't caught up with the times. Guy was probably bullshitting about knowing anything. If he got us out here to try something, Guess I'll blow off some steam by stomping his head in. Hey, I expected nothing less from him.
Anything to find Lacey, but don't do anything stupid. I know you're gonna,
Rose said, before taking the lead and heading towards the entrance. Hey, wait up, Mike called out, running after her. I took a deep breath before following suit. This was happening. We were taking matters into our own hands. The place was sparsely populated inside, about 6 other people in total. Gray hoodie, black hat, gray hoodie, black hat, I muttered to myself. Jay's outfit of choice, apparently. It didn't take long to spot him. I was relatively relieved upon seeing that he was on the younger side. He looked just slightly older than us, probably early 20s, late teens. Nothing terribly noteworthy about his appearance. A skinny guy with medium-length, dirty blonde hair. Jay? I asked, approaching his table. When he looked up, I realized that there was something off about him. His eyes, they looked a little unhinged. Low-key, though. That's a strong way of describing it, I guess. But there's a reason why that was the first word that popped into my head when my pupils met his. He gave me a slight smile before awkwardly gesturing for us to sit. So, he said, taking a sip of his coffee. His movements were also rather jittery. You want to know about the movie? We all nodded at once. He let out a weird noise, like something halfway between a sneer and a cough. But why? How do you even know about it to begin with? Doesn't matter why. We just want to know. Don't tell me you're about to waste our time. Mike spoke up. He tended to get quite dramatic sometimes. I'll tell you what you need to know, Jay said, after a few moments of silence. All right, get on with it. You guys need to drop it. Stop thinking about it. Christ, what the hell did I just say? I'm not wasting your time. I'm saving your lives. Just as Mike seemed to be reaching his wits' end, which wasn't hard to get to, mind you, Rose chimed in. What do you mean? Look, our friend went missing. We're not leaving without something. Please? Her tone was a lot softer, which seemed to calm Jay down. I'm sorry that happened, but I don't think you're gonna find her. Son of a bitch, Mike said, slamming the table. Jay flinched at the action. Look, I've given you the best advice that I can. Just leave it alone. If that was the case, you wouldn't have agreed to meet up. There's clearly something that you feel we should know. No. Jay shook his head. If I left it like that, you would have kept digging deeper. I called you here to convince you to let it go. Ain't gonna happen, Mike said. So either you tell us something, or you say goodbye to your teeth. Ignore him, I chimed in. But you gotta tell us something, like what the hell Mr. Blank is supposed to be. I was getting desperate. My hopes had been spiked, perhaps to an unreasonably high degree, but I still wasn't prepared to just leave it at that. I needed something. I could see Jay's bottom lip quiver just slightly upon hearing the question. He's... Jay muttered. It looked as if he could hardly muster up an answer. He looked terrified, which in turn terrified me. At one point, it seemed as if he were about to cry, but he took a deep breath, seemingly calming himself down. So, you guys aren't gonna let this go? I shook my head. How are we supposed to? He clicked his tongue in a frustrated tone. His previous face of distress had morphed into something more comparable to anger. as if this whole situation was beginning to bother him something great.
Okay, I guess you forced my hand.
He whispered something under his breath. It sounded relatively aggressive. And truth be told, Jay's reservation towards the situation was only spiking my interest even more. What was he so afraid of? He gestured towards the exit.
Follow me then. I'll show you something.
It was nearly a mutter. Follow you, I thought. All right then. I'm not a total idiot. The red flags were sticking out like sore thumbs. But at the end of the day, I suppose this is exactly what we were looking for. In my pocket, I gripped the stiletto knife from Italy that Lacey had gotten me a few months back. Just in case, you know. With all of us on high alert, we walked out of the diner and began following Jay's beat-up Jeep. The subsequent drive wasn't long, probably only around 3 to 4 minutes. An inherent symptom of small towns, I guess. He led us to a small motel. It looked kinda dingy, but not terribly so. Nevertheless, it was another cause for concern. He only lived 2 hours away. I stayed the night. He sighed as he exited his vehicle, gesturing us up the stairs. We ascended 3 floors and walked past a few doors before arriving at his room. Mike and Rose walked in first, and then I followed. Big mistake. So, what did you want to... Before I could even finish my sentence, my vision went black. I'm not sure how long I was knocked out for, but when I came to, I was lying on the couch, nursing a splitting headache. Yo, he's awake. Mike's booming voice felt like a hammer to my brain. I looked up and saw him holding Jay in a headlock. There was a baseball bat lying a few feet away from them. Rose was standing at the foot of the couch, looking relieved that I wasn't dead. Oh, thank God, she said. You won't be thanking anybody when she shows up. I'm trying to save you, you idiots. Jay rasped out, struggling for air. What happened wasn't exactly a mystery. Jay had tried taking my head off with a damn baseball bat. With my brain still reeling, I pulled myself off the couch and approached him, all while he struggled against Mike's python-like arms. So, I said, still wincing, what the hell was that? Jay's face was starting to go beet red, so I gestured for Mike to loosen his grip. He began panting like hell upon being released. Who the hell is Mr. Blank? I'll ask you one more time, or do you want to explain to the cops why the hell you just assaulted me? His expression had changed drastically. Not so angry anymore. He looked more defeated. I tried, he said in a hoarse voice. Tried to do what? To save you people, to save myself. So what the hell was your plan? Knock us out and then what? I don't know. I panicked and didn't know what to do, but I had to get you guys to stop somehow. You forced me to, he said, nearly in hysterics. I get it now. You're a crazy guy. We've been talking to a psycho. Good job, guys. Was that it? I thought to myself. Were we just wasting our time talking to a guy who'd clearly gone off the deep end? I wasn't so sure. I'd had encounters with the criminally insane before. My father had worked security at a psychiatric ward, and I'd visited him there a few times before. This guy? He didn't fit the bill. I suppose his words sounded genuine. Of course, I couldn't know for sure, so I remained cautious. Jay slumped against the wall, tilting his head back against it. I never could escape him. I don't think anybody ever does. Who? I asked, already expecting the answer that I was about to receive. He looked over at me directly. Mr. Blank. His voice quivered. It seemed as if merely saying the name caused him a great deal of discomfort.
I don't know where he came from, what he even is.
We kept quiet as he talked. We were finally getting what we came here for.
He's incomprehensible. Imagine the worst, most visceral nightmare you've ever had. That's nothing compared to an encounter with him. You can't outrun him. You can't kill him. You can't deal with him in any way. And once he's after you, he won't stop. You just have to pray that you never meet him.
A look of absolute grief suddenly washed over his face.
But it's too late now. You've pried too hard. You've pried too hard. He's already on his way.
You want to elaborate on that? I asked. He smirked at the question. It was one that unsettled me to my core. The smile wasn't even of joy or relief, not even close. It was more comparable to a smile that somebody in great pain would make upon learning that their misery would soon be coming to an end.
I shouldn't have spoken his name again, but I guess it doesn't matter. This is the end of the line for me.
As if he were a man possessed, he drilled his elbow into Mike's ribs and began scrambling away from him. He barreled past me and into the washroom, and before I could try and stop him myself, he locked himself in there. Shit, I muttered. I began banging on the bathroom door. What the hell are you doing?
I tried talking some sense into you. This is my punishment for failing.
What are you doing? What are you talking about, man? Come on, we'll figure this out.
I can't deal with what happens next. My nightmare ends here. I'll pray that your suffering ends up being less than mine.
A short silence followed.
I'll pray for your friend as well. I suggest you do the same.
Come on, man. Don't do anything stupid. Too late. I heard his body slump to the ground moments later, and when we finally got the door open, Jay was lying limp on the floor, with an empty, unlabeled pill bottle next to him. Fucking hell, Mike said, sounding frustrated.
Jeez, what the hell do we do now? Do we call the cops or something?
Rose added, looking understandably horrified. Hell no, I'm not dealing with that. Let them find the guy themselves. He overdosed. Simple as that. He turned to me. You ain't bleeding, are you? I touched the back of my head. Dry. Good. No blood, no suspicion. Let's get the hell out of here then. That's not how it works. We also busted the bathroom door down, remember? He seemed to think about it for a moment before coming to his final, profound conclusion. Screw it. I had my own reservations about leaving the situation the way it was, but Mike was already out the door before I could say anything else. In the moment, there was nothing I could do but follow him. Call it selfish, but the situation was beyond helping at that point. But if you asked me if I felt somewhat responsible for Jay's death, then I'd have to answer in the affirmative. The feeling in my stomach as we walked to the car wasn't a good one. The drive back was relatively silent. We'd gotten next to no answers, had a hell of a lot of questions, and just witnessed a frickin' suicide. And on top of that, there was somebody following us. I don't think either Mike or Rose noticed it. After all, the driver was doing a good job of being discreet. But then I remembered the sketchy vehicles that had been parked around town. I looked back at the vehicle. Yep, tinted windshield. I don't think I'm going to tell them. Nerves are already high, and abrupt panic probably isn't going to help us here. One thing's for sure, though. The situation has gotten a lot more complicated. Is this asshole really following us? Unfortunately, they noticed. Shit, I said. This wasn't good. Nevertheless, both Mike and Rose were being rational about it. Although they were both visibly worried, they seemed to understand that freaking out wasn't going to help. Ignore them, I said. If they keep following us once we get into town, then I'll call the cops.
Hang on, you don't think they saw us leaving the apartment, do you?
They probably did. Why? A stupid question on my part. We totally left a dead guy in there. Shit. Maybe it's the cops themselves tailing us.
That's so dumb for so many reasons. Why would the cops be following us to begin with?
Who the hell knows what cops are thinking?
They can't pin it down on us, right? We didn't do anything.
They don't know that. They could argue that we forcibly shoved the pills down his throat and left.
Why would we do that?
I don't know, Rose. Why the hell does anybody do anything?
All right, relax.
I raised my voice just a bit. They aren't cops, Mike. That's ridiculous. All right, cop expert. Then who is it? I didn't have an answer there. But I knew one thing was probably for sure. Whoever was following us was probably worse news than the police. Try and shake 'em off, Mike told me. Yeah, no way in hell. I'm not a stunt driver. As I had hoped, the vehicle trailed off once we got into town. As much as I appreciated the initial relief, this just meant we had another thing to worry about. Another lingering issue. I thought back to the unfamiliar cars with tinted windows that had been parked around town. I didn't think about it too much in the moment, but the vehicle that had been tailing us had also been tinted. Shit, I thought. This whole situation was getting a bit too complicated for my liking. Not that this was an enjoyable experience to begin with. We parked at a nearby gas station, not wanting to reveal where any of us lived just yet. I still couldn't quite shake the feeling that we were being followed after all. Of course, Mike was against this. These sons of bitches probably know where we live already. I say let 'em come. My shotguns need some dusting off.
Okay, calm down there, Rambo. Before you get yourself killed, let's come up with a plan. An actual plan?
We ended up driving over to Mike's apartment after a few uneventful hours. But before we could come up with anything at all, Mike and Rose ended up passing out. I had no idea how they found it in themselves to sleep. After everything that had happened, I simply couldn't. Paranoia was also starting to creep up on me, causing me to constantly check the street to see if anybody was out there waiting for us. But as the night went on, nobody showed up. Either that, or they were doing a hell of a good job of being discreet. But eventually, I succumbed to fatigue myself. I woke up next to the windows, with the sun stinging in my eyes. Mike was cooking up breakfast sausages and Pop-Tarts in the kitchen. Breakfast of champions, I suppose. All right, Mike said through a mouthful of pork. Last night was bunk. What now? I suppose it was time for a shot in the dark. The forest. Mike and Rose weren't too enthused at the idea. I couldn't blame them, but our options were running relatively slim. No other avenues to really investigate. Graffiti in the forest. We're getting desperate, huh? Mike said, putting his head down. But he got up after only a few moments, grabbing for his jacket. Desperate it is. I never really liked the forest. The place always spooked me as a kid. Can't say I'm too fond of it as an adult either. It just feels so claustrophobic, you know? Surrounded by dead trees, but exposed at every conceivable angle. Maybe I'm just weird. I tried to suppress those thoughts when we walked in.
Where'd your brother say he found it?
Near the creek. Very specific. And what the hell are we supposed to do once we find it? I don't know. Maybe we'll find a clue somewhere. The words came out of my mouth with zero confidence, and it was obvious. What the hell kind of clue were we supposed to be looking for? As we continued walking, we passed the time by contemplating what Mr. Blank might be. A serial killer? And perhaps we needed to look at it from a supernatural angle. Some kind of monster? Or demon, maybe? But what was its connection to the theater? The whole situation was maddening to think about. Nothing made any sense. After about 20 minutes of inspecting each and every tree near the creek, we finally found it. The carvings that my brother was talking about. Huh, Mike commented upon seeing it. Pretty spooky. I couldn't disagree. It was more or less the way my brother had described it. Very strange indeed. It was difficult to make out any real features of the man depicted in the carving, but I guess it was a man. A humanoid, at the very least. It appeared to be tall, wearing some kind of long, sweeping coat. There was a strange pattern covering the torso. Almost looked like bones. Hard to tell, given the nature of what we were looking at. And then there was the head. No facial features. Blank, if you will. And of course, it was accompanied by the word "stop" scribbled all over. I could only describe the nature of the writing as distressed. Was it just a coincidence? I doubted that. What the hell are we getting into here? I heard Mike say under his breath. I looked over at Rose, trying to gauge her reaction as well. She certainly looked frightened as expected, but not in the same way that Mike was. The fear on her face appeared to stem from a more urgent matter. "Do you guys," she began to ask, "don't panic, but I'm pretty sure someone's following us." The hairs on the back of my neck stood up. I realized something. We'd been careless. Even though we were being tailed last night, we didn't bother carrying that caution over to the morning. Hell, I didn't even look over my shoulder when I'd first walked into the forest. Mike clicked his tongue loudly, looking agitated. "All right, asshole, come out." "Jesus, Mike," Rose and I said in unison. "I don't want to draw this out." He reached into his back pocket and pulled out a pistol. "Gotta come prepared. Learned that yesterday, didn't we?" The next few moments comprised of a tense silence. Well, maybe not. I'm pretty sure everybody could hear my heart beating out of my chest. "All right." I flinched as a voice called out from an undisclosed location. "Suppose there's no point in keeping this up. I see you have a gun, kid. I'm coming out, so don't shoot." I could see movement within the maze of trees. Mike clicked the safety off and aimed the weapon right toward the general area it was coming from. "Are you dumb? And I ain't no kid. I'm 24 years old." Whoever had been following us didn't hesitate, continuing towards us. "It's not like your age makes you less of a kid. I've known 13-year-olds that I would already consider men, given what they've been through." The voice eventually revealed himself. He looked to be in his early 30s, dressed in a windbreaker and well-tailored dress pants. He was about a head shorter than Mike, with wavy hair, a clean-shaven face, and a world-weary look in his eyes. There was also a substantial scar running down his cheek, but beyond that, he was incredibly good-looking. Not an important detail, but whatever. "You're not going to shoot me, kid, so why don't you stop pretending like you're even considering it?" he said, in just about the most confident tone I'd ever heard in my life. Mike gripped the pistol, the veins bulging in his hand. "Don't push your luck." "I'll introduce myself," he said, ignoring the threat. He reached into his coat pocket, which made Mike flinch, and pulled out a pretty official-looking FBI badge and identification card. His first name was Sven. His thumb was covering up his last. Maybe it was a conscious decision. I'm not really concerned with whether or not you believe my credentials, but I'm curious. What are you kids doing out here?" "Why the hell should we tell you?" Mike asked, still trying to sound assertive. Sven sighed before looking at Rose. "Darling, could you please ask your friend to put the gun down? He's going to get himself hurt." He looked back at Mike. "Keep it in your hand if it makes you feel safer, though." Rose obliged, nudging Mike. "Come on, that's not going to end well." Mike mumbled something angrily before obliging himself. Sven nodded and smirked. "Now, regarding my question, what's the deal here?" He was certainly pretending like he didn't already know. "The missing people," I said. "I'm sure you're familiar with the rest of the details, probably more so than we are." He nodded before looking down. "Yeah, it's a strange case." Mike scoffed. "Strange? My sister's missing. If you know what the hell's going on, then tell us." He looked back up at us, an inquisitive expression on his face. "Maybe that's what I'm trying to figure out myself." And that's when he dropped the bombshell on us. He wasn't actually here on official business. He was essentially after the same thing that we were. This wasn't the first instance of Mr. Blank causing somebody to disappear. His fiancée, Sarah, had gone missing a few years prior. Hauntingly similar circumstances. He tried looking into it, but his higher-ups told him to stay away and wouldn't give him any information or leads. Mr. Blank was an utterly classified topic, and ever since then, he'd been chasing after answers and trying to unravel this obscure mystery, but not with much luck. But there was an opportunity here. This was the first time that Mr. Blank had made an appearance since his fiancée went missing. Without telling any of his fellow agents and without the discretion of the higher-ups, he'd come here to conduct his own investigations, all while attempting to stay hidden from the agents already posted here. The tinted vehicles, that's why they're here? Yep, they don't want anybody prying. Probably for the best, but for obvious reasons, I can't stay away. Yeah, likewise. So it was you following us last night. He raised an eyebrow before shaking his head. Shit, sounds like you've caught their attention. Then why are you following us now? Rose asked. He looked at Mike. You're Mike Karen, right? Mike gave a slight nod. Lacey Karen was one of the people that went missing. I was aware of the whole thing. I took a shot, assumed you would try doing something about it. When I saw you guys leave town yesterday, I got even more curious. I couldn't have followed without giving myself away, though, so I kept an eye on your apartment. And then you walked into the forest first thing this morning. Interesting behavior for sure. So, prove my intuition right. What do you know? Because I'd love to know as well. His tone had taken an intense turn. It was pretty obvious that he was driven by passion, which I could understand, even if mine was to a far lesser degree than his. Truth be told, we really don't have much, I told him. I felt embarrassed, even considering showing him the tree carving as some kind of evidence. Perhaps my passion really was clouding my judgment. Maybe we really were just grasping at straws here. But then Sven took a look at it himself. I expected him to scoff, and possibly make some kind of sarcastic comment to the effect of, "Good job, guys, you really cracked the case here." But instead of doing that, he began studying the carving rather intently. After a few moments, he reached into his pocket and pulled out his phone. "Look familiar?" he said, showing it to us. After nearly gagging at the initial sight, I had to admit that it was. A tall humanoid, a sweeping coat, a skeleton torso, a blank face. And this time, it was drawn in blood on a dirty basement wall. There was also a man with his entrails leaking out kneeling down towards it. "Oh, hell," I muttered, trying to hide how much I was shivering. "You sure you're supposed to be showing us this?" "I'm not supposed to be doing a lot of the stuff I'm doing right now, but here we are." "What the hell is it? A crime scene?" Sven nodded.
2.5 years ago, about the same time Sarah went missing. Don't know the details because I wasn't there. Risked everything to get my hands on this. Despite how gruesome it was, the crime scene pretty much confirmed that there was some kind of connection here. But the question remained, what now? Where do we go from here? Guys, check it out. She pointed to another tree up ahead, maybe about 20 feet away. Could it be? I thought, approaching it. It was. A similar carving had been scribbled into it. The same figure, the same word. I began scanning the area once again. There was another tree, a bit farther away this time, and then another one, and another. The four of us began following the carvings like a trail of breadcrumbs, right towards what had to be the culprit behind them. We didn't even hesitate. Didn't stop to ask questions. We were driven by sheer impulse at the revelation. But clearly, Sven was paying more attention than us. After a few minutes, I felt him put a hand on my shoulder. "Wait," he said. "What? Why? You have a gun, don't you? So does Mike. We'll be fine." "Not that. Look forwards, but stay calm." And then I saw it. There was something up ahead. A large figure doing a poor job of hiding behind a thin tree. I could see a large, pale, bony hand twitching erratically as it dropped near the ground. A quiet but shrill noise suddenly began to fill the air around us, like a combination of a high-pitched radio frequency and some kind of deranged laugh. I suddenly remembered what Jay told us before he died. He's already on his way. I was frozen. Absolutely, unequivocally frozen. I could only describe the fear that gripped me as visceral, like I was drowning in a freezing lake of incomprehensible dread, unprepared to face what was already ahead of me in the slightest. I looked at Sven, the most capable one out of all of us, but even he looked petrified, his face drained of any color. I looked back at the trees, watching as the pale, gargantuan creature wrapped its disturbing hand entirely around the tree. The high-pitched radio frequency laugh continued around us, seemingly growing louder and louder by the second. And then it stopped. "What are you looking at?" A deep, slimy, penetrating voice assaulted my ears. It nearly sounded like it was coming from my own head. I flinched, and taking my eyes off the entity behind the tree for just a moment, it was gone when I looked back up. "Seth," I heard Rose call my name out. I whipped my head around, nearly passing out in fear upon seeing what was behind me. It was him. Blank face, skeletal torso, giant bony hands, leering down right at me, only a few inches away. Without even thinking, I began running. I turned back after a few seconds, watching as the creature's body twisted and contorted, turning into a massive spider-human hybrid with tens of pale, veiny limbs crawling towards me. I nearly threw up right there. Sven drew his pistol and began shooting. Due to how erratically he was moving, he missed every shot except for one, which drilled straight through the creature's head, causing a wave of thick, black blood to burst out from the other side of its temple. It went limp immediately, with its limbs crumpling and falling to the ground. For a moment, I suppose I was relieved. But then I realized what kind of monster we were really dealing with. The laughing had come back, louder than ever now. "Oh, that hurt." I blinked once and the corpse had disappeared, and then I noticed a hulking shadow looming somewhere next to me. I looked over, watching as the creature, now back in its humanoid skeleton form, wrapped one of its hands around Sven's neck. With the other one, it grabbed one of his wrists and instantaneously crushed it into a bloody pulp. As Sven grunted in agony, the creature turned to look directly at me. The bottom half of its face began distorting, and soon enough, a human mouth emerged from underneath its skin.
If I was close to puking before, I couldn't help myself now. I retched before looking back up to see it smiling at me. Not only that, the smile was familiar. Soft, pink lips, glowing white teeth that were just slightly crooked at the bottom. It was Lacey's smile.
"What are you doing, Seth? Come find me."
It was her voice, unmistakably identical. I heard myself whimper. I blinked one more time and it disappeared again. Sven dropped to the ground, still grimacing at his gruesome injury. Mike and Rose were in abject shock, and I could feel tears beginning to swell in my eyes. "Start running." Again, the voice came from everywhere and nowhere at once. I began hearing what sounded like heavy, animalistic movements approaching fast. I turned around, seeing something barreling towards us. It looked comparable in appearance to a gorilla with dark fur, but with about 3 times as many limbs, running at us like an oversized centipede. And of course, a familiar blank face at the front. He wasn't even giving me time to grieve. Safe to say, we took the advice and bolted like hell the other way. And every time I looked back to see if it had finally caught up, the creature always looked like it was moving at an unfathomable pace, yet it always remained the same distance behind us. After a while of this, it really felt like I was losing my own grip on reality. As we began reaching the edge of the forest, I remember my vision beginning to blur. I passed out, likely due to a combination of exhaustion, fear, and agony, upon hearing Lacey's voice and seeing her lips on that fucking monster. I woke back up in Mike's apartment, clothes dirty, cold sweat running down my forehead and my joints aching like hell. It had become dark outside. I suppose I'd been out for a while. Mike and Rose were sitting on the other couch, neither saying a word or even looking up. Can't really blame them, not after an experience like that. "Where's Sven?" I finally asked.
"He left. Drove off, said he had to do something urgent. Never even went to the hospital before leaving town. I don't think he's coming back."
Guess we aren't getting any more help from him, I thought to myself. I decided to stay at my parents' place for a bit. They were happy to see me, but I wasn't really there emotionally. I hated to admit it, but the encounter had taken a lot out of me. As much as I still wanted to somehow save Lacey, I couldn't stand the idea of facing that thing again. I needed time to overcome my fears, time to recover, before looking for any more answers. But Mr. Blank wouldn't even let me do that. For the first few nights, everything was normal. I used some of my vacation days to get off work and spend my time watching TV, playing games, and trying to motivate myself to stop being so scared and to go looking for her again. Wasn't working so well. I was still petrified at the very thought of it. But after a few nights, the tapping started. It sounded like a bony finger rapping on my window during the dead of night. I never bothered looking, of course. When I didn't react to that, Mr. Blank began messing with me in more severe ways. I'd see a hulking shadow behind my shower curtain seconds after I'd stepped in. A pair of legs sticking out from underneath my bed as I was getting ready to sleep. An unwanted passenger in the back seat of my vehicle at night. Employees following me around grocery stores and staring at me in restaurants. I never could make out any of their facial features. It was all starting to take a heavy toll in my mind. I could feel my sanity slipping away by the hour. I called Mike and Rose. The same story. Rose's voice was monotonous, devoid of any kind of emotion. Mike sounded like he was on the verge of tears. But what made everything infinitely worse was the knowledge that at any point, he, or it, could kill me in a split second. So that begged the question, why didn't it? What was the point of fucking with me like this? It all came to a boiling point while I was grabbing my mail. As I was getting ready to reach in, a bloody hand poked out of my mailbox and handed me my envelopes. How generous. It was all starting to become rather bothersome. I freaked out right then and there. Screw you, what the hell do you want from me? I grabbed the door of the mailbox and slammed it into the hand until I heard the bones begin to break. For the first time in a while, fear wasn't my dominant emotion. It was anger. After enduring the punishment, the hand eventually retreated. I bent down and staring directly into the now empty slot. Where the hell is Lacey, asshole? My screams were beginning to attract the attention of my neighbors. Not that I cared. I could hardly keep my frustrations in at that point. I had to let it out. Why don't you just kill me, you son of a bitch? Guess I'll come and kill you first. I hardly believed in what I was saying. The words were simply pouring out of my mouth. I slammed the door shut and stormed back into my home. I took some time for self-reflection. The cops had told me to let it go from the start. Hell, even my own parents were telling me that. So why hadn't I? Why couldn't I just let it go? Maybe it's because I hadn't lost hope. For one reason or another, I still believed I could get Lacey back, and that I could somehow overcome this horrific, seemingly impossible enemy and come out victorious in the end. After all, Mr. Blank could imitate Lacey's voice. Maybe that meant she was still alive. Perhaps that was a stretch, but I didn't allow myself to believe that. It'd be comparable to admitting defeat right then and there. There was also another thing driving me forward. If I didn't face it head on, this thing was never going to leave me alone. I remember what I'd told myself from the beginning, that I wasn't going to let it end like this. Whenever I'd backed down from a conflict before, my father had always told me to grow a pair of balls and man up. It made me kinda hate him at times, but suddenly, that seemed like rather sound advice. I spent the next few days getting off my ass, preparing to head back into the forest. I was going to keep following the street carvings, our only real lead, wherever that may lead me. It was pretty obvious that physical attacks weren't going to bring this thing down. Hell, I wasn't even trying to kill it. I needed information first, like where the hell it was keeping Lacey. Physical wounds did seem to bother it, in some marginal capacity at the very least. While I was brainstorming, I noticed something else as well. Ever since the mailbox incident, the bastard had left me alone. My first act of defiance against it. There had to be a correlation there. I decided to call Mike and Rose again. They still sounded frightened. Defeated. Mr. Blank was still going after them. What did this mean? I only had my theories, of course. Nevertheless, they were theories worth testing. I began putting together my own mini arsenal. My dad's pistol, one of Mike's shotguns that I borrowed a few weeks back, a hunting knife, and a baseball bat for good measure. Was I trained in armed or unarmed combat? The hell no. Still had a chance, though. I decided to head back into the forest exactly 1 week after I'd gone in. I'd made my preparations, of course. Wrote a letter for my parents, in case I didn't come back, a letter for Mike, one for Rose, and didn't even bother asking them to come. They sounded like they weren't even ready to leave their rooms when I talked to them last. I wasn't quite sure what to put in the letters. I just felt obligated to write them. An explanation, I suppose. Before heading out of my house, I slugged back 1 swig of whiskey and 2 cups of coffee. I tried to calm my nerves. Didn't really work. Didn't matter. Before I knew it, I was standing back at the edge of the tree line, alone. I took a step. Deep breath. Another step. Oh, shit. The nerves had come back. One more step and my legs began shaking. It's as if the fear I'd been suppressing began rushing back to me all at once. I looked up, and something caught my eye. a large figure obscured by the woods, creeping along my line of vision. A familiar hand wrapped around one of the trees, dangling a severed hand by the pinky. Sven's hand, most likely. It was taunting me. Every fiber of my being was telling me to turn back and run the hell away. And I nearly did just that. I was petrified, but that didn't mean I could stop. This thing wasn't going to stop following me at the forest. It knew where I lived, knew how to push my buttons, how to get under my skin. It knew nearly everything about me. I was too deep into this mess already. Face my fears and deal with it myself, or end up like Jay and leave Lacey trapped in whatever hell she was currently in. With that in mind, I took another deep breath and began walking right towards it. As I had suspected, it disappeared shortly after, like I'd somehow scared it off. Even though that probably wasn't the case, I smiled to myself, reveling at the idea. From there, I began following the carvings, retracing our steps from a week prior. But I was planning on getting further this time. As expected, Mr. Blank didn't leave me alone after I'd entered. In fact, I was pretty much on my toes the entire time. About 5 minutes in, I heard something breathing down the back of my neck. I remembered what happened to Sven and immediately pivoted sideways. At that point, it was the closest I'd ever gotten to it. This time, it had taken a gargoyle-esque form, wings and all. I pulled out my pistol and fired about 4 shots at it. I never had great aim, so only one bullet even grazed it. But I think my message was sent, because it disappeared with a blink immediately after. It hurled its share of auditory torments towards me as well, screaming horrible things at me in a generic demonic voice. The only time these things really affected me was when it was imitating Lacey. Gosh, this son of a bitch was really pissing me off. It appeared 2 more times before it finally managed to hurt me. But the attacks were awkward. It obviously could have killed me at any point, yet it seemed bent on trying to give me only non-lethal injuries. Nevertheless, it succeeded. Have you ever seen fan art of the Rake? A classic creepypasta. And that's what it turned into, only with no face. It managed to slice my thigh, and not a deep cut, but it still hurt like hell, and I responded by breaking my bat over its head. Even though doing so caused it to disappear, it was a move I regretted instantly. I lost one of my close-quarter weapons. I used to play baseball, but I never used a knife or anything beyond chopping onions. I calmed down by telling myself that at the very least, it wasn't going to kill me. Boy, was I wrong there. After about only a minute, it crawled out of the dirt in the form of a familiar, machete-wielding zombie wearing a hockey mask and nearly took my head off. I managed to dodge the swing by a hair, and the tree beside me was sliced clean in half. I guess Mr. Blank was something of a cinephile. I suppose that made sense. That didn't look non-lethal to me, I thought to myself. I scrambled to pull out my shotgun and blew off the wannabe Jason's head, but it took both shots to do so, and I wasn't very fast at reloading. Mr. Blank suddenly appeared behind me, now as a hulking, faceless clown carrying what looked like a lead bowling pin. And at that moment, I was defenseless. It swung the pin, breaking the shotgun in half as I attempted to defend myself with it. After that, I started running. What the hell was I thinking? This asshole could basically teleport. It suddenly stepped out from a tree in front of me, and this time, it had turned into one of the nurses from Silent Hill, bolting at me with a rusty knife. "Ah, shit," I shouted. It looked like Mr. Blank wasn't pulling any more punches. It caused me to experience a new kind of fear. Not dread, or some vague fear of the unknown. It was fear of immediate and certain death. But at the same time, I could feel the adrenaline pumping through my veins. I tried to convince myself that I was ready. Knowing that I couldn't run, I pulled out my own knife and tried bracing myself. This is gonna hurt, I thought. As it got within a few feet of me, The crack of a heavy shotgun caused me to flinch. The nurse was subsequently sawed in half at the torso, with stray fragments of buckshot littering the trees beside me. "What the hell?" I shouted, panting at the same time. "Hey, boy, you best not be taking the Lord's name in vain there." An unfamiliar voice, a heavy southern twang. We weren't anywhere near the south. I looked over, seeing two wholly unexpected figures. One was Sven, with heavy bandages wrapped around his wrist. He wasn't the one that had fired the shot, though. And standing next to him was a tall, bulky man with messy blonde hair, wearing what looked like a heavy tactical jacket and camo hunting pants. He was carrying a massive, industrial-looking shotgun. Certainly not anything police-grade. Hell, I don't even think it looked like something the military would use. "Anyway, it's your lucky day," the man said, slinging the weapon over his shoulder. Sven looked at me and smiled. "I told your friend I was coming back. I don't think she believed me, though." He looked at his shotgun-wielding friend. "So, what did you think? Told you I had something big." The man chuckled, watching as the nurse corpse disappeared into thin air, just as every one of Mr. Blank's forms tended to do. "Well, I'll be," he said, smiling to himself. "It's a strange one for sure. No matter. I'm itching for a good old-fashioned battle." What the hell? It was the only thing I could muster out, given how truly bizarre the circumstances had become. "Hush up there," the man said, aiming his shotgun at something behind me. "Looks like it's itching for the same battle." I turned around, watching as Michael Myers dropped down from a tree. Only he wasn't carrying a kitchen knife. He had a damn chainsaw. Looked like Mr. Blank was getting his films mixed up. Asking any more questions seemed like a lost cause. In any case, I needed to focus on the task at hand, staying alive while searching for Lacey. But it looks like I have some much-needed help now. Can't complain about that. Ah, damn, this freak sure is something. The man with the shotgun seemed to be having a little too much fun. He'd killed Mr. Blank 3 more times, but it was becoming more of a close call with every encounter. "Who is this guy?" I called out to Sven. Jimmy, an old friend." "I hunt weird shit for sport," Jimmy said, in the midst of reloading his shotgun, a ferocious gaze on his face. "But don't boil me down to just that. I like a lot of stuff." What kind of stuff? I thought to myself. And I guess it really didn't matter. I came to a realization. Mr. Blank had his hands full with Jimmy, which meant I had a chance. I bolted up and began running. Call it a selfish move. I hardly cared at that point. Shotgun blasts rocked the space around me as I ran, following the obscure tree carvings towards an unknown destination. I couldn't tell you what I was expecting to find. I didn't even know if there was going to be anything waiting for me at all. Nevertheless, I ran, and I never considered stopping. The whole journey took me a lot longer than I thought. I'd gotten deep into the forest before the carvings had disappeared altogether. This is it, I thought as I feverishly looked around for something. But what the hell was I looking for? After a while of searching, I finally spotted a clue. Another carving. Not on a tree this time. It was on a large rock, right beside what appeared to be a small opening leading to a cave within. Not ominous in the slightest. Jeez, am I really gonna go in there? By all accounts, nothing would lead a rational person to enter such a space. But I was far from rational at that point. I'd also stopped hearing the shotgun blasts a while ago. That could only mean one thing, that Mr. Blank was about to be on my ass again. I took a deep breath and stepped forward, into whatever the hell was awaiting me in the darkness. The cave itself, if you want to call it that, it was more comparable to a large hole in a rock. It was larger on the inside than it looked on the outside, but not drastically. It was still relatively tight as I traversed into it, and for the first few seconds I could make out nothing but darkness, but it didn't take long to find out what I'd unknowingly been searching for this whole time. There was a light ahead, like one derived from a small flame, and it was moving. Somebody, or something, was holding it up. Making out any details from the angle and distance I was standing at wasn't quite possible, so I was forced to move forward if I wanted any answers. "So you've come for me, huh?" It wasn't the kind of voice that I had expected. Not low, guttural, or menacing in the slightest. Whoever was speaking sounded meek and terrified, on the verge of tears. But first impressions can deceive. I stayed on my toes, preparing myself for anything. From everything I'd experienced so far, anything was certainly possible. "What do you mean?" I asked in a low voice, as to not trigger any sudden aggression. "How did you find me?" the man asked. "Oh, the carvings led you right to me, I suppose." The man turned, his face partially illuminated by a large candle he was holding dangerously close to his skin. I could hardly make out any distinguishable features. His hair was long and scraggly. His facial hair appeared to be untrimmed. Tired eyes. Things that aren't terribly rare these days. But what I did find interesting was his shirt. Black and maroon. A white name tag. It read Colin. It was all too familiar. He had to be an employee from somewhere I'd seen before. But where? "I guess that's what I wanted, though," he said, his voice getting shaky. "To finally pay for what I've done." "What are you talking about? What have you—" I stopped my question partway through, due to a sudden, jarring realization. So that's where I recognized the uniform from. The theater. The one where this shit show had all started. I recalled the details of that investigation. A new employee, joined not too long ago, now missing. It was him, wasn't it? "You son of a bitch." I could hardly control the words as they came out of my mouth. By all accounts, this guy was the reason Lacey went missing. It took everything out of me to not strangle him right then and there. Those urges were pushed even further when he chuckled. "I see. You're not the police. Just someone looking for vengeance. That's not so good for me, but I suppose it's what I deserve." He sighed, putting the candle down at his feet, illuminating a pile of empty soda cans and cellophane wrappers behind him. "Go ahead. I won't fight back." I took about half a minute to calm myself down. It didn't quite work. I was still seething, my fists shaking like hell. If I were Mike, this guy's face would have been reduced to mush already. Luckily for him, I wasn't Mike. I suppose it was lucky for me as well. Beyond anything, I needed answers. I took a deep breath, unclenching my hands and forcing my emotions to the curb. At least, I tried. You're responsible for this, aren't you? You screened that damn film." I could see the man's silhouette nod. I gulped down my anger. "What the hell are you doing out here?" He dropped his head. "I can't go back into town. I'm not strong enough to face what I've done." A moment of silence followed. I could see him shaking ever so slightly. His breathing gradually became rapid and uneven, like he was forcing down tears. "A man? Is that what you are? After doing what you did, I'm not so sure." "That's the part you don't understand. He'll force you to do things you never could have fathomed doing before.
all without laying a single finger on you." "What? You're scared of monsters under the bed? Yeah, he did that shit to me as well, but I didn't crack from it. They didn't have to take 12 people down with me either." "Monsters. Yeah, turning into monsters is one of his tricks, but nowhere near the worst one."
I could feel the anger coming back. "Look, if you couldn't handle it, maybe you should have just." I stopped myself from finishing the sentence. It wasn't something I really didn't want to say, even given the circumstances.
"Just taking my own life, right? Yes, I guess I'd agree. I suppose it all started with me."
"I wasn't," I began, now at a sudden loss for words. I tried recomposing myself. Freaking out wasn't going to get me anywhere. "What did you mean when you said that turning into monsters wasn't his worst trick?"
"I meant what I said. He goes by trial and error, turns into the things he thinks will evoke the most fear out of us. Horror movie villains, monsters from folklore. Those are the good options, the simplest ones as well. But that won't work on everybody, and it didn't work on me."
I raised an eyebrow in the dark. "What?"
"When he can't scare you by using such direct tactics, he tries harder, digs deeper into the recesses of your mind, what would petrify you the most. Things that would drive you to the darkest corner of your soul. You'll start to feel mad, just short of being catatonic, cognizant enough to carry out his orders, but too constrained by visceral fear to do anything else. You'll feel nothing but emptiness, a cold void where your heart once was. Hopes, desires, any kind of positive emotion completely gone. You'll feel blank."
He paused again.
"I may not be the strongest, but I don't even think the strongest could cope with that."
It took me a minute to think about what he'd just said. If he was right, then, well, that was bad news. My anger suddenly took a backseat to apprehension.
"He's chasing you right now, isn't he? Mr. Blink will probably kill me once he catches up. He has no use for me anymore after all."
He paused again, lighting a cigarette this time.
"But I can't say I would mind that."
He gave a long drag.
"I'm truly sorry for any grief I may have caused you, but there's nothing I can do anymore. Nothing we can do."
I didn't want to accept it. Nothing? Like, we can't find a way to beat him somehow? Can't find a way to get those missing people back? He took another drag.
"Unfortunately."
"What in the Sam hell are you doing hiding in a cave?" He was cut off by a familiar southern accent. I turned around, seeing Jimmy and Sven standing at the mouth of the cave. "Sven told me to follow these witch drawings and they led me to a yellow-bellied coward. The hell are you running away from the fight for?" And Jimmy said, clearly upset that I'd gone ahead without him. I also noticed that his shotgun was over his shoulder and not in his hands. "What the hell are you doing? He's gonna..." "That weird sumbitch ain't gonna do shit. He disappeared some time ago. Lost count of how many times I killed him. How many of my precious bullets I wasted on him, damn it." "Disappeared?" I asked, perplexed. "Yeah," Sven spoke up.
It's been around 8 minutes. Unless it's planning on a surprise attack. Looks like it's gone for now. Who the hell is that behind you? I turned around, seeing Colin now standing up, which startled me a bit. What do you mean it's gone? He said, sounding shocked at the prospect. The hell do you think we mean? It got up and disappeared. Vamoosed. Maybe it got tired from being slaughtered. Who on God's green earth knows? Colin stepped forward, moving more into the daylight. As expected, he looked like hell. Smelled like it too. I could see Jimmy and Sven physically react to his appearance, but his eyes were different than I'd imagined. Not so hopeless like his words. In fact, they were brimming with determination. He looked at me, if only slightly. We have a chance here, but we have to move quick.
It's happened before.
What has?
I was having a hard time keeping up with Colin as he ran. For a guy that looked like the product of an apocalypse, he sure as hell was fast on his feet. Sven and Jimmy followed behind, shouting after him. Him disappearing. The Southerner is right. When he bleeds over into our world, he tires himself out, especially if he keeps on taking different forms.
What? How the hell do you know all of this?
He suddenly stopped running, causing me to nearly crash into his back. He began, before taking a deep breath. It's a long story. I'll have to explain quickly. And as much as it scares me to admit, his story sounded eerily similar to mine. It all started with the incident years prior, the last time Mr. Blank had made an appearance. When Sven's fiancée had disappeared, and Colin's brother had disappeared along with her. He was living halfway across the country when it had happened, though. When he'd heard about his missing sibling, and the obscure details that went along with it, he booked the first flight over and attempted to figure things out for himself. It went as you'd expect, devoid of any trustworthy leads, lack of any real direction. It took him an entire week of relentless and dangerous searching to learn the name, Mr. Blank. And that's where it all started going downhill for him. But even then, he didn't stop. Colin started getting visits from him, the same way that I had. Just like he'd done with me, Mr. Blank's psychological torment started off fairly surface level. 80s horror movie villains, ghosts in the closet, creatures standing outside his window, etc. While they certainly took a toll on him at first, he endured, continuing his search in spite of it all. He even tried attacking Mr. Blank directly, just as I had. Wouldn't work out so well, as he went on to learn. Maybe he was lying about it all, I don't know. But I could feel my anger towards him gradually fading as he relayed his story to me. He hadn't really done anything different than I had. Well, I guess he had. He did everything completely alone. I had Mike and Rose with me. After Colin had trudged through Mr. Blank's initial onslaught, the latter started pushing harder, trying to break him completely. This is where Colin's story truly began diverging from my own. Mr. Blank began using more abstract scare tactics. For example, Colin came home once to find his father standing in the corner of his bedroom, and his dad died some years prior. He didn't do anything, though. He just stood there with a blank expression like a mannequin, day and night, for nearly 2 weeks. On top of that, he'd get more and more frail by the hour, as if he were rapidly losing weight. By the end, he was essentially a skeleton. That resulted in the first bona fide mental breakdown of Colin's life. And of course, it wasn't even close to ending there. The psychological stress and torment he experienced sounded like enough to make anybody lose it completely.
He'd see faces of pure malice and hatred staring at him in the mirror. He'd see a bottomless pit in the middle of his living room, while the hellish screams constantly emanated from within it. Every time he'd opened up a toilet, the face of his sister, who drowned to death, would be staring up at him, gasping for air. He couldn't bring himself to describe the worst of it, though. Just that his deepest, most visceral fears were manifesting in front of his very eyes, and it was breaking him, minute by minute. It reached a point where he attempted to take his own life. He walked onto his balcony in the middle of the night and looked over the railings from the 14th floor. He stared down at the ground with his mind running a mile a minute. But before he closed his eyes and took the plunge, he saw a figure with a blank face staring at him from below. He said that he froze in that moment. While they stared at each other, he said that he was coming to an understanding, an implied agreement. Do what I want, and I'll end this hell for you. He felt a transitory comfort, combined with a sensation of overwhelming coercion. In other words, he didn't have a choice in the matter. It's not like I can explain it. He was fucking with my head. It felt like I'd face something worse than death if I didn't play by his rules, if I didn't do what he said. Go ahead and think what you want about me, but you weren't there. You couldn't have understood.
Right, I said, trying to digest what I'd just been told.
Do you still hate me?
I sighed to myself. I don't know, did I? It depends. You said that we had a chance. What did you mean by that?
Yes, we do. I can help you get her back. Everything just has to go right.
My ears perked up. All right, go on then.
We can defeat him. Kill him. All we have to do is capture him on tape.
I raised an eyebrow. That's it? Are you kidding me?
It's not what you think. What's been chasing you up until this point hasn't been the real Mr. Blank. Not his real form, anyway. That's what we need to capture. Don't ask me how it works, but he can't exist in two mediums or digital spaces at once. His one real weakness, the film that was shown when everybody went missing, that's the first one. Get him on tape with your own camera, and that'll be the second one.
Well, how the hell are we supposed to see its true form?
That's the hard part. He only sends out puppets when he crosses over into our world, in order to see him as he truly is. We have to enter his.
Is that where? I began asking. He nodded.
Yes, that is where your girlfriend is.
How do we get there?
Colin reached into his backpack and pulled out a film reel. Watching the film almost acts like a passageway between his world and ours.
A more involved explanation really wasn't necessary. In fact, the whole situation began making a lot more sense. I used to ask myself why Mr. Blank chose our town, why the hell he just had to come here. Well, the theater that it happened at was an older one. A classic place, so to speak. It was one of the few places that still used projectors. What's it like in there? Colin shook his head.
I couldn't tell you, but from what I've learned, the people trapped in his world are essentially being used as fuel. Mr. Blank feeds on inherent negative human emotions. Anguish, uncertainty, despair, fear. He doesn't kill them, just keeps them there for himself. Keeps them in a constant state of terror, Most go catatonic after a few years in real time, but it hardly feels like a week for them while in there. That's why he keeps coming back here for more. He'll never stop. Even if every theater stops using film, I'm sure that he'll find a way." He sighed. "I'm not proud of what I've done, but if I'm going to do anything good with my life, it's stopping this bastard forever." If that was true, then Lacey was essentially in hell. She'd been in hell for weeks, but I suppose it's only like a few hours to her. How long do we have until he comes back and tries to kill us again? I can't give you an exact amount of time, but I doubt that we have more than a few hours. I took a deep breath as we reached the edge of the forest. Sven and Jimmy were close behind, catching up to us soon after. "What in the hell were you two yammering about?" I turned to look at him. "Jimmy, we might need your help for a bit." Then I turned to Sven and grinned. "Let's bury this son of a bitch." My hand shook as I held the film reel. This is the source of it all. The reason Lacey went missing, the reason any of this shit had happened at all. As determined as I was to see this operation through, a lingering feeling of fear and hesitance never left my side. "What's the film like, exactly?" I asked, my voice shaking just a tad. "I don't know. Not like I ever watched it. Can't really prepare you much there, sorry." That was more or less the response I was expecting. Colin sighed, starting to look anxious. "We don't have time, though. He could come back at any moment." He looked at Jimmy. "You still have ammo?" Jimmy tapped his belt proudly. "Silly question. Ain't no monster getting the jump on me." The haphazard plan that we formulated went as follows. We'd rush over to the theater where everything had started, since that was the only place where we'd actually be able to play the film. And since it was still likely being monitored by the police, we'd have to rely on Sven's FBI badge to dissolve that suspicion. According to Colin, if Mr. Blank's projection hadn't come back to attack us before we managed to enter the theater, it sure as hell was going to be there once we did. And of course, it was going to be aggressive. That's where Jimmy comes in. He was going to keep it distracted while Colin set up the film. Once he did, Sven and I would be the ones to watch it. He wanted to save his wife. I wanted to save Lacey. Neither of us were backing down. Colin also gave us some very much needed details regarding the film itself, even though a lot of it was just speculation on his part. Supposedly, the film does something strange to the viewer's state of mind. The film itself exists in one plane of existence, Mr. Blank's. We exist in our own. So how does somebody traverse this gap and move from one to the other? Well, we could really only theorize there. Colin claimed it was about emotions. The range of human emotions are a spectrum, obviously, but not a two-dimensional one, with happiness and sadness, distress and calm, pain and pleasure at their respective extremes. Nearly every feeling spurred on by activities in our daily lives are different. Some are more similar to each other than others, but no two distinct feelings are truly identical. Even the same emotion that you perceive experiencing thousands of times over the course of your life is actually an entirely new experience each and every time. I'm getting off track here. Look, emotions are complicated, and according to Colin's theory, they also acted as a catalyst that could move conscious thoughts between different realities. If some kind of impulse evoked a strong and specific enough emotion, that could act as said catalyst. But if it were only their thoughts that had been moved, then what the hell had happened to their bodies? That mystery remained, but Colin was quite certain that the people who'd been transported were all still alive. Can't feed off a dead person's emotions after all. There's something else that you'd probably like to know. Something really interesting.
My ears perked up. I did know a few people that crossed over into Mr. Blank's realm that managed to make it back out. They all told me that they felt themselves crossing over a certain threshold of fear before they left our own world. But they were still somewhat cognizant of what had happened. They knew that they were still in the theater, that this wasn't the world that they belonged to. They weren't petrified to the point where they lost all sense of their past reality. Because of this, they always kept themselves grounded, convincing themselves that none of it was real, despite what Mr. Blank threw at them. Eventually, they got back using the sheer will of their mind alone. I breathed a sigh of relief. At the moment, there was nothing that I needed to hear more. But you should also know that they all took their own lives within the next 3 months. You could have just left that part out. This is not going to be easy, but now that you know this going in, you'll have an advantage. Try and be ready for anything, 'cause nothing's off the table here. With our asses on the clock, we began making our way to the theater. When we arrived, there was a single, bored-looking cop sitting in his vehicle near the entrance. He didn't ask any questions when Sven flashed his badge. In fact, he looked pretty eager to leave. We didn't waste any time once we got in. Colin began setting up the film while we waited anxiously in the theater. We offered to help with the process, but he told us that we'd just slow him down. I wasn't going to argue with him there. I sat down in one of the seats, burying my hands into my face. I was nervous. There was no second guessing that fact. Can I even do this? I thought to myself. Hell, I have to do this. I felt somebody put a hand on my lap. At first, I thought it was Sven trying to comfort me, but then I realized that didn't seem like something he'd really do. Well, I'll be, Jimmy spoke up. The varmint's back. Against my better judgment, I snapped my head to the side, staring at what appeared to be a mask composed of a variety of segmented human faces. Don't move, kid, Jimmy's voice boomed from across the theater. Before I knew it, the ghoulish face was blown to the side, blood exploding from the other side of its temple. My ears were ringing from the shot as I looked towards Jimmy, who was now holding some kind of oversized pistol. You're welcome. Jeez, I muttered, still trying to regain my bearings. A few seconds later, I heard Sven curse. I looked over, watching as a feral beast-looking creature grabbed him by the neck. Once again, Jimmy blasted it away, and my brain rang some more. It looked like Mr. Blank had regained his stamina, and I sure as hell wasn't excited about it. Ah, damn, you son of a bitch. This time, Jimmy was the one cursing. Mr. Blank, now in the form of an oversized zombie wearing brass knuckles, had gotten the jump on him, forcing him to resort to a fistfight. But he was holding up surprisingly well, dodging, parrying, and countering each one of the zombie's strikes. Jimmy ended up pummeling it within a minute. How the hell? Where did you? I began asking, dumbfounded at his apparently vast array of combat skills. I fought in the evisceration matches on a planet you wouldn't dare step foot on, partner. I know my shit, he said, grinning, as if I were supposed to understand remotely what the hell he was talking about. I didn't have time to ask, though. I could hear something breathing down my neck once again. Come on, Colin, hurry the hell up. And then it happened. The projector suddenly flicked on, and the breathing stopped. I scanned the theater, but Mr. Blank was nowhere to be seen. I locked eyes with Sven for a moment. This was it. This was the culmination of everything we'd been through. Well, looks like this is it. A big good luck to you both. The lights began to dim. I laughed to myself. Was this really necessary? The reaction was more of a coping mechanism than anything else. I was utterly frozen in terror. Sven and I were silent as we took our seats. For the first few seconds, I closed my eyes, afraid to open them even a little bit, but I knew that eventually I had to. So I did, and I cannot begin to describe what I saw in front of me. Before I divulge what I saw in that theater, let's do a quick mental exercise. Hell. What does that word mean to you? More specifically, what do you visualize when you hear it? Put yourself in that environment right now. Are you walking through scorching flames while demons scream at you? A dark forest with thousands of beady eyes following your every move? Trapped underneath ice with something gnawing at your feet? Each one of us has an idea of what our own personal hell would look like. I found out what mine looked like in that theater. The film opened on a shot of a plain, abandoned city washed in dark blue. It was hard to tell what time of day it was, but the whole place just looked depressing. After a few seconds, a figure came stumbling into the frame. A man wearing plain clothes with distorted facial features. His movements were desperate, stumbling through the empty streets in an ostensible attempt to evade something. I found out what he was running from only a few seconds later. It was another man, naked this time, with black, oozing sores covering his entire body. There was also a bloody, dirty bag tied around his head. His limbs twitched and contorted as he ran after the faceless man, letting out an unearthly, croaking scream as he moved. The faceless man was screaming as well, although his voice sounded all too human. He sounded terrified. I'm not quite sure how long this sequence lasted. Not sure how long I was watching for, but it felt like hours. At a point, I even gave up on the objective at hand. I wanted to turn away from the screen so badly, but I couldn't. My eyes stayed glued on the horrific scene in front of me, and I couldn't move. I started wondering how Sven was holding up, watching something like this. It was only until later that I realized we weren't even watching the same thing at all. Personal hells. Everybody's different. At a point, I started feeling strange, as if I couldn't distinguish real life from what was happening on the screen. My attention was fixated on the faceless man, almost like I was seeing things through his perspective. Shit, I thought, before my mind drifted too far off the deep end. I realized something extremely important at the very last moment. It's just a movie, a really disturbing movie. The revelation came at the optimal time. I was already being sucked into Mr. Blank's realm. I could feel it, my physical self dissolving into an obscure void. Yet, I was cognizant of this fact, and while I was certainly scared, I was also determined. My vision went blank for an unknown duration. When I opened my eyes up, my world was washed in a dark blue. I could feel goosebumps popping up on my skin. I was freezing, despite wearing a hoodie and jeans. There was also something behind me. I turned around, seeing the man with the bag over his head staggering towards me. It didn't take a genius to discern what had happened. I was now in the movie. Not knowing exactly what to do and fueled by sheer impulse, I began running through the empty streets. After the initial shock, I tried remembering what Colin had told me. I had to remember that none of this was real, despite how real it felt. But at the same time, how the hell was this not real? The cold wind bit at my face. My joints ached against the concrete below. I was even beginning to run out of breath. It felt real as hell. My mind started becoming frantic. How the hell was this possible, and where the hell was I? We never feel physical sensations in our dreams. So what was this? I turned around again, noticing that the bag-headed man was getting closer, his inhuman shriek sending shivers down my spine. I was starting to lose it, starting to lose my own sense of reality. The streets ahead of me were endless and unchanging. Nowhere to go. Nowhere to hide. I could hear myself beginning to whimper. Utter terror overwhelmed my senses, forcing me to abandon any of my previous thoughts, any connections that I had to the world I belonged in. Was this the world I belonged in now? How long had I been here? Maybe this was all I knew. It was an unnerving realization, and one that caused my eyes to begin watering. I was in hell. This was my existence. Cold tears began streaming down my face as I continued to run from the monstrosity behind me. I was beginning to forget where I'd even come from, and I was getting tired. I closed my eyes, preparing to give up entirely. Doing so hurt as my tears began freezing up. But wait, that didn't make any sense. I remember reading about this once, about how tears would only freeze at below 40. And it sure as hell wasn't that cold. It was an utterly random fact, and one that I had no reason to keep stored in my brain. But remembering it in that moment helped me more than I could ever know. If that part didn't make any sense, then what the hell was off about this situation? What was I doing here? I opened my eyes again and stared up at the sky. It was empty. No sun, no stars, no moon, no clouds. That wasn't right either. The buildings that surrounded me, I'd never seen a place like this before. I didn't belong here. This wasn't my world. This was Mr. Blank's world. And why had I come here? To save Lacey. None of this was real. I stopped in my tracks, catching my breath. I turned around, watching as the man behind me got slower and slower, before stopping only a few feet away from me. He looked confused, as if he couldn't understand why I wasn't running, why I stopped. Because none of this was real. Why would I fear something that wasn't real? Hey, asshole, I spoke up. Where the hell is Lacey? The man took a step back. Don't you run. Where the fuck is she? He started backing up faster, and my grin grew wider. I'm gonna tear you apart with my bare hands if you don't tell me. I wasn't cold anymore. I could feel the adrenaline coursing through my veins. Where the hell is she? My own voice growing primal, my impulses fueled by a culmination of all the fear and frustration I've been feeling up until that point. I caught up to the bagged man relatively quickly, tackling and then wrestling him to the ground. I could feel his sores oozing all over me, which was quite nasty, but I forced myself to ignore it. Where is she? I asked again as I began strangling him. But instead of gasping for air, the man simply began laughing. Of course he would. This was all a farce. What the hell? I screamed. I grabbed the bag and ripped it off his face. What I found was a blank face staring back at me. You think I'm scared of you? A voice resonated throughout the space, coming from everywhere and nowhere at once. And then the man began dissolving. Well, dissolving wasn't exactly the right word. He was morphing into thousands and thousands of insects. Horrified, I jumped back. I watched as the insects began crawling on top of each other, forming what appeared to be a humanoid torso on top of spider-like legs. And, of course, there was a giant, blank face at the very top of the abomination. Run, boy! The voice boomed again. Apparently things weren't going to be so easy. How the hell was I supposed to win? I could feel the fear rushing back into my system, Mr. Blank had just been screwing with me the entire time. With no other options in sight, I did what he said and began running from the insect monstrosity. I looked over my shoulder every now and then, watching as the grotesque entity crawled towards me, knocking down buildings as it did so. Surely this thing was faster than me. Wait. Of course it was. He never wanted to catch me. He just wanted me to keep running. Every trick he threw at me was an attempt to push me into a corner of fear I wouldn't be able to get out from. To hell with that. I was going to hit back. As scared as I might have been, I was going to force myself not to be. I skidded to a stop. I spotted a piece of wood off the street and picked it up, before turning around and chucking it at the thing. I missed, but the message was sent. The insect creature, aka Mr. Blank himself, stopped in its tracks as well, seemingly confused as what to do next. I wasn't scared, and Mr. Blank couldn't understand why. What is fear anyways? There's a dictionary definition, of course, but what evokes fear in one person won't necessarily evoke it out of the next. At this point, Mr. Blank was trying too hard. He transformed again into an even bigger monster resembling an amalgamation of black sludge, rotting corpses, and writhing tendrils. Was it scary? Maybe to a 14-year-old, but after everything that I'd seen, this only made me laugh. Laughing, joy, mockery, every emotion that contrasted fear and despair. That was the ultimate weapon against him. And then, I remembered the plan. I reached into my pocket and pulled out my phone, getting the camera ready. Unfortunately, Mr. Blank disappeared before I could start recording. But nevertheless, the tables had turned. Who was scared now? I wasn't exactly sure where to go, so I just picked a random direction and began running. But something unexpected happened. The environment around me began to change. No more buildings, no longer washed in dark blue. I suddenly found myself standing in an endless field of yellow flowers with a cloudless sky above. For a moment, I was absolutely jarred. What the hell had happened and where had I ended up now? That answer soon became apparent when I looked down at the flowers. They weren't right, to say the least. They were blinking back at me. Some had mouths lined with razor-like teeth, vigorously chomping away at the air. Some had their petals replaced with writhing fingers ending in claws. This was somebody else's hell. A rather interesting one at that. Guess I better start running again. So, trying to be as careful as I could, I began stepping over the ghastly flowers, and after a few minutes, the environment changed again. This time it was night, and I was standing right in front of a precarious-looking rope bridge hanging over a deep crater. I was beginning to understand what was going on. I suppose that I'd broken the system in a sense. My own hell was no longer scary to me, so I was free to roam through everyone else's. Everyone who'd been trapped by Mr. Blank. Light bulbs began going off in my head. I remembered a conversation I once had with Lacey, right after we'd gone through a haunted house one Halloween. It was a conversation about fear, what we were most afraid of. What am I most afraid of? I remember her telling me. This is a weird one, but mazes. Yeah, imagine randomly being trapped in a maze and never being able to find your way out. Mazes. I now knew what to look for. I couldn't tell you how many different hells I ended up traversing. Probably upwards of 30, maybe close to 40. They were all unique, all utterly horrifying in their own sense. But what was even more interesting were the people I met along the way. Out of all the hells I found myself in, I came across 14 people who were trapped in them. 9 were already catatonic, and 2 were hysterical and impossible to reason with. As for the other 3, well, I don't want to give myself too much credit here, but I think I saved them. Not that it was easy. They weren't so willing to let things go. They truly thought that they were in hell, destined to live that way forever. They'd long forgotten about their past lives, who they were before, the time that they'd spent in the theater before being transported into Mr. Blank's world. And trying to convince them otherwise was nothing short of a task, especially given the environment around us. But I wasn't scared. I had to prove it to them. Nothing was going to kill us, and nothing was going to hurt us if we didn't let it. And by the time I finally found Lacey's hell, I had a grateful group of 3 by my side. Dash, a 21-year-old college kid, Nicole, a 25-year-old computer programmer, and Roman, a 27-year-old soldier. We sure as hell had been through a lot together at that point. It started feeling like days had passed since I was trapped in the theater, but my resolve never slipped. I was finding her no matter what. I nearly dropped to my knees in relief when I found myself standing inside the labyrinth. It had all paid off in the end. The walls were about 15 feet high, covered in cracks and coated in moss. The ground was also comprised of cracked stone. There were torches set up every few feet or so, illuminating the place, but just barely.
"So I guess splitting up's probably not the greatest idea,"
Dash said. "Well, I wouldn't be scared if we do, though," Roman said, grinning at me. "Well, I'm not scared of a fake place like this." I smiled back. When I met him, he'd been petrified, as if he'd given up on any kind of hope. But here he was now, ready to help me take down Mr. Blank and find Lacey. You're right, nothing scary about this place, but Dash is also right, and better we stick together. Everybody nodded and we began searching. About every 10 turns, we'd come across some kind of creature wandering through. They ranged from eyeless little girls to ghoul-looking things, but that wasn't a problem. We'd seen more frightening things than that. Once it was obvious that we weren't taking the fear bait, the creatures pretty much ignored us. I can't keep track of how many turns we took, over 100 at least. It was pretty obvious why Lacey wasn't exactly a fan of these. But eventually, we came across something different. A set of stairs leading down into darkness. Unlike the creatures, this posed a more uncertain threat. It evoked a fear of the unknown, making it exponentially more frightening than any of the corny monsters we'd encountered before. I could see hesitation rising amongst our group, but that was to be expected. That's exactly what Mr. Blank wanted. And for that reason, I didn't even think about it before descending the stairs, using my phone's flashlight to guide me along. It didn't matter if nobody followed. All that mattered was that I didn't let the fear stop me. To my surprise, though, I heard 3 sets of footsteps following behind me. I smiled to myself. This was it, the final stretch of all the madness I'd experienced so far. I'm not sure how far we walked. Not that it mattered. I'm sure everything in this world was nothing more than an illusion, even time. I had to tell myself that in order to deal with what we came across next. The stairs ended, leading to what appeared to be a bottomless void. Sounds emanated from below. They were obscure ones, things that I'd never heard before, leading to chills involuntarily crawling down my spine. Mr. Blank had certainly stepped up his game. No cheap scares here. What was presented in front of me petrified me to the bone. Once again, I could see hesitation amongst our group.
"What do you think's down there?"
Nicole asked. I paused for a moment, considering the question. Nothing. Nothing at all. I didn't let another thought cross my mind before jumping down. For the longest time, it felt like I was floating. If you asked me exactly how long, there's no way I could have told you. There was nothing around me, no sensation at all. I was in the void. Soon enough, though, I felt solid ground beneath my feet. I picked the direction I was already facing and began walking. Again, I had no sense of time. My mind began drifting with every step I took, but I never let it get away from me completely. An indiscernible amount of time later, I found myself standing in front of a stone clearing, with everyone else behind me. We were at the edge of the maze, and I'd found what I was looking for. I let out a deep exhale, probably the deepest one of my life. Lacey. She was right in front of me, curled into a ball with her back against the stone wall. She was wearing what she typically did, blue jeans and green flannel. Upon hearing my voice, she looked up at me, her eyes long red from what had to be a constant stream of tears. She didn't look happy to see me, but I didn't expect her to be. She'd probably been given too much false hope in a place like this. You're not real. Leave me alone, she whimpered, before beginning to cry once again. I approached her slowly. Lace. She looked back up. I was one of the few people who called her that. I'm one of the only real things in this entire place, I told her. I grabbed her hand. She pulled back a bit at first, but I didn't let her go. I didn't force it either. We shouldn't be here. Let's get back to where we belong. Her skin was warm. So was mine. I saw a spark of understanding in her eyes, but before I could smile, a familiar presence made an appearance. A large shadow cast itself in the light of the torches. I looked up, seeing a tall, skeletal figure with a blank face leering down at us. Lacey flinched, but I just gripped her hand tighter. I looked up at Mr. Blank and shot him a self-satisfied grin. There's nothing left for you to do here. A moment of silence followed as he continued leering. Do you consider this a victory? He asked. No, not really. But you didn't win either. The whole time, my hand had been slowly reaching into my pocket for my phone. I grabbed it and opened the video camera, but it was too late. He disappeared in the blink of an eye. I grinned to myself. He was scared. I'd frightened the boogeyman. I looked back down at Lacey, who looked equally confused and terrified. But a sense of reality had returned to her expression. Before, it seemed as if she were in a trance, in the process of forgetting where she'd come from. Seth, wait. How are you? Looks like she's back, Nicole said from behind me. You're pretty good at this, aren't you? I suppose I was. Who are... Lacey began before trailing off. There's a lot I have to explain, but not here. Right, Roman said. So how will we get him back? I'm not sure how the answer to that question came to me. It was kind of just something I figured out along the way. What do you mean? We've been back the whole time. We never went anywhere, don't you remember? It took a second, but Roman began smiling. Oh, we never left the theater, did we? I nodded. The other two soon followed suit. This is some Dorothy-type shit, isn't it? Das said, grinning as well. No fucking place like home. I looked back at Lacey. We were never here. Don't you remember? It took a moment, but she nodded. Yeah, she said, her lips curling into a slight grin. I think I'm starting to. Pretty soon after, I remember my vision going black. Well, I'd be lying if I said that I remember what happened at all. I just remember waking up back in the theater, with the time I spent with Mr. Blank's world still fresh in my mind. It didn't feel like a dream, and it wasn't one. I sat up rapidly, feeling a hand on my shoulder as I did so. I turned around, seeing Sven smiling at me. You're finally back. It took you a while. Sven, did you? I found her. She's back. I looked around the room, but the only other people there were Colin, Jimmy, and a few bewildered-looking officers. Then, where is she? I looked around some more. Wait, where's Lacey? My heart dropped for a moment. If you will, one of the cops spoke up. We might be able to shed some light on that. Apparently, the police had found people who had gone missing in the theater in an abandoned warehouse 3 towns over. When they were first discovered, they were unconscious, albeit alive. But while they were being transported to the nearest hospital, 2 of them woke up. 2 university students, a male and a female, whose names hadn't been released. Apparently, a dazed woman had also been found wandering through the woods in a different state as well. I had a good feeling who they all might be. So did Sven. And I was right. I hauled ass to the hospital immediately. The cops tried to stop me, but Sven flashed his badge and got them off my case. He really was a good asset to have around. I looked through the window of the room the recovered students were staying in. I don't think my smile has ever been wider than when I saw Lacey sitting up in her bed, alive and playing with her hands as she usually did. She looked a bit frail, but there was no doubt about it. She was smiling. She remembered everything. I left without saying anything to her. All that I needed to know was that she was safe. Our reunion would come later. For now, she needed to rest. On the way back, I'd learned how she ended up in a warehouse so far away to begin with. Mr. Blank's influence was severe and far-reaching. He had a whole legion of fear-induced slaves doing his bidding in our world. Since he needed his victims to remain alive and undisturbed, he would order people who he'd petrified into obeying him in the past, like Colin, to storm the theaters and quickly drag the bodies out and then drive them off to a far, remote location. Once there, they'd keep the physical bodies alive while their frightened minds remained trapped in Mr. Blank's world. This time, they even took it up a notch. They replaced the video surveillance with loot footage taken when the theater was empty, in order to confuse the investigators even more. And it worked. A foolproof system, right? Not really. 7 arrests were made that day. It'll be an interesting trial for sure. Nevertheless, I can't say that I hate those people. I can't hate Colin either. There's only one person I can direct my anger towards. He's still alive out there, and I feel the lingering responsibility to rectify that. We'll see where this goes. Update. I got a call from Jimmy a few hours ago. I told him about what I saw in the other dimension, about how I wanted to get rid of Mr. Blank once and for all. Got something you might be interested in, he told me. You see, this varmint's apparently got a bounty on his head out there in the cosmos. We can make a real killing if we reel him in. I got another buddy who's interested as well. Name's Dex. Oh, but he's got a weird arm, so don't freak out when you meet him. A freaky weird arm. All right. I'll talk to you about the details later. Bye for now. Looks like the hunt might be back on.